we have had to forward them to the various institutions, including the EACC and other investigative arms of the government. So, Mr. Speaker, in our meetings, we received a number of written and oral evidence from the governors in response to the various audit queries that were raised by the Auditor General and the reports which were under consideration for the dates I have specified. These reports have been adopted by the committee for the financial years 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021. In all these 3 financial years, the Auditor General reported that majority of the county water companies had very high non-revenue water, which was above the sector benchmark of 25%. Non-revenue water is basically water that is not accounted for. Water that it is either stolen or water that the water company cannot put a claim to. And in most of these water companies, the non-revenue water is very high, above 30%, which basically signifies that we have a challenge in managing the non-revenue water. And there are various reasons why we would have non-revenue water, Mr. Speaker. One is the dilapidated infrastructure. Most of the water companies in the counties are relying on the old infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for example, Nairobi County, the water infrastructure that we have was set up by the colonial government many years back, 1905, 1910 there. And it is surprising that successive government have not taken the initiative to try and revamp this water infrastructure. And that's why we have high non-revenue water in our counties. The other reason is inaccurate meter reading and billing. The other reason is illegal connection. And the other major reason is basically corruption. Corruption. Like, though we are not discussing Nairobi here, but I'm just giving an example, like Nairobi water. The high non-revenue water is largely due to corruption, because we have people who have been licensed to do that business, and they end up selling the same water that residents are supposed to get. These are resulted in many water companies recording non-negative working capital, because if you cannot account for a large percentage of your water, that affects your balance sheet. And that's why we have high negative working capitals in this water company, and therefore raises concern about sustainability of these companies. In fact, most of these companies have a query on going concern, meaning that the companies are basically insolvent and there is no guarantee that they can exist going forward. Additionally, many of the water companies failed to fully transfer all the assets and liabilities from defunct county councils or local authorities, and then regional water development agencies. You find that the assets that these water companies are relying on are owned by the different municipalities or local authorities. Others are actually in the hands of the Regional Waterworks Development Agency. And this arrangement, I know, The IGRTC has been trying to do it, but they are taking too long, Mr. Speaker. We have a number of properties, vehicles, land, buildings, which are still in the hands of regional waterworks and the different local authorities. And this is one area that we want to ask the Committee of Devolution to move in and speed up the transfer of these assets to the water companies. The committee further noted that majority of the water companies had a challenge in the provision of documents to the Office of the Auditor General during audit period. Mr. Speaker, and this does not just affect water companies, even other entities, including executive arm of the county government, where an audit process is concluded, an exit report is provided, the audit report is published, a certificate is issued, and then documents are generated just before they appear in Senate. I think, Mr. Speaker, moving forward, the committee of CPIC and I think the committee of CPAC, we will not allow documents to be presented before us which have not been examined by the Auditor General. Because we are not auditors, Mr. Speaker. We cannot reopen audit at the point where we have invited the governors to appear before us and then they bring evidence after the conclusion of the audit process. This is a matter that we will be giving direction as a committee. And this indicates a challenge. Apart from poor record management, it is corruption, Mr. Speaker, because this document, their authenticity cannot be verified. Some of these documents are generated. They are not documents that can be relied on. That is a challenge that we had in this process. Further, various water service providers did not apply proper accounting practices, and their financial reports contain numerous inaccuracies and errors, and this resulted in inadequate reporting and not presenting the actual accurate position of their financial operation. Mr. Speaker, for example, Wajir, to date, we have not fully concluded on Wajir because the reports have high inaccuracies, errors, and they cannot be relied on to give a proper report. That also applies to counties like Tana River, Garissa, counties like Taita Taveta and others. So, Mr. Speaker, this is another challenge. But I think the idea of this committee, the CPIC committee, to engage counties on this report was very timely and worthy, because we understand that Senate has not been looking at this, but this gave us an opportunity to now establish a proper framework for governance of these water companies. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, moving forward, we'll begin to see some significant changes in the way these water service providers are managed, Mr. Speaker. The committee further noted that during that period under review, most of the water companies had weaknesses in executing their budgets. Budget control and performance was a key query in all these water companies. Most of these budgets were not approved by the county assemblies. Most of these budgets were not balancing. Most of these budgets were not made after a very elaborate planning process. They were just done because It is a requirement. So we have a serious problem with budget control and performance in these companies. They either overutilize or underutilize appropriated funds, and in some cases, funds were not reallocated to items that were not budgeted for and without proper approval by their boards or county assembly. In addition, various water companies failed to comply with the provision of Public Finance Management Act 2012, Public Audit Act 2015, Public Finance Management County Government Regulations 2015, the Water Act 2016, the Company Act 2015, the Income Tax Act Cap 470 of 1974, the Retirement Benefit Act 1997, the Pension Act 1942, the County Government Act 2012, the Accountants Act 2008, and the Water Service Regulation Board WASREB regulations. Basically, it means most of these water companies were not complying with the established law, Mr. Speaker. As a result of the highlighted issues, the Auditor General rendered different opinion, ranging from a disclaimer opinion, adverse opinion, and qualified opinion. But most of these water companies, majority of them, were either under disclaimer opinion or adverse opinion, Mr. Speaker, because of the challenges I have put forth. Honorable Speaker, looking at every volume, because I have said we have processed a number of counties here, actually all the 80 companies. The reports have a section indicated as general observation and the recommendations, which gives a summary of the recurring audit issues across the county water service providers contained in this report. So members, if you have an opportunity, we have given a lengthy chapter on the observations for each water company and the recommendations that we have recommended for each company. The general observation and the recommendation contains this report are as follows. Mr. Speaker, we have made recommendations and observation on the issue of high non-revenue water, the issue of poor bookkeeping, preparation and accuracy of financial statement, the issue of non-compliance to reporting standards and accuracy of the financial statement, the issue of non-compliance to the law on ethnic inclusivity, the issue of material uncertainty to going concern. This was a common query. Non-remittance of statutory deductions, where these companies deduct money from staff and they don't remit. This is a common problem. Non-transfer of assets and liability. Breach of various provisions of the law, budget control and performance, unclear ownership of assets, lack of an updated fixed asset register. These companies, quite a number, do not have a fixed asset register. And that is a very serious governance issue, Mr. Speaker. Cross-county water companies. For example, Nyamira and Kisii, they share one water company, and there are a lot of disputes around it, which this committee directed them to consider declustering, so that we have a water company for Nyamira and another water company for Kisii. That process is ongoing, and Mr. Speaker, I can report that we are making progress. The same also applies to Bungoma and Trans Nzoia, who share one water company. There are huge challenges, management challenges, resulting from that arrangement. And again, Mr. Speaker, through committee recommendation, we have recommended that we have a declustering of the company, so that we have a separate water company for Trans Nzoia and a separate water company for Bungoma. And that process, Mr. Speaker, the two county governments are making progress. And very soon we are going to have that declustering happening. Mr. Speaker, the report also contains specific recommendations for respective audit queries for each county water service provider. That details is contained in the reports. It is also important to note that the recommendation contained in this report were arrived at by consensus by members of the committee. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, it is important that the committee appreciates the determination made by governors so far and various water service providers to appear physically before the committee to present their responses and submission. These appearances, Mr. Speaker, allowed the committee to execute its oversight role over those county entities and help the management of water companies to understand what is expected of them in executing their mandates and especially on accountability. These efforts have seen a good number of the audit queries having been resolved, as you can see in the specific queries as contained in the reports that we have tabled here. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we will have another opportunity to debate other water companies because, as I said, we have 5 volumes of reports which we are tabled before this House containing the observation and the recommendations and the audit query and their position for 80 water companies for those 3 financial years. Mr. Speaker, even before we get there, I think I want to encourage members of this House to take keen interest in the management of water service providers in their respective counties, because they say water is life. And management of water, provision of water, is a key component in our oversight role, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we had an opportunity to visit Mombasa Water and Sewerage Company, Mr. Speaker, and we'll be reporting on this, where raw sewage is drained into the sea. And that has been happening for 10 years, Mr. Speaker. Raw sewage, all the sewage in Mombasa is drained into the sea. We had to visit the... Yeah, I can get more information from this.
Senator Faki.
After I've moved.
Allow the Honorable Senator to conclude. Senator Soti, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, we visited Mombasa and we saw it for ourselves. And it was a sad moment to see all the raw sewage being drained into the sea for 10 years. And nothing is being done about it. Mr. Speaker, we will also be bringing a report on that. And this is a serious issue. It can even affect our global positioning as a country. How can we allow this to happen under our watch, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, there are issues about management of water in our key counties, key cities. We have a problem, a serious problem, with the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company. We have a serious problem in Mombasa. We have a serious problem in Nakuru. But I want to report that the 2 towns have done very well. Nyeri, where Honorable Matinga comes from, and Kisumu. I think these other county cities should go and learn something there. But even within the counties, the water service providers are on the deathbed. I am happy that some governors did not even know that water companies belong to the county government. It is this committee that awakened them to tell them that the Water Act provides that county government has to own 100% of shareholding in water companies. Now they have gotten interest. No, company shares, not Gachagua shares. You know, Senator Cherargei is a proponent of the impeached deputy president. So he wants to talk about shares all the time. It is a shareholding, company shareholding. So we have made a contribution to get these water companies to work and to work for the people of Kenya. And I hope in our next review, where we'll be looking at the audit report for the year ended June 2022, June 2023, and June 2024, we will begin to see a lot of changes in the way the water companies are managed in this country. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I wish to register my appreciation to the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Clerk of the Senate, and the Office of the Auditor General for facilitating the work of the committee and making the production of these reports possible. I also want to appreciate the Secretariat of the committee and most importantly, the members of this committee for working so hard to process 80 reports for the water companies. Mr. Speaker, it was not an easy thing. We spent hours interrogating governors. We also spend hours doing the reports, and I can see two members of my committee are here, the Senator Miraj Abdullahi and Senator Ledama Olekina, who are here this morning, for the effort they put in making sure that we process this report for the first time to be tabled here in the Senate. We will also be doing the same for the remaining financial years, and hopefully through that interrogation, through that intense oversight into this report, we'll begin to see better management of water resources in our counties. Mr. Speaker, for those few remarks, I move and I request Senator Olekina Ledama to second.
Senator Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the report on the Select Committee on County Publics and Investment Committee, the Auditor General for the financial statement for the following counties, water service providers for the financial year 2018, 2019, and 2020-2021. These counties that have already been listed by the mover of this motion, I will restrict myself to the observations that we made during the inquiry into this, the way these counties manage their water resources. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest problems is that a lot of these counties, the water companies were being run by the board without the input of the county governors. In fact, in most cases, the county governors appeared before our committee and they raised concern as to why they were taking oath and responding to issues which they really did not understand. These water companies were being run autonomously by the board, and it brought in a lot of conflict on how they can be able to manage the resources. Yes, the CCM in charge of water and sanitation for each of the counties were represented in those boards, and they worked tirelessly to be able to set up budgets that can be able to allow them run these water companies. But the problem has already been explained by my colleague, had to do with an issue where you find in Bungoma and Trans Nzoia counties, there's one water company. You go to Kisii and Nyamira, there's one water company. So it brings in the issues of autonomy on which county can be able to generate more resources. So when we looked at that, our committee highly recommended that each of the 47 county governments have their own water companies. We also had a big issue looking at the issues of regional water bodies. The Constitution is quite clear in terms of water and sanitation. Water and sanitation are devolved to the county governments. However, if you look at the third schedule of the Constitution, the national government also has a role to play when it comes to the issue of protecting water sources, securing sufficient residual water, hydraulic engineering, and safety of dams. When we sit in this House, Mr. Speaker, we also confuse the whole process. Because I remember there was, during the time when we were interrogating these counties on how they're managing their water resources, there was a Water Act which was being amended. And if you notice, the proponent of that Water Act were moving away all the functions of managing even local companies to the national government. So that brought in a huge conflict. And I think it's about time that all of us now look at how we can be able to really fight for devolution. One of the key recommendations of our committee was that each of the 47 counties have got to look at their resources so that we can avoid this non-revenue water. They look at what they need from these regional bodies, but ultimately work towards managing their own resources. My colleague has already elaborated clearly on the losses that each of these companies were getting. There was a lot of unaccounted for water, and this unaccounted for water came in as a result of dilapidated infrastructure because there's so many leakages. So when you come to a situation where two counties share one company, and then water is bought from another company or from another county, by the time the water gets there, if you calculate how much was sold to those companies versus how much they generate after they sell the water, you'll realize that there are so much losses, which also led to a lot of financial mismanagement. When we are looking at the case of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, it was very difficult to be able to tell how much was that company earning. In fact, some of these companies ended up just being, sort of like corruption's dens, where people who work in these companies end up just starting their side water companies, buying water bowsers, so that they can be able to sell, because the mismanagement in the companies that were running water services was so high such that it was impossible to be able to ensure sufficient water supply. And this is a function of the national government. The national government has got to ensure that there is a sufficient sustainability of water supply to all the counties. So, Mr. Speaker, this was the first time that this Senate was looking at these water bodies. There's still a lot of work that ought to be done, quite a lot of work. And one of our recommendations was that, and I don't know whether that recommendation found itself in the report, is that each of the 47 county senators must now be able to interact on a very close watch with the water companies to ensure that these water companies, first of all, understand their budgets. Secondly, that the county governments allocate budgets to them. But these water companies must also be run to be able to produce enough water, which is sustainable to be able to provide for all the citizens of these sub-counties. And on top of that, we also have to deal with the issue of sanitation. You'll find that some companies only deal with the supply of water. But when it comes to the issue of sewage and sanitation, it is left for programs to be funded by the World Bank. We have to be very clear that these are our responsibilities. Today, Mr. Speaker, you'll understand that there's a lot of shift on the role that the World Bank and the IMF plays in countries. Burkina Faso, as a country, the ruler of that country has said no to the support of IMF. IMF continue to rate our countries. In fact, today, a friend of mine sent me a small note and said, this is what is important to us, where the IMF has already downgraded Kenya and has portrayed a very dark future for Kenya, just because we want to be able to control ourselves. So this trickles down. So our water companies must now be the responsibilities of the county governors, because the county governor is the CEO of that county. And if the CEO does not know how the waters are being run in those counties, it becomes very problematic. We now have a ministry on the blue economy. I think it is important that those water companies and that Ministry for Blue Economy work together to be able to set up huge dams, to be able to ensure that we have reservoirs. We have a big problem when it comes to Nairobi, as an example. The water from Nairobi comes from, I believe, Moranga, or maybe the next county, and it passes through, and there are counties that do not have water, so the water comes here. So we need to now start asking ourselves, how do we ensure that there is sufficient water that can be able to sustain the residents of Nairobi by investing in big water reservoirs? This is a responsibility of the national government. If the national government can just take the third schedule, or the fourth schedule, and look at what their role is, and they put resources there, then we can be able to make a lot of difference. Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate again on the importance of each of the 47 counties establishing their own water companies, and they run them as a resource. They realign their own existing resources. We have a lot of water is washed away. Some of us who are farmers, we tap this water. If you go along most of the riverbanks, you will see people using the water which eventually will drain into the lake and using it for irrigation. We can as well encourage county governments to be able to establish water reservoirs where they can be able to tap into this water. So this is a resource that we can be able to, once we realign just our small existing resources, we can be able to ensure that it supports our population. Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate again on the importance of legislations. When we draft legislations or legislations are proposed in this House, we have to be cognizant of the fact that our Constitution have devolved certain functions. Water and sanitation, fully devolved. These water bodies, or regional water bodies, should actually be working with the national government to be able to develop policies, but not to now start running the distribution of water in the county governments. During the time when we were interrogating these water companies, we also spent a lot of our time talking to the regional bodies. There was a huge conflict between Kajiado County, Makueni County, coming all the way to the river when it comes to the issue of Lolturesh, which is a water source. That water, historically, was piped from Lolturesh, which is down Kajiado South, to come and water flower farms in Kitengela. So the residents of that area, Makueni County, were not getting any water. The residents of Kajiado were not getting any water. So it is important that we look at our own resources. And first of all, before we send that water to serve other people, we make sure that we serve ourselves first. Mr. Speaker, if you and I travel today, the first thing we are told on an airplane is that you need to buckle up first. And even if you have a child, protect yourself first before you do what? You protect that child. So I think we need to be able to take this logic in terms of when it comes to the issue of running our own resources. There is no reason as to why Kajiado County should actually, residents of Kajiado County should stay without water, because that water is going in to support people of the river. There's absolutely no reason as to why the people of Makueni should not be able to benefit from the Mzima Springs, because all that water is going downstream to be able to support Mombasa County. I think we can be able to share these resources. We don't give out all the resources. In fact, even in the Bible says that the poor man is the one who gives out all his wealth and is left begging. I'm not a preacher, but I remember that. And it applies clearly on how we run our resources. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to conclude by stating the following. One, each one of us here must now start taking our job very seriously when it comes to the issue of managing our resources. If you take some time and you read the Auditor General report, you'll be shocked. There's a lot of mismanagement of the little resources that we have in the country. A lot of mismanagement. Whatever happens at the county headquarters also happens in those small companies that are open to run our resources. We must also now bite the bullet, Mr. Speaker. Each of our 47 county delegations here must engage county governors to be able to re-examine and carry out an audit of our water infrastructure. Because there's no point of us buying a lot of water from nearby counties, and then all that water is lost because of leakages, dilapidated infrastructure, which some of them actually end up being carcinogenic. So it's important that we'd rather do, even if we are to get any grants from the national government, those grants are utilized properly. There's so much that people can eat. But really, if you want to jeopardize even the supply of your water because you want to get a tender and line your own pocket, we just need to rethink how we want to live our life. These boards, Mr. Speaker, must now also, we must change the law to ensure that the people who serve on these boards have got experience on managing water companies. There's no point of rewarding our friends. We need to now start introducing the concept of meritocracy. Have people who understand the importance of this resource. If it's taken care of, how well it's going to be able to support this current generation and future generation. So the boards, we must make sure that we use a competitive process, appoint people who have got a background in water and sanitation, so that they can be able to make infrastructure that will be able to outlive them. Financial management, Mr. Speaker. It is imperative that the CCM in charge of finance of each of the 47 counties, CCM in charge of water, who is now and the CEOs in charge of water, who is the accounting officer, their role must be very clear when it comes to managing these semi-autonomous companies. It is not the board which will have all the responsibilities. I think the CEO of finance should be tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that they go through the accounts of each of these counties, water bodies, so that when those counties appear before an oversight body, even the governors will be able to be in the know. Most governors have got no clue on what is happening. In conclusion, I hope that when it comes to passing this legislation, we can all be very selfish and protect devolution. Let the national government handle policy work, but when it comes to the issue of implementation of the legislation, that should be the role of county government. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to second.
Now, honorable senators, I propose the question that the Senate adopts the reports of the Select Committee on County Public Investments and Special Funds on its consideration of the audit reports for the year ended 30th June 2019, 30th June 2020, and 30th June 2021 of the following water service providers. 1. Amatsi Water Services Company Limited, Vihiga County. Bomet Water Company Limited, Bomet County. Gusii Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Kisii/Nyamira Counties. Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Kisumu County. Kwale Water and Sewerage Company Limited, Kwale County. And Nyeri Water and Sanitation Company Limited in Nyeri County. And the audit report of the Wajir Water and Sewerage Company Limited for the year ended 30th June 2021, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 23rd of November 2023. Now, honorable senators, this motion is open for debate, and I will call upon the members who have requested to speak to this particular motion. I'll start with Senator Danson Buya Mugatana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to make my contribution on the audit reports of the various counties that have been mentioned there, including Amatsi Water, Bomet Water, Gusii Water, Kisumu, Kwale, and Nyeri Water and Sanitation Companies. Mr. Speaker, before I make my contribution, I wish to join other leaders in extending my best wishes to the students of Tana River County who are sitting their exams, and for the rest of Kenya, wishing them well and wishing them the very best. We all pass through there, so just take heart and do the best you can, and God will be with you. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I wanted to acknowledge the industry hard work that has been put by the chair of this committee. Mr. Speaker, they have done a tremendous job as a team, and I have appeared before them when Tana River was appearing, and I know that we have a very capable chairman, Ososi, Vice Chairman, Professor Ojienda, and the rest of the team. We thank you because you have made this Senate proud. Mr. Speaker, many issues have been raised about the companies that have been mentioned and whose report is before this Senate for consideration. Mr. Speaker, I want to probably pick two issues so that I can focus my attention on those issues. Mr. Speaker, there's a big complaint amongst Kenyan people that there's no water on their taps. And Mr. Speaker, I remember many years ago when the reforms of water were underway. At that time, the Minister for Water was the very Honorable Martha Karua. And she brought this idea to Parliament at that time, that we need to segregate these companies. We need to create water companies. We need to create water bodies that are going to be able to manage water in various levels. Some of them were at regional, and some of them were national. Obviously, from those days to date, a lot of changes have taken place, Mr. Speaker. But the principle remains the same, that if this water is managed at a lower level, and in this case, at the county level, then we should be able to have people who have a feeling for the people, who are directly connected, who will not steal the money for water, mismanage the resources for water, so that the county can have water flowing in the taps. Mr. Speaker, this has been a challenge everywhere. And we have been told, Mr. Speaker, that one of the problems is that, and when we speak to the management, like the one in Tana River, they tell you we still depend on the old infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure that has been there is the one that was built by the county governments, not county government, county councils, Mr. Speaker. And county councils have been gone for more than 10 years. But still these water companies depend on that infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, we therefore have this challenge of non-revenue water. Non-revenue water has been told by our able chairman when moving, is that water which nobody can account for. It is there, it has been utilized, but nobody can account for it. So, Mr. Speaker, we have also been told that these companies are 100% owned by the county governments, which effectively means, Mr. Speaker, that for the infrastructure to be upgraded, for the infrastructure to be where we want it to be, the new investment must be put into the infrastructure of water. Mr. Speaker, it's not enough for us to just blame the management of these water companies. We must start thinking of solutions. Mr. Speaker, for new money to be put in these water bodies, then it means, Mr. Speaker, we must start thinking of a way of ring-fencing some money which comes from the Senate to go down to the governors, and they be told that this money is for water, and you cannot touch this money. Mr. Speaker, if we could develop that kind of legislation, that is one way forward, and we must start thinking around that issue. Because it appears that if that is not done, like one of our senators here has said, it's the same money. The money goes to the county revenue fund, and the same county revenue fund is used to pay for trips by governors, officials of the counties, and so on. And the money doesn't reach for development of water. Even where they have collected something, you find that that money doesn't go there. Mr. Speaker, we had the same problems with dispensaries and health centers. And you remember, Mr. Speaker, when we were passing the laws that involved the universal healthcare laws, we said that some money needs to be left at the dispensary level, at the health center level, so that if a fence has broken down, the local committee there is able to deal with that matter. If it is a car that has a puncture, the local committee is able to withdraw money from the revenues they are developing, they are collecting there, and do something about it. Mr. Speaker, what is so difficult about us also creating some serious thinking following that model around ring-fencing money for water, so that money we vote here can go down there, yes, to the governors, who are the people who are supposed to, by law, arrange the budgets. But in between, some money be ring-fenced for water, so that infrastructure of water can grow. Because no matter what we say, Mr. Speaker, no matter what we do, if the infrastructure of water that we want to use in 2024 is the same infrastructure in Tana River County, for example, that was set up in 1960s by the Tana River County Council, it will never work, Mr. Speaker. We must start thinking as a Senate of a way of pushing money so that infrastructure can be upgraded. Mr. Speaker, there's another thought also that we need to think, because this is a house of ideas. Mr. Speaker, 100%, we have been told, is owned by, the shares are owned by the county governments. So in Tana River County, Tawasco is owned 100% by the county government of Tana River. And Mr. Speaker, the county government of Tana River will tell you we don't have money to invest for infrastructure. Money is being delayed from coming from the national government. Our equitable share is little. Tana River government will tell you we do not have sufficient funds to do fresh investments. Then, Mr. Speaker, why can't we start focusing on finding a way within the law to unlock that 100% shareholding? Why can't we think of privatizing part of those shares so that those who are interested in investing in water can come in and take over management? They can buy in 30% shares within the companies. They can buy in 40%. They be present in the management and in the boards of our county boards for water. So that, Mr. Speaker, a person who even may be benevolent, if you've made your money, maybe you made your money abroad, or you made your money in legal practice, or you made your money in investment elsewhere, or whatever you do, and then you wish to purchase shares within the water companies of your county, and you become a shareholder because you want to do something for your county. Mr. Speaker, if you have reached that level where 100 million shillings is not an issue with you, 500 million is not an issue, and you want to retire, and you feel like you want to do something special, Mr. Speaker, it is possible. We must find a way in which we can create law that allows even benevolent investors to put in money within our water companies. So that, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't be, I pity some of our managers in these water companies. They'll come before Chairman Ososi and tell them, we are angling for World Bank to give us this money. We are angling for, I don't know what other grants to get. So we need to meet this and this and this and this and this and this requirement. When you look at it, the money they are angling for is 50 million, is 100 million. You know, Mr. Speaker, and they come to Nairobi, they tell you, help us achieve this and the other, and it is money that many Kenyans here can raise if the law allowed them. And then we have this attitude that it's only Muzungu money that will be able to save us. So people keep on talking about monies from out, monies from out, monies from out. In the meantime, there's a lot of money here within this country, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Somalia, which, if properly structured, can be put into these water companies, and we'll be able to improve infrastructure. And our people will be happy to pay those reasonable bills if they're having the service, Mr. Speaker. Because this is the problem. Nobody wants to pay water bills. Why? Why? Because there is no water that flows through your tap. And the next time the water flows through your tap, they bring you a bill for all the months that the water never flowed through your tap. We had an experience, Mr. Speaker, in Tana River County. When the head of state was visiting, suddenly water started flowing in the taps. Head of state visits, Mr. Speaker. Water started flowing in the taps. You know, it shouldn't be that way, Mr. Speaker. And if the problem is investment, then we should create opportunities for people to invest in infrastructure so that these monies can be used by management to create opportunities for our water bodies to function. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I would like to also say that water bodies, even with the difficulties that they're experiencing, audit is showing us in this Senate that there are some water companies that are just doing the wrong things, you know, just wrong things. And some of these are not difficult to comply with. The law, the National Cohesion Integration Act, Mr. Speaker, has said that if within that county there are some majority tribes, you make sure that 30% should not be occupied by one tribe alone, so that the other people can have opportunities, Mr. Speaker, to be employed. Now, we have many water companies, Mr. Speaker, that have totally ignored these rules. And in this report, Gusii Water Company has been mentioned specifically. But Gusii Water Company is not alone when they are told that 80% of your employees are in contradiction of the National Cohesion Integrity Commission Act. But it's not alone. There are many companies, Mr. Speaker, including my own Tana River Tawasco, Tana Water and Sanitation Company, Mr. Speaker, where they have totally ignored the provisions of the National Commission Integration Act. where you find the people who are employed are from one side. You don't find a proper mix. Small tribes that exist within the county of Tana River are not given opportunities. Mr. Speaker, what are the consequences of flagrant disobedience of the law? Mr. Speaker, we make recommendations in this Senate, but there are no consequences. People come, they tell us they will improve, and next year they come, they are the same, and there are no consequences. Mr. Speaker, I am asking that it is time we started thinking about tightening the laws on people who are flagrantly disobeying the law. Here, we have been told that in terms of financial management of these companies, you have many of them which are getting unqualified opinion of the Auditor General. Now, if the Auditor General says that the opinion they are giving in terms of financial management of your monies, the funds that have been made to you, is unqualified opinion, Mr. Speaker, and then no consequence is visited upon them. Instead, in the next meeting, they bring some documents, like the chairman said, they generate documents so that they tell you, oh, we were only told, our opinion was only bad because we didn't have this and this other document. Now we have them. I like the stand Mr. Chairman has taken, that the documentations that have not been assessed by the Auditor General should not be accepted by the Senate committee. People should go through the processes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there should be consequences, because after we make recommendations, there should be consequences. I always feel very let down by some of these guys. ESCC sits in the Public Accounts Committee. They have a permanent representative there. And they are told there's this a problem, this is a query. ESCC moves there, they sit there, collect allowances, and they do nothing, Mr. Speaker. And there are other bodies there. You find they come and sit, they listen, and recommendations are made. Instead of action being taken in real time, the reason that you are put in that committee so that you can take action in real time, nothing happens. Mr. Speaker, we want to see action on these audit reports. Consequences must visit those who are flagrantly breaching the National Cohesion Act. Water companies that are not following the law, Mr. Speaker, they should feel the pressure of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, a few people must be arrested for breaching the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, if this happens, then we shall have some discipline. Aside from the investment, we need enforcement of the law, Mr. Speaker, so that we can bring some form of discipline and direction from the Senate on these water companies. We've been told water is life. And an appeal has been made here that senators, we must take interest in the management of water companies in our places where we come from. And I accept that. That's a good appeal. But we also need from the National Committee enforcement. If somebody is not doing his work, surely let a few people take personal responsibility. If this starts happening, Mr. Speaker, we shall be able to create proper management of our water companies, and our people shall receive water, the water they have been using. They will be billed for water that they have been using. Mr. Speaker, why can't we create water tokens so that, just like electricity, I buy my token and we use technology to make sure our water companies are also functional. So we should not only invest in the infrastructure, but also in technology, so that people can pay for services that have actually been rendered. We are doing better in electricity, but we can also do good in water sector. And this means we must start focusing there as a Senate.
Senator Sifuna Edwin.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Allow me to begin by commending the County Public Investments Committee that is ably chaired by the Senator for Vihiga, the Honourable Osotsi. Honourable Speaker, I have had occasion to be present in some of his meetings, especially when the management of the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company was appearing before this committee, and I can assure you that I saw the sort of commitment by members of the committee and especially the chair to make sure that we right the wrongs in many of these water companies. Honourable Speaker, as you can see from the report, the chairperson and the committee have demonstrated in-depth knowledge and understanding of the issues that are facing these water companies, and they are making recommendations that will help in trying to resolve some of the issues that have bedeviled these particular water companies. I'm also very proud, Honourable Chair, that this committee has done almost 80 of those water company reports so far, and that we are at 100% in terms of addressing the question of ownership, which was not the situation that was obtaining prior to Senator Osotsi being the chair of this committee. So therefore, Honourable Chair, let me take this opportunity to thank the chair, the Senator for Vihiga, who's also my deputy party leader. These are some of the things that Kenyans have come to expect from the very high quality leadership from the Orange Democratic Movement. And we are setting the pace for other committees, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, allow me to address two things that have been raised by the committee, and they have had the chair make various references to the situation with water in Nairobi County. The first one, Honourable Chair, is the question of non-revenue water. And I know that from the discussions before that committee, Nairobi County, or the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company, is one of those companies with the highest non-revenue water. And various reasons have been cited. Honourable Speaker, in very simple terms, non-revenue water is revenue that somehow leaves the company but is not billed, and the county does not receive money, or the company does not receive money, for that water. And one of the issues that have been cited is dilapidated infrastructure. Truth of the matter is, here in Nairobi, the water and sewerage infrastructure that we are operating on has been stretched beyond its capacity. And as the chair said, we are still relying on the original water and sanitation infrastructure when the city was actually built by the Mzungu. Honourable Chair, one of the things that I have never understood is, if you look at our laws, there is a law that is called the Urban Areas and Cities Act. This law, under sections 5 and 6, provides for a framework of cooperation between the national government and the county government, and especially the city county of Nairobi, recognizing the unique position of Nairobi City County amongst the 47 counties. This uniqueness arises from many things, including the fact that Nairobi City County is the capital of the Republic. It hosts the diplomatic headquarters of many countries. It also is a seat of government. Many national government institutions are actually situated here in Nairobi. Honourable Speaker, under that act, the expectation was that in the realization of the uniqueness of Nairobi, the national government would support development of heavy infrastructure or critical infrastructure like the water and sanitation infrastructure. But this has never happened. If you speak to the management of the water company and the county government of Nairobi in general, Honourable Speaker, the amount of capital outlay that is required to bring the sanitation and water infrastructure up to speed, Honourable Speaker, it is something that would require over 5 years allocation under the equitable revenue share for us to be able to do that infrastructure. As we speak, Honourable Speaker, the existing sewage network, for instance, covers only 37 or 30% of the total square area of Nairobi County. And Honorable Speaker, as you know, these has also, the past few years, I've seen a lot of rapid development in terms of housing. Very many new buildings are coming up, going up to 25 floors, hosting thousands of tenants, but it has not been accompanied by the commensurate infrastructure upgrade that is required. And this is why many of our water and sanitation infrastructure is creaking. So, Honorable Speaker, I continue to call on the national government to honor its responsibilities under the Urban Areas and Cities Act to support Nairobi's development of certain critical infrastructure, including our water infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, so that we can be able to meet the needs of the people of Nairobi. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the committee has highlighted the specter of illegal connections and what the chair has called outright corruption. There are stories we hear in this city, Honorable Speaker. Very serious allegations are made against the management of Nairobi Water City Company, the people who work there, that, Honorable Speaker, even though they told us that there is this program of equitable distribution of water across the city, that there are unscrupulous people within the company who are even themselves merchants of water, people who own water bowsers, who are aware of the distribution schedule, who will make sure that, Honorable Speaker, the running joke is that some of them have mjengos going on and they tell their contractors, just wacha nifunge Nairobi West and then I'll come and see you at the hardware, Honorable Speaker. Knowing that you are shutting water supply to Nairobi West, then your bowsers are available for the people of Nairobi West to buy water from you. So these stories, Honorable Speaker, unfortunately for us, we rely on other institutions, and we have complained even at the Committee of Public Accounts that unfortunately for us as a House, our role ends somewhere. That once we bring up these matters before these committees, we depend on other institutions of government, including the EACC, to be able to follow up and to be able to bring some of these matters before the courts so that we can stop these malpractices. I remember, Honorable Speaker, and I don't know if Chair of this committee can recall, that when the Nairobi Water team was before his committee, there was a discussion about the discharge point for sewage from these exhausters in Nairobi. And the management there could not tell you on average or in a day what are the identities of the trucks that have delivered or have discharged this morning. They cannot tell you the number of times a vehicle specific registration number has appeared there. And it becomes very difficult for you to manage revenue if you're operating like that. So, Honorable Chair, if we do not focus on this question of illegal connections and corruption within our water companies, we are doing nothing. And by the way, I used to think that cartels, for instance, in water, are shadowy figures who you cannot point out. Honorable Speaker, the people doing illegal connections are known within our communities. It is the inefficiency of the water companies that supports the existence of these cartels. Because the people there, especially in the informal settlements, have come to realize that the suppliers down there who have made illegal connections somehow provide a more reliable service than the water company itself. So if these issues are not addressed, Honorable Speaker, then we will not be doing anything. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I want to just comment on something that the Speaker, the Chairman said, that the recommendations are arrived at by consensus. And in replying, I would also want him to advise if this consensus is just amongst the members of the committee, or if in fact the management of the water companies themselves share in some of these recommendations, because it is important that you get the buy-in of these stakeholders, especially on conflict areas such as the Kisii and Nyamira situation that you have referred to, the Bungoma and Trans Nzoia one. If there is no commitment from those stakeholders to resolve those problems, there's not going to be resolution of those problems. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee. I thank them for the support that they are rendering to all these entities for them to be able to improve. At the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, what the people of our counties expect is reliable water supply. If you look at the statistics, the people who in this city have access to water 24 hours are less than 40%. The rest of us, Honorable Speaker, we have to play pata potea with our water supply. And this is a situation that is not acceptable. And we have to call out the management of these companies. We have to call out the management of our counties to ensure that this is done. Nairobians have waited for so long, Honorable Speaker, because, you know, there's a project that we were following very closely on the Northern Collector Tunnel that was supposed to add an additional 170,000 cubic meters of water to our daily supply, which would have helped because we are running a deficit of over 200,000 cubic meters of water every day. We need to be updated on the situation with the Northern Collector Tunnel and all the other water projects that the people of Nairobi have been waiting on, so that we are able to assuage the situation and as well in the other counties. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I support the position that has been taken by the committee.
Thank you, Senator Sifuna. I was really hoping that when you were talking about the honeysuckers, and you informed the House that they discharge their sewer in rivers, and we have that problem. Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity to make a few comments on the report of my sister committee of County Public and Investment. I think in the last session, Mr. Speaker, it was a joint committee, and I'm happy during that session, Mr. Speaker, we were not able to look at these issues, and I know they are very busy because they have to look back for almost, Mr. Speaker, from 2013. Because during the public investments, we could not look at public accounts in the last session. But I'm happy in the wisdom of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the need to have a public investment committee. And I'm happy to, this report of 2019-2020, I'm happy with the pace at which the Public Investment Committee of this House is doing its work, led by the Deputy Party Leader of ODM, my brother and friend and neighbor, Senator Otsotsi, for the good job that he's doing, Mr. Speaker. And for us who interacted with Senator Otsotsi in the last session, he was a fiery legislator who almost Yangamisa one of our principles, but I'm happy nowadays he's more calm. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Amatsi Water Service Company Limited in Vihiga, Bomet Water Company Limited in Bomet County, Gusii Water and Sanitation Company Limited in Kisii, Nyamira counties, and this is where we have problems even in waterworks, Mr. Speaker. Remember, for example, Nandi, there are many shared, Mr. Speaker, even in Nandi, we have a Eldoret Water and Sanitation Company that covers both Uasin County and Nandi and part of Lesos in Nandi's constituency. We have Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company in Kisumu County, Kwale Sewerage and Sanitation, Nyeri and Sanitation Company, Mr. Speaker, where Wamunyoro village is. Mr. Speaker, on many aspects, I want to be very clear, Mr. Speaker, on many issues. I agree that most of our, Mr. Speaker, most of our companies are on the red, water companies, even Kapsabet Water and Sanitation Company, Mr. Speaker. For example, Water and Sanitation Company is under in Nandi County, where we still depend on generators and electricity to pump water into Kapsabet town, Mr. Speaker, and its environs. We had expected that the government would expedite the construction of a Keben Dam, Mr. Speaker, which was upscaled to 24 billion Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker. I know there are a number of dams across the country, like Tuaga Dam. There is also Karmenu Dam, Mr. Speaker. There is Posta Dam in Bomet. There is also Itare Dam in Nakuru. Chemasusu Dam was complete. We had one, the Aror and Kimwarer dams in Elgeyo Marakwet County, Mr. Speaker. We have two rivers in Uasin Gishu. Mr. Speaker, we have the one of Sondu Dam that was supposed to cost 40 billion, that is between Kericho, Nandi, and Kisumu counties, among other dams across the country, Mr. Speaker. So it is very important that water is life. Water should be accessible, Mr. Speaker. If a society where it will reach a point that water is more expensive than soda or any other beverage, Mr. Speaker, as a society, we have collapsed. I know in northern part of the country, we still have challenges of access to water. And we remember we were being told that there is aquifer waters, especially in Turkana and that northern Pearl, where we were being told up to 70 years access to underground water, to especially regions, your county like Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, among other counties in the northern frontier, Mr. Speaker, is very critical. As a society, Mr. Speaker, when you don't have water for domestic use to drink, Mr. Speaker, many years ago, there were a clamor for changes in reforms of water sector, Mr. Speaker. Even, Mr. Speaker, as we grapple with the challenges of access to water in eastern and northeastern part of this country, where ours is rain-fed, Mr. Speaker. We are lucky from where I come in Nandi. The reason why we don't have so much challenge of access to water for domestic use, drinking, and other usage is because of rain-fed kind of access to water, Mr. Speaker. In fact, even coastal waterworks in Mombasa, Kwale, Kilifi, and counties that border Indian Ocean, Mr. Speaker, there was even a proposal of Mzima Springs that is not sufficient. We need desalination because the auction water is salt, Mr. Speaker. Those are some of the access to create water in these areas, Mr. Speaker. But can you believe living in Nairobi is like living in some eastern or northern eastern of this country? Because, Mr. Speaker, water only appears in Nairobi like medicine, Mr. Speaker. No one is sure. That is why the thriving business of water bowsers in this city, Mr. Speaker, where at the moment there are many water bowsers. Even when you drive in the Nairobi roads, Nairobi streets, Mr. Speaker, you will always spot water bowsers. It's a booming business. Because, Mr. Speaker, I don't know it was by default or by design, where the supply of water has collapsed in this city, Mr. Speaker. We were being told the northern corridor of Murang'a should provide sufficient water, sufficient water to Nairobi City, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you many Kenyans, 4 million plus residents of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, there is no difference with people who are living in Wajir or Turkana in terms of access to water. You have to buy water, which is expensive in terms of household expenditure, Mr. Speaker. Many families across the country, Mr. Speaker, spend 60% of their income on food being inclusive of water, Mr. Speaker. I think that is a challenge as a country we must grapple with. And I think as a country, our people should be able to access clean and safe water wherever they are. 50 million plus, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we want to ask counties, because most of these water and sanitation companies are domiciled within counties, Mr. Speaker. We want to ask, Mr. Speaker, we notice, and I want to confirm that we don't have smart meters, where you still have clerical waterworks, the meter readers. I'm told the first president of this republic was a meter reader in this city, Mr. Speaker. And I know Senator Okiya Omtata might be aware, because he's good at litigation, that he was the meter reader, Mr. Speaker. So you get people, clerical, still go and read, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know, you can be a meter reader and become a multi-billion in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, when you go and they still read it physically using motorbikes, using access, and then write, Mr. Speaker, we need to introduce smart meters so that we protect and ensure accuracy in terms of declaring in the financial statement. And I think water sanitation companies should introduce, Mr. Speaker, smart meters so that you don't need to be there. Even Kenya Power and Lighting and Company, although that's it was one of the scandals that did affect this country was provision of smart meters in Kenya Power and Lighting Company. We need smart readers, smart meters, so that our people, we can know. So, Speaker, I was shocked that these meter readers come and read and then go and approximate how much you will pay. But if you have smart reader, it gives us the precision of a military marksman what you should pay in terms of access, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, even it will also assist non-revenue water, Mr. Speaker. Because the fact that that water is lost, it means that revenue is lost, Mr. Speaker, in terms of non-revenue water. And therefore, we need to have even, Mr. Speaker, a technological era. Kenya is boasting of being technological savvy, Mr. Speaker. For example, we need to ensure that we have GIS, Geographical Information System, Mr. Speaker. When you have Geographical Information System, Mr. Speaker, GIS, it can tell us where is the pipe leakages, where there is pipe burst. The way Kenya Pipeline Corporation are using in terms of GIS, Say that if you are taking fuel from here to Eldoret, to Kisumu, these pipes that KPC all the way from terminal, Kipevu terminal or wherever in Mombasa, they should be having a GIS to detect water leakages so that you prevent unrevenue water and loss of revenue because water is spilled or the pipes are burst, Mr. Speaker. So when we have GIS, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the committee led by my brother has noted this, it will assist in terms of ensuring that when you have geographical information system, it can detect the way we detect fuel when there is leakage. They can become precise, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that we can be able to detect any leakages of water or burst pipes in the system or infrastructure within. And I hope other companies, like whether it is coast companies, whether it is in Rift, whether it is in Nairobi here, it should be able to use GIS, Mr. Speaker. It is something that is easy. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, we should not be told counties or when they're upgrading to GIS that it is taking 104 billion. The way the ICT infrastructure upgrade was done in terms of the upgrade of NHIF and SHA, Mr. Speaker, because you know the funny part, and Senator Eddy will tell you, the funny part with an infrastructure of app, you need upgrade, you don't own it. It becomes absolute. So when you pay a lot, like the way you are paid 104 billion for infrastructure in terms of NHIF, then there is a big problem because that's software, you'll keep it improving, Mr. Speaker. Then, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of what I am happy that there is a report. I have seen there is a version, Mr. Speaker, of a mediated version of Water Act. This, Mr. Speaker, should resolve the issue of Water Trust Fund. You remember the amendment that was brought, what we call the Water Amendment Bill of 2023. The intention was to reverse, Mr. Speaker, contravening fourth schedule where water and management and water sanitation and access to water was left to counties, Mr. Speaker. You remember there's still animals called waterworks. Like now we have coastal waterworks. We have like Victoria North where Nandi, Kakamega and Vihiga and other counties are falling within. We have like Victoria South waterworks. We have Central Rift waterworks. We have Tana waterworks. We have Tana Adi waterworks, Mr. Speaker. These waterworks undermine devolution. In fact, these waterworks, Mr. Speaker, should be completely taken off. For example, in like Victoria North waterworks, where Nandi is, the headquarters in Kakamega, but when you go there, it's only, they have hired only one tribe, and yet it covers my county, Nandi, it covers Vihiga, it covers Kakamega, Mr. Speaker. I think was in Gishu was removed, it is now in Central Rift. We are suffering. Most of the development in Lake Victoria North, in terms of even drilling water in schools and hospitals, Mr. Speaker, and other community center. They are only drilled in Kakamega and Vihiga and other areas, but Nandi is left out, Mr. Speaker, because of perception that this region, Mr. Speaker, and it undermines Article 10 or principles of good governance and national values, Mr. Speaker. So when you look at Lake Victoria North, Nandi, when you look at the projects that come to Nandi through that waterworks, as opposed to other regions, Mr. Speaker, it is very unfair. And I think it is high time we disband and ensure coastal waterworks, North Rift waterworks, Tana, other waterworks, any other waterworks in the country should be disbanded because they let the counties and the county governments run those waterworks under the water and sanitation companies. And I hope in the next report, the PIC committee must tell us that we need to bring down all waterworks because that is where the bastion of corruption is. Most of the dams that I mentioned, like Tuage, Karmenu, Posta, Itare, Keben, and other dams, Mr. Speaker, including Sondu, and including North Rift, and even Aurora and Kimwarer, are run by specific waterworks, Mr. Speaker. These same waterworks are becoming bastions of corruption and inefficiency and ineptitude, Mr. Speaker, at running, Mr. Speaker. Number three, most of the boards that run these water companies in counties and sanitation companies is becoming a big challenge. For example, even in Kapsabet, where I come from, Mr. Speaker, we don't have a functional sewerage and sanitation, Mr. Speaker. It was done by the Mzungu that is near Kiropket, behind Kapsabet town, Mr. Speaker. That even environment impact assessment has not been done by NEMA. In terms, Mr. Speaker, when you go, we are trying to do one in Nandi Hills town, that has been given to a contractor near Kosoi, next to Nandi Hills town, Mr. Speaker. The water and sanitation, in terms of sewerage and sanitation, should be efficient. Most of the sewerage and sanitation, Mr. Speaker, can you believe, most of them were constructed by Muzungu. I think Senator Mungatana said something that as Africans we need to be careful. We believe that Muzungu money will change us. It will not change. If we want to remove the present neocolonialism of running, Mr. Speaker, this nation, Mr. Speaker, we need to agree, Mr. Speaker, and in terms of, we need to improve that infrastructure. I am happy that as we even do affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, we should also work with ensuring that we have a proper sewerage and sanitation for the affordable housing program, so that we have a complete circuit. So that when you live in a house, you are sure of access to water, you have access to sewerage and sanitation, because, Mr. Speaker, most of the sewerage and sanitation areas are next to public places, and public where people live, Mr. Speaker, and I think it is important that we do that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the regeneration of water sources, I have seen Nairobi regeneration program where the government is trying to hire most of the young people, Mr. Speaker, and ensuring that they have access. Mr. Speaker, number 5, of course, the issue of water service provider in terms of bulk water program, Mr. Speaker, purchase agreement, we must agree. Water should be accessible, Mr. Speaker. There is a song in reggae that a society becomes dysfunctional when there is nothing that is of development, Mr. Speaker. There is song that when you look outside the window, do you see anything to smile about, Mr. Speaker? When you see there are more prisons, and I think it is Lucky Dube, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, he was felled by assassin. Mr. Speaker, you remember the song No One Can Stop Reggae? And last time we could not say that because people of Azimio like Senator Manzo was using it. No one can stop reggae. You remember, Mr. Speaker, I think in 1987, Peter Tosh was felled by the assassin, and Lucky Dube, Mr. Speaker, went to sing about no one can stop reggae, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, last month, Mr. Speaker, we are remembering Peter Tosh because he's one of the biggest vibrant in terms of reggae genre, Mr. Speaker. I know, Mr. Speaker, people are listening like Senator Eddie are listening to Triomio, like Nimekuma, Kufinish Kumalo, Mr. Speaker. And I'm told there is a new one called Iyani, Mr. Speaker, where there is new mastingos, tutakufa kifo ya mende, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what we need as a country, even as we do regeneration of rivers within, Mr. Speaker, is important. We want to ask, Mr. Speaker, even in provision of bulk water agreement. And I want to see, Mr. Speaker, the mediation report, and I want to thank your office on the water mediation report. We must agree that let us stop undermining and reversing issues that, and Mr. Speaker, all of us who are seated here, you know, one of our senators want to become the deputy president, Mr. Speaker. Many people will become governors. My brothers and sisters are senators. If we do not protect evolution, you will go back to become a governor in Makueni when my brother has finished 10 years. Don't interfere with him in 2027. When he has finished 10 years, Senator Maanzo, you don't want to go and run a county government. That is a shell, Mr. Speaker. Senator Otsotsi, I know your governor is going for the last term. I know you don't see eye to eye, but you don't want to go and inherit a county government that is dysfunctional. Mr. Speaker, as we talk, the counties are yet to receive their disbursement, contravening Article 219, Mr. Speaker. Even in Garissa, Mr. Speaker, your governor is serving the second term. But your ambitions looks beyond the governor level, Mr. Speaker. But the point I'm trying to make, let us not be part of the people who will legislate ourselves out of business. So that we can, I remember Senator Ojila Yako, when he was the senator here before my brother, Senator Eddie, Mr. Speaker, and you know he was the only young man in Nyanza who campaigned with an helicopter. So it looks he is a man of means, Mr. Speaker. We used to tell the people like Senator Ojila Yako, the current governor, that we need to protect devolution. So that when you go back to become the governor, Mr. Speaker, you don't suffer. Mr. Speaker, let us be careful. Even on this report of water mediation version, I want to ask colleagues to be very careful. Senator Otsosi and your committee, you need to assist us. I have seen Senator Kisang, part of the PIC members. I have seen Senator Eddie, who is a member of PIC, Mr. Speaker. Let us ensure counties function into the fruition, Mr. Speaker. Even the issue of running of the companies. I saw, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, you saw Northern Corridor that is providing water to Nairobi. They need to be compensated. Even in Nandi, Mr. Speaker, we are giving water to Kakamega, but in Tuia Bay, there is no water. In Kapkangani water is no water, yet we give our water to Kakamega. You go to Chebara, where my brother Senator Kisang comes from. Water is taken to Eldoret. The people of Chebara are not receiving access to clean and safe water. Yet they are protecting the source of water that comes to Eldoret. We are protecting the water that goes to Kakamega. Muranga is protecting water that comes, Mr. Speaker. I know even in Garissa, it's only a kilometer or so within Garissa town, but there is no clean and access water, Mr. Speaker. Yet the Tana River is just passing outside the city of Garissa. But there is no clean and access water, Mr. Speaker. We must speak as a Senate that to ensure devolution works, access to water, bursary, adequate medical supply, passable feeder roads. That is how devolution will work with this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, I want to submit, Mr. Speaker, and support the motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Faki Mwinihaji.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika pia kunipa fursa hii kuchangia ripoti ya kamati ya uwekezaji wa umma katika uchunguzi wao wa mashirika ya maji katika kaunti zetu. Shirika la maji la Amasi Water Company, Bomet Water Company, Gusii, Kisumu, Kwale, Nyeri na Wajir. Mheshimiwa Spika, maji ni uhai, na inasikitisha kuwa ripoti hii imeweza kuweka wazi kwamba kaunti zetu nyingi zina shida ya maji. Zina shida ya maji. Mashirika ambayo yamewezeshwa kusimamia maji haya, Mheshimiwa Spika, hawajui kile wanachofanya. Kaunti zetu, Mheshimiwa Spika, haziwekezi katika mambo ya maji. Wao wanaona kwamba kuna kampuni wanataka kampuni zilete faida kila mwaka, lakini hakuna uwekezaji wowote ambao unafanyika katika zile kampuni za maji, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hata ukiangalia bajeti za kaunti nyingi utapata kwamba kwa mambo ya maji ni zero. Mheshimiwa Spika, kabla ya kuendelea ningependa kutoa kusahihisha Senator Ososi aliposema kwamba ile sewage yote ya Mombasa inaingia katika bahari ya Hindi pale Kipevu. Mheshimiwa Spika, sewage ya Kipevu ni ya sehemu ya Changamwe peke yake, si ya Mombasa nzima. Sehemu zingine hakuna sewage, watu wanatumia yale mashimo ya kawaida. Kwa hivyo sewage ambayo tulikwenda tukafuatilia mwezi wa 5 nafikiri na Senator Ososi pamoja na kamati yake ni ya Kipevu. Mheshimiwa Spika, na jambo la kusikitisha ni kwamba mpaka leo hakuja kuwa na maendeleo yote pale Kipevu. Vile ilivyokuwa tulivyokwenda, walisema kwamba pesa zitakuwa released na World Bank anytime tuweze kumaliza ile ukarabati ulikuwa unafanyika. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, ni masikitiko kwamba kufikia leo hakuna kazi yoyote ambayo imeendelea pale, na maji bado ya sewage yanaingia kwenye bahari. Mheshimiwa Spika, bandari ya Mombasa ni bandari ya kimataifa. Hatuwezi kuruhusu sewage iwe inaingia katika bandari yetu wakati kuna meli pale zinakuja, kuna mizigo, kuna vyakula vinaletwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika bandari ile. Hii marekebisho, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa ni mradi ambao umefadhiliwa na World Bank, na tatizo lilikuwa ni kwamba World Bank hawakuweza kuapprove invoice fulani ili waweze kurelease money, waachilie fedha za kuweza kutekeleza na kumaliza mradi huo. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jambo ambalo ningeomba kamati kama itapata fursa irudi tena waweze kuliangalia kwa makini, kwa sababu ni aibu kwamba kaunti yetu ya Mombasa inamwaga sewage katika bandari ya Hindi, ambao bandari hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, bandari ya Mombasa ambao bandari hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni ya kimataifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kuangazia mambo ambayo yako katika ripoti hii ni kuwa fedha nyingi zinapotea, maji yanapotea bila ya kuuzwa kwa wananchi ama kwa wale ambao wanahitaji kununua maji yale, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa Kiingereza wanaita non-revenue water. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia miundo msingi ya kampuni ya sehemu nyingi za maji, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni pipe ambazo zilijengwa nyingine kabla ya uhuru. 1963 Mheshimiwa Spika. Sasa karibu Kenya imefika miaka 60, pipe ni zile zile Mheshimiwa Spika. Zimejaa kutu ndani Mheshimiwa Spika. Maji yanayowekwa katika pipe zile Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuna uhakika wa usafi wake. Wengi wetu Mheshimiwa Spika, siku hizi hakuna anayekunywa maji ya mfereji. Wengi tunakunywa maji ya chupa. Hata hapa katika bunge Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuna anayekunywa maji ya mfereji, kwa sababu hatuna uhakika kwamba je, maji yale ni safi ama sio safi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, fedha nyingi ama hasara kubwa inapatikana na kampuni hizo, kwa sababu ile miundo msingi ambayo inapeleka maji, kwengine pipe zinaweza kupasuka kwa muda wa mwezi, hakuna anayejua, na maji yanamwagika kiholela katika sehemu hizo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kule Mombasa hivi majuzi walianzisha zile wanaita smart meters. Lakini smart meters zile Mheshimiwa Spika haziwezi kupima maji ambayo hakuna. Ikiwa wewe huna maji yanayoingia katika tanki yako ama yanaingia nyumbani kwako, hata ukiwekewa smart meter itakuwa hujatibu lile tatizo ambalo liko. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, uwekezaji katika mambo ya maji Mheshimiwa Spika, mara nyingi huwa tunafanya zile umuhimu wa mambo kinyume. Yani our priorities are upside down. Tulikimbilia kuweka smart meter, lakini maji katika mfereji hakuna. Kwa hivyo hata kama una smart meter Mheshimiwa Spika, huwezi kuhesabu kile ambacho hakuna. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia masuala ya uwekezaji katika kampuni hizi, utapata kwamba ni ule mtaji ambao uliwekwa na serikali wakati wa nyuma ndio unaendelea kutumika katika kampuni zile. Kampuni nyingi zinapeleka hasara, kwa sababu japokuwa iko haja kubwa ya maji, kila mwananchi anataka kutumia maji Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini maji yale Mheshimiwa Spika, kuyatoa katika sehemu zile ambazo yanapatikana mpaka kuyafikisha katika majumba ya watumizi imekuwa ni shida. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mfano kama Mombasa, maji yake mengi yanatoka Mzima Springs. Lakini Mzima Springs ile kutoka ijengwe 1940s mpaka leo hatujaongeza hata nusu pipe. Sisi yetu ni kukarabati pipe na kuomba pesa za kufanya utafiti wa kuwezesha vipi tutaweza kujenga pipe nyingine Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukienda leo pale Mzima Mheshimiwa Spika, utasikitika kwamba wale walioweka Mzima Springs waliweka Mzima 1 na Mzima 2 na Mzima 3. Lakini leo miaka 60 baada ya miaka 60 ya uhuru, zaidi ya miaka 60, tuna Mzima 1 peke yake ambayo ndio inapeleka maji Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, sehemu nyingine ya maji ya Mombasa ni yale maji yanayotoka katika Mwache. Na sasa Mwache Dam inajengwa tena ili iweze kusaidia watu wa Mombasa kuweza kupata maji rahisi. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, bado kuna mizozo baina ya kaunti zetu. Japokuwa maji zile sehemu za maji ni sehemu za kitaifa, lakini bado kaunti zetu zina maji. Kwa mfano, hapo nyuma kulikuwa na mzozo baina ya Kwale County na Mombasa County kuhusiana na zile mradi wa maji wa Mwache. Watu wa county wa Kwale walikuwa wasema maji ya Mwache yatumike Mwache peke yake, na hali yale maji ambayo yatapatikana pale katika Mwache Dam yatakuwa yanaweza kutumika Mombasa na kufaidisha pia watu wa Kwale. Mheshimiwa Spika, sehemu nyingine ambayo inaleta maji katika kaunti ya Mombasa ni Marere ambao pia iko Kwale. Hivi majuzi Mheshimiwa Spika, wale watu wengi wanaokaa sehemu za Changamwe constituency, Jomvu constituency katika kaunti ya Mombasa walikosa maji, kwa sababu maji yote ambayo yalikuwa yanatakana kuja Mombasa yalikuwa yamepelekwa Kwale mjini ili kusaidia maandalizi ya Mashujaa Day ambayo ilifanyika juzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hayo ni masikitiko makubwa kwamba mpaka sasa tunaweza kufungia maji karibu watu 1,000,000, maji yaweze kupelekwa sehemu moja kwa sherehe ya siku moja. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kumalizia ni kuwa maji ni uhai Mheshimiwa Spika. Maji ni uhai na hakuna uwekezaji wa kibinafsi katika masuala ya maji. Tukiangalia kaunti zetu nyingi Mheshimiwa Spika, kama ni Watabuza wana moja ama mbili. Ukiangalia Mombasa nyingi labda ziko 3 ama 4, kwa sababu moja iko Likoni, moja iko Changamwe, moja iko Kisauni na moja iko Jomvu. Hii Mheshimiwa Spika, kama ingekuwa kaunti zetu zinaekeza katika masuala ya maji, ingekuwa wananchi wanapata maji ya rahisi, maji ambayo yana uhakika kwa sababu ni masafi, na vile vile pia zile kampuni za maji zitaweza kupata fedha za kukimu mahitaji yao. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia kila mwaka balance sheet ama hisabu za fedha za kampuni hizi, wanaendelea kupata hasara na kupata hasara na kupata hasara. Hivyo basi inabidi wananchi warudi tena kuingia mifukoni mwao ili kufadhili kampuni hizi, kwa sababu kampuni zenyewe hazina njia ya kuweza kupata fedha za kuwawezesha kukua. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo jingine pia ni kutegemea zaidi misaada ya mashirika ya kimataifa kuhusiana na masuala ya maji. Japokuwa ni wafadhili wetu na wanatusaidia, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, imefika wakati sasa lazima sisi pia wenyewe tujisimamie. Haiwezekani kuwa serikali inaweza kutoa kwa mfano maji wanaopata watu wa Mombasa yanatoka kwa Coast Water Services Board, ambayo wanauzia shirika la Mombasa Water, na wao wanapewa muda wa kulipa kama ni siku 90 ama ni siku 100. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo inaitwa credit window ambayo inatumika. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia haisaidii, kwa sababu utapata pia kwamba hufikia wakati maji yakafungwa, watu wakapigizana kelele, wakakimbizana, ndio maji yafunguliwe, wananchi waweze kupata maji. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni lazima kamati, mbali na kuleta ripoti hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, iangalie kwa ndani zaidi ni vipi ambavyo tutaweza kuzitoa hizi kampuni zijinasue na lindi hili la ukiritimba ambao unasababisha wananchi wakose maji, na vile vile pia kampuni zisikue. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kumalizia, pia haya mashirika ya kiserikali ambayo yako katika hizi sehemu zetu, kwa mfano Coast Water Services Board, kule kwengine iko Tana Athi, kule kwengine sio iko Lake Basin. Mheshimiwa Spika, kaunti zetu pia atakana zipawe hisa katika mashirika haya. Isiwe ni shirika la serikali kuu wana supply maji. Ukiangalia kama wale wakurugenzi ama madirekta wale wanachaguliwa watu ambao hawana uzoefu katika maeneo yale. Hivyo basi inakuwa ni vigumu kuweza kuleta mawazo ama kuleta fikra ambazo zitaweza kusaidia kurekebisha zile kampuni zilizoko vile. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, shirika la Coast Water Services Board, serikali inaweza kuwa na share moja, Kwale ina share moja, Mombasa, Kilifi, Tana River na Lamu, kila moja ipewe share moja, ili wao pia wawe wana uwezo wa kueleza ama kusikiliza masuala yao katika mashirika hayo. Kwa hiyo mengi, Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono ripoti hii na naipongeza kamati hii kwa kazi nzuri inayofanya, ikiongozwa na kiongozi wetu Ososi ambaye pia ni naibu kinara wa chama chetu cha ODM. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Wahome wa Matinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also like to support the report by just chaired by Senator Ososi. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of water litigation, the issue of water service provider has been longly handled for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, sir, indeed, senators oppose and are determined to protect devolution. That being the case, we know that this is a function that's devolved and that must be undertaken by the counties. However, Mr. Speaker, it must never be lost to us that we have aspects of water, specifically in some counties, that cannot be handled by the county government alone, but must be a concerted effort by regional bodies. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am one of those who support water development agencies, because I think it's the high time that we change our approach in water reticulation. The issue of non-revenue water has been discussed and addressed by various speakers, senators in this House. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, the amount of investment that's required to put intelligent water systems, including the lines and the smart meters, including the reservoirs and dams, cannot be achieved by a single county. It's also not lost to us, Mr. Speaker, that different counties are endowed differently. Some of these natural resources, where we have rivers, there are counties that do not enjoy those natural resources. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that we look at the water issue as a close-cutting multi-county issues, and can therefore only be invested into by a government, both local and both county and the national government, by making water accessible to almost everybody in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at the counties, and I'm happy to say that Nyeri County is one of the counties that has water, have little water challenges. However, that is only limited to some sub-counties in Nyeri. When you go to Kieni, that is Kieni West and Kieni East, we have a proposed dams, Karimeno Dam that was proposed way in the 60s, Narumoro Dam that was proposed at around the same time, but garnering the resources and the budget required to come up with those dams, Mr. Speaker, has remained a challenge. But that can be achieved, Mr. Speaker, if we have now the new approach of public-private partnership, where we make water a tradable commodity and ensure that the private equity flows into the business. Mr. Speaker, sir, non-revenue water, some of the companies having as much as 70% cannot not left unchallenged, because if we are able to address the issue of non-revenue water, then we would be generating enough resources even to address the issue of the equity that's privately acquired. Mr. Speaker, sir, this can only be possible if we also have a paradigm shift in the way we think. In other countries, Mr. Speaker, we know that pension funds are invested to develop the infrastructure. We know that pension funds are used to ensure that water, both clean water and sewage water, is addressed. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we address the issue of clean water, as we address the issue of potable water, we must at the same time look at what we do with the sewage water. Mr. Speaker, in many counties, Nyeri County included, most of the areas do not have a functional sewage system. That means that most of the water that is used finds its way back into the rivers again. This, Mr. Speaker, we know it is against the SDG goals of which Kenya is a signatory. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, we must address the issue of ability to raise equity. We must address the issues of ability to attract investors into the water sector. And some of the water bodies, some of the water service providers, Mr. Speaker, they are too small to achieve economies of scale. Sitting in the water committee, Mr. Speaker, we had a recommendation that we must look at what the size of our water company is for it to be able to achieve economies of scale. As much as we talk about the issues of governance, Mr. Speaker, it is also imperative that we also look at how big it is. We know for you to be able to achieve a certain magnitude of investment, you must also have a certain number of consumers. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as much as we talk about this being a devolved function, it is also important we try to look at a new approach of having regional bodies that where counties can merge and have a water service provider that can be able to achieve economies of scale. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, it is also important to look at the way the boards of management in water bodies are formed. Most of these, Mr. Speaker, are people who are appointed politically because they are politically correct. We know that most water development agencies, most water service providers, they've become den of corruption because people who are elected as chairs, they go there to try and regain what they lost in politics. Mr. Speaker, moving forward, we must look at the issue of governance. We must look at the issue of accountability. We must look at the issue of transparency. But as we look at that, we must also look at the issue of being able to generate private equity to invest in the infrastructure so that we can reduce the non-revenue water, but at the same time also employing smart meters so that we know that the bulk water that has been generated can be dispatched and it is also consumed. That must happen for the clean water as well as also sewage water. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know that one of the biggest challenges, especially in the county of Nairobi, is having sewage flowing into the river. Mr. Speaker, sir, that can only be addressed if we account for every drop entering into the household and trying to address the same, but that it must also be treated so that what we discharge back into the rivers does not pollute our environment. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of water in some counties has become quite a disadvantage because of their geographical location. But we know, Mr. Speaker, sir, by embracing the light technology, by embracing water harvesting technology, and as also water usage services, we can be able to ensure that most of the water that we take into our houses is intelligently used. I do remember, Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the motions that I tabled when I came to this House was application of intelligent water usage in buildings. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we do with the movement sensors that charts the light on and off depending on whether the room is occupied, we can also have taps. We can also have water reticulation system that is intelligent so that you do not have somebody using one bucket of water to brush their teeth where they can also use just a quarter of an acre grass. Mr. Speaker, sir, this can only be achieved if we come up with the right legal framework, if we have a holistic approach that does not look at water as an isolated county issue, but rather as a national approach whereby we would have the law. And that is why I am one of those who support the bill that addresses the issue of bulk water. Why, Mr. Speaker, sir? We know in most countries, in Western countries, water, because it's a tradable commodity, it is able to attract investors, and therefore, even the management of the reticulation itself, because this is an asset that must be able to amortize itself, it is managed in a more prudent way. This can also be achieved, Mr. Speaker, if we take the same approach. The Northland Collector Tunnel has been named here several, Mr. Speaker. We know if we had put that private equity into that by now, we could have realized the project. By now, we would be selling the commodity. And at the end of the day, the goal of having cheap, clean, and affordable water will be achieved. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I would want to commend Nyeri County because we've been performing very well. It is one of the counties where we have the least non-revenue water. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, it is also not lost to me that we still do not have reticulation infrastructure that reaches all the household. At about 70%, Mr. Speaker, sir, we still have another 30% to go, and this can be achieved if one will renew our infrastructure. And to do that, I think it's the high time that we come up with a legislative framework that will allow the water bodies to be able to access private equity from the banks by making water a tradable commodity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to take this opportunity to thank the committee for having come up with this report, and I think for the senators, it is a challenge that, yes, we must look at the water service providers. We must put a keen eye on that because that is one of the low-hanging fruits, something that we can be able to realize quick gains and by so doing also help our legislators, our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Daniel Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important report. Mr. Speaker, although Makueni County is not named here, and this was up to 2019 to 2020, I'm sure the next report, Mr. Speaker, will include Makueni County. But most important, Makueni County, Kitui County, and Machakos counties are served by River Athi, among other rivers, whereby River Athi goes through Nairobi. One of the worst things which has happened to this river is that raw sewage, and especially by the honeysuckers, is released, fresh to this river. There has been an effort to clean up River Athi in Nairobi. I've seen the president launching cleanup projects, but as soon as he leaves, the people who are supposed to clean the river, they also leave with him. And therefore, it becomes like a PR exercise, and the water downstream continues to be dirty. With the sewerage systems in Nairobi, last week, and even the last 2 weeks, they've been releasing raw sewage water to River Athi, and it is green through Machakos, Kitui, and Makueni. And most unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, a lot of Kenyans use this water. It is used by many water companies in Makueni. And therefore, we must come up with a system to make sure that there is clean, safe water be consumed by the people in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, there is water storage, and the water is devolved under Schedule 4 of the Constitution. But unfortunately, the national government is still holding 90% of all the water systems. The counties have not received their monies in the last 4 months, and it must be very frustrating for a governor to sit in the county. You want to deliver water to the people, you have no money to do this. Mr. Speaker, there are boreholes, most of them mismanaged through these companies, most of the money collected and stolen by individuals. In Makueni, out of the water companies from the last report, only the Kibwezi one, which is somewhere on Mombasa Road near Kibwezi town, seems to have performed better. The rest, you could not account for the monies. You could not account for so many things, and yet a lot of money has been put into these water companies. So what do we need to do, Mr. Speaker? The country needs water. I started hearing it from the Moi era in 1986 when I was in primary school, that every home is going to have clean water. Up to today, water is still far away from most homesteads in Kenya. Piped water is still not available to every homestead in Kenya. And yet, Mr. Speaker, is a very cheap way. It's the easiest thing to do if the government seriously invested in water first. You rather even stop all the other projects. Deal with water first. Get water to the people. And then next, do the roads to the people. Probably by doing that way, then it will become much better. You will improve in education, you will improve in agriculture, you will have enough food for the people, and then do the roads so that the same can be transported to marketing places. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, although there are good policies, they have not been implemented. The people of Kenya have waited patiently for clean water into their homesteads. It has not happened, and it does not seem to be in sight soon. Thwake Dam, which has been talked about by quite a number of contributors here, is 94% done, but now stalled for the last 2 years. I am pushing the government. I was there recently. It is very expensive to delay a water project because the contractors are on site and they are charging the country. And it is not the only one. There were quite a number of them, the Mwache Dam, the Northern Collector, and all of them, Mr. Speaker, seem to have stalled. So when will we give Kenyans water in their homesteads? All these dams, the Thwake Dam was supposed to give water to Kitui, Machakos, and Makueni, even water for irrigation. When will this happen? And this is fertile land where farmers can grow a lot of food and can become the food basket of Kenya, and then can even sell abroad, because agriculture and agribusiness are one of the biggest businesses Kenyans can invest in, and every household has a meal every day and has some extra money to send children to school. Mr. Speaker, this matter of water must be taken very seriously by this House and by the government. We must have a proper law. We must actuate and make actual the delivery of water services to the people. We must make sure that the pending projects are completed. I am wondering why the Treasury is frustrating the Ministry of Water so much, why the Treasury is frustrating the counties so much. Why can't monies going to the counties be given priority so that the governors can prioritize on water? When you look at the North water, which the Center for Narok was talking about, it comes from somewhere Mount Kilimanjaro. For many years, it went to water flowers of individuals. And then the moment it was supplied to the communities around Kajiado and Makueni, then it became another big problem. And corruption, serious corruption, have riddled these water companies. There are as many corrupt officials as you can get. There is no capacity even to try them. ESCC does not seem to have a capacity to deal with this. And even the police does not seem to have capacity to deal with the corruption in water services company. It is a high time Kenyans became responsible where they work, where they deal with water, so that there's no stealing, and the money is collected. I want to finish on this. The money is collected. If you can have a system, like an M-Pesa system, pay bill system, then all these monies will be collected into one place and the account can be seen and can be accounted for, and the counties can make sure it is accountable. We need to invest in that so that we have enough monies to continue investing in water. And I really want to urge that let Treasury release monies related to Thwake, release monies to the counties, and let's give people clean water in the country so that we can have a healthy nation, and we can use it to do agriculture, and we can use it to grow the nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I want to also join the other members to support the report. Honourable Speaker, I think the report, I want to commend the committee first for the excellent work they have done, because visiting 80 water companies is not an easy thing for knowing the resources that is available to this country, this Senate. Honourable Speaker, water is actually a very crucial resource that is life. Kenya has actually plenty of water, but always scarce to be utilized by people or accessed by people. Honourable Speaker, Kenya also has the highest number of institutions that manages water. We have almost 12 water works, 9 other regional developments, all and the companies on every county that manages water, but water is never available at a given time on demand. And I think it's just purely on lack of management and lack of transparency. Honourable Speaker, the water companies in the counties are actually almost not functional, most of them, especially my county, Wajir Wasco is actually getting resources from World Bank, is getting money from the counties, but of course, the counties are not even, the water company is not even able to pay itself for some times now, and even up to 200 staff were laid off, and to date, they have not been paid their dues for almost 5 months they worked, and whatever, any other gratitude. However, until some of them went to court, and it's only this week some payment has been done. About 7 of them have been paid for 4 months, and the rest have not bdire paid. And that much the county is actually, the Wajir Wasco is actually in obsolete, they're in need of money. Still the money is available from the World Bank. It is there, the council also supporting, but because it's not well managed, that resources are not well managed, and at the same time, one other thing is the county, the company is actually experiencing issues to do with resource generation. Wajir doesn't have a pumped water source. There's no rivers, it's landlocked. It depends. Wajir depends on boreholes, the groundwater. We have about currently 600 boreholes. And these boreholes have been managed by communities in different parts of the county. Boreholes have been run by communities. It has now become a cash cow for the communities. Instead of paying money now to the Wajir Wasco, the communities are not ready to give back the boreholes to be managed by the counties. Honourable Speaker, I think the most important thing now is that my committee, the Committee of Devolution now, water is actually a devolved function. But the problem is that of the 9 water agencies and many regional, I think there are about 4, like Victoria, Tana water, and the Coast Water, all these guys don't want to release these institutions back to the counties. I think it's the high time that this House must be able to support the counties, so that at least these functions can go back to, be taken back to the counties. One other thing is, Honourable Speaker, most of these companies have 9 entities actually. Most of them are not even registered. Some of them, they don't have legal status, and they cannot be operating officially, legally. And the way it is being run, even appointments are done by the governors. The boards have been appointed by the governors, and actually most of these companies are supposed to be independent from the county management. So the county executive, but is still micromanaging it, and they do all the appointments, and therefore that is, I think, the causes as to why the companies are not functioning well. One other thing is, Honourable Speaker, the money is been received from donors are not being actually audited. And I think that's why the CP guys need to go at least in depth on auditing the Auditor General to audit these companies, so at least we can be able to know how they manage their resources. Most of them don't even have their own generated source funds. The money is not actually even accounted for. So it's the high time that, because the World Bank or the counties cannot be able to manage the water companies for the people of the respective counties. So we need these companies to be at least viable, be able to generate their own resources, so at least they can be able to sustain themselves. Otherwise, as it is, I think they will not go far, and most of them will be closed down. One other thing is actually legal sectors shall be done. They should have, these companies must be registered and must have shareholders, so at least they will be able to generate their own funds. Because a limited company cannot be having its own, be depending on resources from the counties and the World Bank and all these other NGOs and other donors. One other thing, Honorable Speaker, I think there's also duplication of works. The company is working there. The company is supposed to take over water resources and water management. We have also the Department of Water in the same counties who are also equally doing the same businesses. So I think we need to have, to divide the responsibility for these two institutions, and then these other companies, these other regional water works and water agencies should be revolved eventually. And this is actually what we are now doing. We are meeting with all the stakeholders, I think in the course of the next month, so that we will be able to devolve these functions back to the counties. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you, and I want to support this motion and particularly applaud the leadership of this committee, Honorable Speaker. This committee is led by the very able Deputy Party Leader of the ODM Party, Senator Geoffrey Atieno Ososi, who has a future also elsewhere out of this Senate, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, water is life. In the SDG 6 talks about clean water and sanitation, Honorable Speaker. And we all know the relationship of clean water to health. We know the relationship of water to food. We all know the real critical space that the availability of water played in this country when we had the disastrous COVID, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, water remains a basic need of all of us. And that is why the provision of water is so critical to this nation, Honorable Speaker. There's the 9 reports of water companies of Busia, Elgeyo Marakwet, Kirinyaga, Kilifi, Mandera, Migori, Mombasa, Laikipia, and Tharaka Nithi, Honorable Speaker. But the obstacles that we continue to meet in this sector remains uniform in all the counties, Honorable Speaker. In the report, Honorable Speaker, the committee makes reference to aging infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, I was lucky to have served as a CEM of water for some 6 months in Homa Bay County during some transition as we are going for the 2017 election in Homa Bay County. I was then the CEC of lands, but I had the privilege to serve as CEC of water for some 6 months. And Honorable Speaker, all the challenges that this committee talks about are challenges that I encountered when I had that short stint as the water CEC. Honorable Speaker, the infrastructure that our counties have, especially in the municipalities, in the county headquarters of the county, remain the same infrastructure that has been there for all the time that those towns have been there. In particular, in Homa Bay Town and Homa Bay Municipality, we have an aging infrastructure. Despite the growth that has been there, then it means, Honorable Speaker, that this infrastructure cannot consistently and sufficiently serve this growing population in the town. So as much as the Lake Victoria South Water Board has dealt with, through development partners, has dealt with the availability, the supply of water. Honorable Speaker, if the counties or the companies do not get funds to deal with the distribution lines, with expanse distribution lines that can serve this population, then the issue of access to water by our people remains a pipe dream. And that is often why this water system breaks down. Because if it's going to be pushed to pump water to all the areas of the towns or the catchment areas, the infrastructure that is available is not able to do so. So, Honorable Speaker, the county governments or the boards and all the funders or the development partners must, as a priority, deal with the rehabilitation of the distribution lines of our water system. Honorable Speaker, along the aging infrastructure, we also have corrupt practices within these jurisdictions. Honorable Speaker, there's the mention of illegal connections. And Honorable Speaker, when you reflect at all our urban centers, you often see the thriving business of water tankers. It is right to believe, Honorable Speaker, that most of the people dealing with the water tankers or the water boosters are also people within the water sector. And Honorable Speaker, then it means that they are able to cause inadequacies in the provisions of water so that they are able to make their businesses thrive, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, water remains a basic need. And as a country and as the world as enshrined in SDG 7, everybody should be able to access water as a basic need. Honorable Speaker, the report also mentions the high operating costs, and Honorable Speaker, this is a setback to the realization of a water supply in most of our companies. Honorable Speaker, most of the companies and the municipalities as we have still rely on electricity as a source of power. And a number of the companies are not able to pay their electricity bills. And so you have a lot of interruptions in the provisions of water in our municipality. Honorable Speaker, there's also a mention of governance. Honorable Speaker, in most of the companies, this is a menace that in providing water, this system, these provisions must be managed by competent people that are appointed, Honorable Speaker. We urge our governors that oversee these companies that go ahead and appoint people who can actually manage these water companies. The water companies must not only be limited to employment bureaus in our municipality. Honorable Speaker, I must also mention that our county bosses or the managers of the counties must also work on physical planning of the towns, because the physical plans enable the water system to be realigned to the urban centers. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, I also want to mention that water provision must not only be limited to the urban space, that everybody in this republic deserve the provision of water. So our counties, as they focus on water provision in urban centers, we must also enhance access to water in our rural areas. Honorable Speaker, in my own sub-county headquarters, that is Ndewa Town, as we talk, we have no water. And yet, the Lake Victoria South Water Services had invested in a borehole in Ndewa Town that is capable of serving the whole town and the environs, that is not limited to 1 or 2 wards in that sub-county. But what is happening, Honorable Speaker? The borehole is available, water is available, but distribution, all the lines are destroyed, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I've raised this with the Water Ministry and the Water Secretary, but all have been told is that the county government of Homa Bay should look at the rehabilitation of this distribution line. And I call upon our county government of Homa Bay, look at the rehabilitation of the distribution line of the main water supply of Ndewa town so that the people of Ndewa can be served. Honorable Speaker, we know that water plays a role. Water is related to health, as I've said, to food, and even to security. Honorable Speaker, in this country, we've had situations where we have floods when there rains. And yet we see that our government is not able to harvest this water in time so that it can solve the scarcity of water at times of drought. So rightly, we walk from drought, and then we run into drought. And we see how drought is related to lack of food and security. Honorable Speaker, I live and I support this motion. I want to urge Kenyans that Kenyans let us go for courses that will serve the water sector. The water sector is able to give a solution to the unemployment situation we have in this country. Honorable Speaker, this country will lack adequate plumbers, we lack adequate water engineers, and this can be solved by our people, our Form 4s that leave school, going for artisan courses, going to the Kewi school. The Kewi school is sufficient enough to train skilled manpower for this sector. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Senator William Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also arise to support this motion and also admit that I'm also a member of this particular committee and thank the last Senate, 2017-2022, Honorable Speaker, because in its own wisdom, they saw the need to split the oversight committees into two. Otherwise, the special funds and the water companies, Honorable Speaker, would not have been audited by this particular House, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank also my chair, who is the Deputy Party Leader of ODM. I know is really leading the committee very well. And I have also told him 2027 is likely to come and face us, so he needs to do a good job. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a committee, as we went through the reports, the audited reports, Honorable Speaker, generally, one of the issues that we noted was weak management structures in the water companies, governance issues, Honorable Speaker, especially most of the water service providers didn't have competent boards, and some of them, if they had boards, Honorable Speaker, they thought they were independent from the county governments. They didn't say, they thought they don't have to report to the governor, to the CEC Water and CEC Finance, Honorable Speaker, but at least our committee has been able to bring things to order, and now generally most of the companies are run well, and we believe in the next audits, especially 2024-25 going forward, Honorable Speaker, some of these books will have unqualified accounts, Honorable Speaker, because all of them were either qualified, disclaimer accounts, Honorable Speaker. So we've done a good job, and I believe soon they are going to see, we'll see the benefits of this particular committee in this particular water service providers, Honorable Speaker. What we want to urge our governors is to ensure they employ competent CEOs, competent board members, so that they can drive the companies well, Honorable Speaker, because those are the issues, the weaknesses that we saw. And basically, you had Senator for Wajir, Honorable Speaker, that some of the boreholes within the communities, they are run by an association, and the associations have even refused to cede management of these boreholes to the water companies. So basically, they are run as a club and they don't pay. They just maybe charge a flat rate from the water users, and sometimes the water is not even enough, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what we also saw as a big, serious issue is what we call non-revenue water, Honorable Speaker. You know, the standard loss is about 25%, but majority of the water service providers were way above, some even up to 72%. I think it is only 1 or 2 counties, Nyeri, and I think one more, were below the recommended loss of 25%, Honorable Speaker. But the other 70, 60, so basically it means you're losing more than half, more than 3/4 of what the water that goes to the pipes, Honorable Speaker. And there are 2 types of loss. There is a physical loss, basically because of the state of the pipes, and there is the commercial loss. The commercial loss, Honorable Speaker, is the water is already in the pipe, there are no losses through the pipes, but basically they don't peel the water that has been used by the users, or curtails, divert the water, they cut the water and sell directly to the water users. It's like what the Senator for Nairobi had said, Honorable Speaker. Generally, Nairobi Water Company should not be getting any support from Nairobi County government. It should be getting support, it should be self-sufficient, because we need water. You go to Karen, Honorable Speaker, almost every day, pipes are passed everywhere. They don't have any means to detect if there are any leakages within the pipeline, Honorable Speaker. So governors have shouldered. If county governments were not the Honorable Speaker, most of these water service providers basically would have closed, because they all get support from the counties in terms of to ensure they are able to pay salaries, they are able to pay electricity bills. Otherwise, Kenya Power would have basically closed most of them long time ago, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's also important that we encourage them to get smart meters. They need to get detectors so that if there are leakages, they are detected quickly, Honorable Speaker. Recently, I think they partnered also with National Police Service, where we have what we call water policing. The water police officers are supposed to help and assist the water service providers to detect where there are illegal connections so that they don't lose water, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, is in terms of water, in terms of the regional bodies, we have 9 of them. But imagine, Honorable Speaker, some of these water regional agencies take loans on behalf of water service providers, and the water service providers don't know. They just find themselves, there's a loan here, they were not involved, they didn't negotiate, a visibility study of the water projects were not done through them, so they just see loans and people are coming to the regions that there is a project that is coming up. Honorable Speaker, I know most of my colleagues also want to contribute. I just wanted to put the last comment. The last comment is there is an issue in terms of property. There are some plans, vehicles, equipment, and even the land where some of the water service providers are domiciled, Honorable Speaker, and they don't have the titles. They don't have logbooks for the vehicles, Honorable Speaker. They are still within the regional bodies. And we have given intergovernmental agency, we have given the counties, the governors, and regional bodies, Honorable Speaker, to ensure within a certain period of time, the assets that belong to the water service providers should be handed over to them so that it improves their balance sheet, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I know in areas like Elgeyo-Marakwet County, it's a young county. Basically, we have a few small water service providers, and they are still struggling. I believe the agencies within that region and the county government will assist them. What will help mostly, Honorable Speaker, along Kerio Valley, we have conflict as communities because of water. I believe if water is managed very well, basically even inter-clan or inter-community conflict because of pasture, because of water, will be reduced if, Honorable Speaker, our governors sit down and they ensure our people get clean water across the counties. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say much so that I cede time to my colleagues. I support and I support.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion, and I commend my very able chairman, our deputy party leader, ODM, for the good work that he has been doing so far. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to note for very few minutes just the cross-cutting points. The cross-cutting, actually, I was looking at the audit report, which was considered by the team. The companies, the water companies, Mr. Speaker, have taken loans, some of them, due to develop infrastructure for big dams. But they end up not being able to do it. The big dams that, the funding was, they got the funds for the big dams, but then they did not consult, actually, the counties. So you may find that they expect the counties to pay for the services, but then the issue also is the last mile connectivity that has not been developed, actually, when doing a large dam. Now, a large dam without last mile connectivity, Mr. Speaker, does not work, I think, very well. And then the counties are expected to pay off. Mr. Speaker, when assets are developed with the water companies, they retain the assets, but do not transfer liabilities, but transfer liabilities to the county. So you find counties are overwhelmed with monies, or fundings to be paid, and yet this is a challenge for financial statement to the water companies, to counties. Mr. Speaker, also I remember the Auditor General was able to see the liabilities but no corresponding assets to the water companies. Mr. Speaker, this becomes a big issue and a problem to the water companies to give a fair, correct view of the financial position. Each time we are always, we are always having issues with the water companies that they cannot account for the financial position. And to some extent, it's an indication that the national government is not ready, Mr. Speaker, to take care of those functions. The other challenge, Mr. Speaker, is that the counties do not have the co-ownership, actually, arrangements between the water companies, the water companies and the national, at the national level and the county level. That one is also an issue. Mr. Speaker, the non-revenue has also been mentioned, the non-revenue water. It is, Mr. Speaker, a thorn in the flesh. They blame the old piping system, breakages, illegal connections, many other issues. But I think water companies need to invest on this one. And they do need to invest in new technologies to detect leakages, like the upgrading the pipes and also the smart meters, Mr. Speaker. We need to embrace the smart meters to tackle the commercial losses through the interfering of the meters. We always have people reconnecting and doing all sorts of issues. And that's why actually the counties go at a loss. There's some counties, Mr. Speaker, are related, they have multiple water companies. For example, Machakos have 6 or 7 companies, water companies. Kiambu, you recall, it has about 8 water companies. That is a challenge, Mr. Speaker, because most of the water companies are not economical viable. one last thing, Mr. Speaker, is oversighting and management is quite difficult on this one. The recommendation is to bring down the water companies to a number that is easy to manage, Mr. Speaker. One, but not the least, Mr. Speaker, is I remember the areas of shortness of water supply. You find like Gusii are sharing, Gusii and Nyamira are sharing, you know, that they are co-owning within the county. So you have the shortness of water, adequate supply, inadequate supply of water. Then other places you find adequate supply but no infrastructure in the water system. Replacements of the pipes, Mr. Speaker, put the companies in a very awkward position. Now, my last kick, Mr. Speaker, is that the committee, I remember, recommended that to decluster such arrangements so that each county to have its own service provider. Mr. Speaker, I know someone else needs to speak, so I want to yield my time for him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Hilary Sigei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to appreciate Senator Hamida for according me the remaining 10 minutes or so of the session, Mr. Speaker, so that I also comment on the motion. And I want to also appreciate the chairperson of this committee.
Welcome to the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, or KDIC, a state corporation established under the KDI Act Cap 487C. KDIC, safer, stronger, together.
Kubetika ni kupandishwa kwenye hatua ya juu zaidi. Betika, chaguo la mabingwa.
Sharing information is at its best, and that phobia is now at end.
To bring together the government and the community, which try to create a good rapport.
Now, in other news, over 800 families in Kilifi County have benefited from relief food supplies. The aid, which included maize flour, rice and cooking oil, will cater for the vulnerable people for at least 2 months. It was donated by GAPECA, a non-governmental organization whose executive director, Gabriela Von World, and the chief executive officer, Jonathan Guyo, stressed the need to provide relief food to cushion those hard hit by drought.
We are aware that these families have been suffering as a result of total crop failure this year, early this year. And even the next season, that is the short rain season, is not really reliable. So that is the reason why we as an organization, we thought we need to chip in.
The question is always, if you have more than you need for the moment, please share with people who do not have. And I hope that this idea and vision of sharing will reach the common people too.
Hali ya anga imekuwa mbaya sana upande wetu huku, na kwa vile mmetupa msaada sana mkubwa, tutakaa tukila chakula chetu kwa polepole na raha mpaka shule itakapofunguliwa. Tutakuwa tunashukuru sana.
Residents of Godhoka in Githunguri, Kiambu County have decried frequent hippo attacks that have left them fearing for their lives. The residents have faulted the Kenya Wildlife Service and the Kiambu County government for laxity in taming the marauding wild animals. They are urging the KWS to take action before they take the matter into their own hands.
Kwa sababu yangu tukienda saa hii ukaone hakuna doma hata moja. Mahindi sikutoa kwa saba. Sio ni shida, na hata ng'ombe haipati majani, imekula yote. Sasa tutafanyaje?
Hiyo guwe ilikuja kapomoa biogas yangu, na nikaita watu wa kule Rioki wakubwa, wakakuja wakaona kama huyu amepita hapa saa hii disho, na akakuja nao watu wa wanyama wakaona, wakasema watakuja kujua vile watafanya.
Hatuwezi vumilia ati iue mtu, ati tugojee iue mtu ndio ati watakuja, ama iue mtu ndio tutachukua hatua. Tukiweza ona saa hii, tukiweza iona saa hii kuimaliza.
And on to health matters, hundreds of women from Manyata constituency in Embu County have benefited from a free breast and cervical cancer screening medical camp courtesy of the county government in collaboration with Beyond Zero Foundation. The two-day camp held at Makengi Dispensary came as a relief at a time when many patients are unable to access healthcare services under the Social Health Insurance Fund owing to transition challenges from the defunct National Health Insurance Fund.
Akina mama wamejitokeza wengi, we are about 100 wenye wamekunja kupimwa. Imekuwa changamoto sana kwa akina mama juu akipata cervical cancer unapata wanaenda hospitali, they use a lot of money hata kufanyiwa test, lakini test imekuwa free, na watu wamejitokeza na wamejua hali yao.
Tunafanya screening ya breast ambayo tunafanya pia pap smear. Pap smear kwa kawaida huwa ni kipimo ambayo inalipwa kwa pesa nyingi ambazo wamama wengi hawezi kumudu, lakini leo hii tumeletewa huduma hii bila malipo. Nitahimiza wamama wote wajitokeze waweze kupata huduma ya kuchunguzwa saratani ya kizazi. Na kawaida tuko na chanjo ya HPV ambayo inapewa wasichana ambao wana miaka 10.
A US-based non-governmental organization, I Change Nations, has partnered with the National Heroes Council in a bid to champion for a positive change in the society. Speaking when he paid a courtesy call on the National Heroes Council Chief Executive Officer Charles Wambie in Nairobi, the organization's humanitarian ambassador Dr. Ruben West said the partnership will undertake projects in peace building and education.
As a diplomat, I'm engaging, collaborating and partnering with different organizations to be able to make our country known so that we can be able to negotiate and represent our country going forward. My message to all the heroes that have been honored this year and last year and other years, we need to do something because we've been singled out. We need to do something for our country.
And I believe that we can work together and synergize to see what are we doing that that the Heroes Council can benefit from, and then what are some things that they do, even though they're newer in doing the process, that we can benefit from.
I want to say that the council has come into place under the Kenya Kwanza, and as a role of government institutions, we align with the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza. Whatever we are doing, we are aligning with all those manifestos where we fit in for the better policies we are given as an institution. And I will tell you that this is a manifestation aligned to Kenya Kwanza government.
Warrant Officer 1, retired Peter Njuguna Kariuki, served in the Kenya Army for 40 years. He was among the first soldiers in the 12th Engineering Battalion Water Squadron. He had a sit-down with our reporter Ben Troy at Katelembu home in Machakos County. This is his story as filed for this week's edition of Military Tales.
For this edition of Military Tales, we are in the eastern part of Kenya, specifically Machakos County.
Salama sana. Salama sana na karibu sana kwetu huku Kambani. Hapa panaitwa Katelembu.
We are visiting a former Kenya Army officer who served for 4 decades.
Kwa majina naitwa retired Warrant Officer 1 Peter Njuguna Kariuki. Nimehudumu katika jeshi yetu kwa muda wa miaka 40 na siku 230. Nilizaliwa Elbagon. Wazazi wangu wakahama Elbagon wakaja Machakos, na mimi nikajiunga na shule ya Machakos Primary School ambao nilisomea mpaka nikafanya CP yangu 1975. So baada ya kufanya CP nikaenda Machakos Technical 1976 to 1977. 1978-1979 nikaenda Thika Technical School ambao ndio nilimalizia form 4 yangu. Baada ya kumaliza ndio niliajiriwa jeshi. Nilitrainiwa Lang'ata Barracks. Baada ya kuajiriwa nilitrainiwa Lang'ata Barracks. Sisi ni watu wa tradesmen, watu ambao wenye taaluma mbalimbali. So nilitrainiwa Lang'ata Barracks. Baada ya training ndio nikatumwa 12 Engineers. Kwa Technical School nilikuwa nimesomea automotive engineering. So niliandikwa kama automotive mechanic.
After training, Kariuki was among the first military officers to serve in the 12th Engineers Battalion and the Water Drilling Squadron.
1981, mwezi wa November, tukahama kutoka Isiolo, tukaja Thika. Thika ndio 12 Engineers wako na ndio nimehudumu kwa muda mrefu. Nikahudumu Thika 12 Engineers from 1981 to 1990. 1990 engineers wakaform kikosi cha kuchimba visima. So mimi ni mmoja wa wale walianzisha kikosi hicho cha kuchimba visima kinaitwa Water Drilling Squadron. Water Drilling Squadron nimeserve zaidi ya miaka 30. Literally miaka 28. 28 nikaserve huko kuanzia rank zote nipanda nikiwa Thika, Corporal, sergeant, senior sergeant, warrant officer class 2 mpaka warrant officer class 1. Tumechimba maji sehemu nyingi. Tumechimba Isiolo, tumechimba Garissa, tumechimba Wajir, tumechimba Mandera, tumechimba Kajiado, ni sehemu nyingi, especially zile kame nchini. Tunachimbia communities na tunachimbia institutions kama shule. Tunachimbia visima especially kwa communities hizi ambao ni nomads, ambao wako na shida ya maji. Na pia tumeweza kuchimbia mashule kadhaa.
Under the squadron, they were able to drill boreholes in various.
Welcome to QNet's world of new beginnings, where every sunrise is a promise of our commitment to you, your health.
Ndio in charge ya water purifications. Water purification ni kwa urahisi ni kusafisha maji. Maji yaweze kutumika, maji ya mto yanapitishwa kwa process ya reverse osmosis yaweze kutumika.
He highlights his most challenging time as a soldier in Sudan after their camp was surrounded by militias.
Sudan kidogo kuna changamoto ya amani. Wakati tumefika tu kambi yetu ikawa imezingirwa nao militia wa Sudan. Usiku marisasi yanapigwa kiholela holela. Unajua ukiwa ndani UN you are not supposed kupiga risasi kiholela holela. So mnaweza imagine vile sasa tumezungukwa kambi ambayo tulikuwa mahali inaitwa Wow. Na marisasi yanalia usiku wote. Kwa hivyo unaona hapa hatutoki, ni Mungu tu anatoa. So hiyo ni mission moja na kaaga nikikumbuka. Huku kwetu nchini ni mahali nakumbuka ni changamoto ambayo tulipata ni sehemu za Garissa, mahali inaitwa Mlima 3. Ambao tulikuwa na chimba kisima, tumemanage kuchimba kisima, ghafla kisima kikaporomoka na drill string yetu ikakwama. Tulikaa hapo karibu 1 week na najaribu kuamua hiyo drill string. Kawa tunatumia mafuta mingi nini, alafu finally tukabandon hiyo kisima.
In the army, the veteran rose through the ranks, eventually becoming an instructor.
Kuanzia sergeant, mimi sasa nikawa ni mwalimu, instructor kwa command courses na pia kwa taaluma. Mimi sasa nafunza wale askari ambao wamekuja, wale wamepostiwa kwa kikosi, kuwafunza kama ni mambo ya repairs of equipment na mambo pia hata kama ni kwa kuchimba visima. Nikiwa warrant officer class 2 sasa nikawa mimi ni QMSI. QMSI ni qualified master senior instructor. So ikawa ni kufunza sasa askari wakitumwa kwa kikosi cha engineers special quarter drilling, wanakuja wanakuwa nda mimi niko na instructors wenzangu tunawafunza. Na pia nilifanikiwa kufunza askari wa UPDF mambo ya water drilling na water purification, Uganda People Defense Forces. Na nikawa pia tukafunza vijana wetu wa NYS. So wakati walipata hizo equipment nikawa pia mimi ndio team leader ya kwenda kuwafunza mambo ya drilling.
Kariuki admits the country's acute water shortage has escalated conflicts in some parts of the country, urging beneficiaries of such projects to embrace and care for water sources.
Kusema kweli taifa letu lina shida ya maji ni sababu ya population, na maji sana sana ndio chanzo ya vita. Hata wakati unasikia kuna shida especially the North Rift wanakuwa wakipigania maji. Kwa hivyo mimi ningesema serikali iweze kutumia hao wanajeshi ambao pia inawatumia kuweza kuenda kuchimba visima, na pia wenye kuchimbiwa visima wavitunze. Tunachimba visima kama sehemu za Isiolo, sehemu za Garissa, baadaye mkitoka watu ambao wenye ambayo wanakuja ile kisima wanaweka mawe. So inakuwa hiyo sasa hiyo kisima haiwezi tumika. Kwa hivyo ningesema communities zichimbue visima na communities pia zihusike sana kwa kuprotect hicho kisima.
4 years into retirement, he has embraced life as a civilian.
Mke wangu akawa ni mkulima. Tunalima hapa, tunalima vitunguu, tunalima nyanya na tunalima mboga. Kwa hivyo sasa wakati nimemkuta ni kuingiana naye na kuanza kuadapt. Ni rahisi sana kwa mwanajeshi kuadapt to situations. Na pia mimi ndio Machakos Defoka County Secretary. So tunakutanaga wale ambao ni wastaafu, tunakutana kwa klabu yetu hapa Machakos na tunasemeshana na tunaambiana tu sasa mambo ya uniform imeisha, tuingiane na tuweze kufanya mambo ambao yana faida pia kwa nchi yetu.
Kariuki reminds soldiers that their work demands sacrifices and dedication.
Jeshi kwanza sasa imepanuka na ni vyema, na jeshi yetu inaangalia sana maslahi ya askari, na you can be all what you want to be in the army. So kwa vijana wale ambao sasa ndio wako kwa jeshi, kitu ya kwanza tupende kazi yetu na kwa kujitolea na kuifanya kwa bidii. Na pia wakati tunafanya kazi tukumbuke kuna kuretire. Na especially wale wanajeshi ambao ni young, mimi ningeomba kwamba wakati unajipanga kuoa mke wako akuelewe kwamba hamtakaa naye throughout. Kazi za jeshi zitatokea na lazima zifanyike. Alafu kitu ya kwanza ni mambo ya time management. If you can manage time, you can manage your life.
He admits his family was his pillar and source of strength during service.
Na mke moja na familia ya watoto 5.
He has a peace message to Kenyans.
Tuko na nchi nzuri sana. Na kabisa tusicheze na amani. Mimi ni mhudumu pia na wanajeshi wenzangu, tumehudumu sehemu mbalimbali katika Afrika mahali kuna shida, na tunajua shida especially wakati nchi haina amani. So Wakenya ningewaomba tupende nchi yetu, tuwe wazalendo na kabisa tutunze amani.
Away from the hassles of life, he likes taking care of his farm.
Tunalima vitunguu na drip irrigation, tunalima pia mamboga, spinach na sukuma, na pia tunalima tomatoes. Na pia niko na wanyama nimefuga hapa, niko na ng'ombe ya maziwa, niko na tumbuzi hapa, na pia niko na biashara hapa Machakos town. Hiki kipindi kinafanya vyema, kinatutia motisha na kina encourage askari sana, especially wale tu ambao wameretire. Tumekaa sehemu za Ukambani tukiuliza mtakuja lini. So asanteni kwa kufika Ukambani na nashukuru na muendelee hivyo.
Many soldiers are good environmental conservationists, something the veteran picked up from the army. He takes us on a tour of his garden and farm, which he says keeps him busy.
So anytime you want to plant a tree, plan of planting 3. Beauty, fruit, na shade. So these ones are now ready for market. In harvest. Is in harvest. Nimepeleka zingine kwa town.
As a water draining expert, his skills have helped him set up a water point which helps him and the local community.
Solar panels. This is now the flow. Inapigwa kwa tanks. Baada ya kuingia kwa tanks ina flow. Sasa I can now be able to control iingie kwa shamba.
His compound and farm are well manicured and tended to despite the dry weather associated with the region. We later on escort him to the market where he sells his farm produce. And as we leave Machakos, it's evident that the veteran's military career has shaped him to a model citizen, and his efforts towards water and environmental conservation are making a difference in the community. For Military Tales,
I cannot complain. I cannot complain, Bwana Njue.
Naona kazi umefanya mzuri.
Yes.
I'm Ben Troy Njue.
Well, thank you so much, Ben Troy Njue, for that report. Well, here on Lunchtime News, we take a short break, but don't go too far. We still have more news coming up.
Nadhani umefika muda wa kurudi kwa wazazi wangu na mwanangu Maya. Hapa haya ni maji ya shingo na nimeshindwa kabisa kuyaogelea.
Mimi naweza chapwa na mwanamke mimi huyo basi.
Hata wewe mtu mzima haujui kuchunga mzigo wako. Shauri yako.
Nadhani umefika muda wa kurudi kwa wazazi wangu.
Choice they are hearing, that is why children are living. Chica, I'm walking, I'm talking, I'm moving the positive vibe. Stop on my face. You only come around to do fake things. Your little bad mind face.
Welcome back. This is Lunchtime News. Now we shall be crossing over to the Mlimani Law Courts, where the constitutionality of the establishment of the three-judge bench by the Deputy Chief Justice Philomena Mwilu on Saturday to hear a case in which impeached Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is challenging his ouster will be known Wednesday afternoon. Now, this is after the impeached DP queried the legality of the Deputy Chief Justice empaneling a three-judge bench outside the judicial working hours, alleging a plot to deny him the right to a fair trial. Now, Ruth Omboy is at the Mlimani Law Courts, and we shall be linking up with her for a detailed report on Wednesday afternoon proceedings. Now, let's cross over to Mlimani Law Courts.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline Wambiru, coming to you from Broadcasting House. Here at Mlimani, we are doing fine, and we are following up today still on the case of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, and we also have a new development from the missing Dela MCA Yusuf Hussein. Just for me to begin with the embattled Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, we understand today we had a push and pull between the respondents who are the Senate, the Speaker of the Senate, the National Assembly, and the Speaker of the National Assembly, and also the President who was enjoined in the matter. The petitioners were accusing the court that they are not satisfied with the bench as it is currently constituted, stating that the DCJ Philomena Mwilu had in law by appointing the bench when the Chief Justice Martha Koome was outside the country. So they argued from 11 a.m. until 7:17 p.m. in the evening is when they finished arguing the matter, and the three-judge bench scheduled the matter for today at 3:30 p.m. is when it's going to give the ruling on whether the bench is properly constituted and whether the bench will recuse itself, because the petitioners want the bench to recuse itself, citing that it has shown a biasness in the way it's working, because it had a sitting on Saturday against the petitioners' wish. And also the recusal part, they are saying that it has openly shown, the bench has openly shown that it's siding with the side of the state. We also saw yesterday the president himself filing a petition, and whereby he was stating that he wants to be removed from this matter, because through his counsel, Adrian Kamotho, he stated that he has presidential immunity and that he should not be enjoined in any suit that is going on at the court. So his counsel yesterday, Adrian Kamotho, urged the court to consider when it's giving its ruling that the president should not be enjoined in this matter. And also today I've been following up closely on the case of the missing MCA for Wajir, Dela County, that is Yusuf Hussein. The case was coming up for mention today before Judge Alexander Muteti, and the parties, the petitioners, lawyers, the missing MCA's lawyer, that is Sam Nyaberi, informed Justice Alexander Muteti that a body was found during Mashujaa Day at Lake Yahud in Wajir County, and it is suspected to be that of missing MCA Yusuf Hussein. The court has been informed that due to the decomposing nature of the body that was found at Lake Yahud, the family could not correctly identify that it is that of the missing MCA. So the samples, DNA samples, were extracted from the body and that of family members, that is his two brothers, and brought by the government pathologist Johansen Odor to Nairobi for DNA analysis. The court has been informed that the results will be out tomorrow, and therefore the mention for today, there is nothing that can go on in the case unless the samples, the DNA samples, are out tomorrow. So the case has scheduled the mentioning for tomorrow at 2 p.m. so that the court can be informed whether that's exactly the body of the missing MCA Yusuf Hussein. Because the court was also told that according to the Islamic doctrine, the body cannot be kept for too long, and it can only be kept until the results are out. If the results come out and it is that of that missing MCA, then he needs to be buried by tomorrow afternoon. So that is a case that I'm also following up so closely, and will keep our viewers updated also on that matter. Back to you, Wambiru.
Well, thank you so much, Ruth Wamboi there from the Mlimani Law Courts, following up on a number of proceedings at the Mlimani Law Courts. We shall be keeping you updated on those reports. For now, we move on. The Kenya Broadcasting Corporation fraternity is mourning the death of a colleague, Adrian Agnes Wangoi Kabona, who suffered a cardiac arrest and succumbed on 15th October 2024. She was laid to rest on Tuesday in Othaya, Nyeri County.
It was just days after celebrating her 40th birthday with her family and close friends on 10th October that the late Adrian Wangui started complaining of a slight headache and sought medical attention.
October 14th, the year 2024, Adrian left for work in high spirits after sharing morning prayers with her beloved husband. Later that afternoon, she spoke with Joseph and was in good spirits. However, at around 4 p.m., she began to feel unwell and with a slight headache, and sought medical attention at a nearby hospital.
Despite the doctor's efforts to resuscitate her, she succumbed to a cardiac arrest on 15th October 2024.
Adrian experienced serious convulsions. Despite the doctor's effort and being transferred to a larger facility, with Joseph by her side, she suffered a cardiac arrest.
The late Adrian Kabona worked for Kenya Broadcasting Corporation since 2016 until her demise.
Wangui was a jovial colleague who was always willing and ready to help other officers in her line of duty. The cruel hand of death has robbed the corporation of a reliable, hard-working team player and diligent officer whose professionalism will be missed by all.
She left behind a husband and 3 daughters.
We were no longer physically with me. Your presence will remain with me every day, guiding me as always you did. To you, my beloved wife, thank you for the time we spent together, for your love, your laughter, and everything we shared with life. I will carry you with me always. Let's meet in peace, my love.
For Lunchtime News, I'm Christine Matunda.
May her soul rest in peace. Now, members of the public have been warned against buying non-standardized paints that could expose them lead. Now, speaking in Nairobi during commemoration of the Lead Poisoning Prevention Week, the Center for Environment, Justice and Development said that in 2013, 19 of the 21 locally produced paints had a high concentration of lead. Noting the threats posed by exposure of lead, such as intellectual disability in children and infertility or miscarriage among pregnant women, Public Health Principal Secretary Mary Muthoni called for early screening in hospital to detect blood lead levels.
Probably because of the high industrial action and activities in these areas. When you talk about Uasin Gishu, Naivasha, if you look at these areas, then you realize that there's very high industrial activities that are going on there.
To clean environment, to education. And these four pillars alone speak very clearly. Children's rights do not admit lead. And this is why UNICEF is here and why UNICEF is now joining this important agenda. It's because it is a lot about children. The numbers are staggering.
Through our partnerships with the Ministries of Health and Environment, we are working to eliminate lead exposure by advocating for the removal of lead from consumer products, supporting safer industrial practices, particularly in informal sectors where exposure risks remain high.
Well, we now take a short commercial break. Up next is business news and sports news. Let's take the break.
Are you a holder of unclaimed financial assets? All holders are notified to report and surrender unclaimed financial assets to the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority, UFAA, on or before November 1st, 2024. It is now easier to report and surrender. Visit www.ufaa.go.ke and get started to beat the November 1st deadline. It's your turn. Report and surrender today. Please note that failure to report and surrender qualifying unclaimed financial assets attract penalties and sanctions in line with Section 33 of the UFA Act 2011. UFAA. Receive, safeguard, reunite.
The Institution of Engineers of Kenya, IEK, invites you to the 31st IEK International Convention from 29th October to November 1st, 2024 at the Pride in Paradise Beach Resort, Mombasa. Join over 4,000 delegates under the theme Industrialization for Economic Transformation and Employment Creation to learn, network, and build partnerships to drive Kenya's industrial future. Register now at www.convention.iekenya.org. The Institution of Engineers of Kenya, a leading voice in engineering.
Welcome back. The national government committed to upgrade Kiritiri Level 3 Hospital in Mbeere South constituency in the county to a Level 4 hospital, following a proposal by the area Senator Alexander Mondege. Secretary Administration at the Ministry of Health, Andrew Rukaria, observed that the hospital is strategically located and will offer services to many in the area and neighboring regions. Sentiments expressed by Mondege and Embu County CEC in charge of health Jamal Ronyenye.
Tumekuja siku ya leo kwa mwaliko wa county governments and in conjunction na senator wetu ambaye walikuwa wanataka tuangalilie hii facility ya Kiritiri ya kwamba waone ama tu advise ya kwamba ni vitu gani inahitaji kuweza kuinua kufika level 4 kamili ndio iweze kuwa na huo mfumo ambao waziri tayari ashataja. Kwa hivyo tukiweza kufanya pamoja vile tunaendelea na tukiwa na support ya senator wetu, niko na hakika ya kwamba tutaweza kupea wananchi hiyo service ambayo wanahitaji.
We now take a look at business news, where men continue to dominate the job market in the blue economy sector, accounting for almost 60% of all jobs generated by the industry. Stakeholders are calling for a targeted approach to help raise the number of women in the sector. Kilifi County Chief Officer for Gender, Agneta Karembo, says the county is working with various women's organizations to help more women benefit from the industry.
The blue economy is a major driver of the global economy, generating around $2.5 trillion per year in goods and services, which is about 5% of the global GDP. As more countries move to tap resources in seas, rivers, oceans, lakes and dams, the contribution of the sector to the global economy is expected to grow. The focus is slowly turning to gender mainstreaming as men continue to dominate key sectors of the blue economy. Globally, 6 out of 10 jobs in the blue economy are held by men. Kilifi County Chief Officer for Gender, Agneta Karembo, says the devolved unit is working with various women-based organizations to help more women join the sector.
Na kuna issues kama za sex for fish, wale wa mama ambao pia wanataka basi samaki, wanunue samaki waende wauze, pia nao unapata wanakuwa violated, wanaambiwa mpaka ulale na mimi ndio nikupatie samaki, kama hutajuana na mimi vizuri, hutapata hivi na hivi. So kuna challenges, a lot of gender based violence happening in the blue economy sector.
So far, 28 women groups from Magarini, Malindi and Kilifi North sub-counties have benefited from a training program aimed at empowering the women to exploit opportunities in the blue economy. The county, in conjunction with the grassroots organizations operating together in sisterhood, has embarked on training coastal women on sustainable exploitation of blue economy resources along the county's coastline.
Tunafanya kitu inaitwa Blue Business Incubation Program, ambayo kwa saa hizi tunaendelea kuwapitishia kwa mafunzo kidogo, alafu wale ambao wana ubora zaidi tutawapeleka kwa ile inaitwa academy, waweze kusoma mambo ya kibiashara, kuweza kujiendeleza.
The training seeks to enhance the physical and socio-economical resilience of women, men and young people living in coastal communities. Frederick Mwoki for Lunchtime News.
Electric buses are becoming a frequent sight on Kenyan roads, with various transport companies making the green switch. In Nairobi, various companies like Metro Trans and City Hopper are leading the revolution. E-mobility company Go says traditionally diesel minibuses currently dominate public transport, and demand for electric buses is growing faster due to environmental and economic factors.
The recent influx of investment into electric bus technology is a promising sign for Kenya's transportation sector, as the country seeks to reduce its carbon footprint and improve air quality. Electric buses are fast becoming the go-to solution for investors seeking to maximize their returns. Kenya is planning to phase out fossil fuels buses by the year 2047, with the country developing various policies to help in the electric shift. Go Chief Executive Jit Bhattacharya says the clean energy transition is in top gear in Nairobi, with more transport companies investing in e-buses. Go has received funding worth 5.2 billion shillings to help the company roll out more electric buses on the Kenyan roads.
Now, Kenya is establishing 450 feedlots across 21 arid and semi-arid counties as the country grapples with 60% deficit of animal feed. Livestock Production Director Bishar Elmi says the livestock subsector faces challenges of animal feed affordability, availability and quality. Here is Jacqueline Masharia with the details.
Even though Kenya is ranked third in Africa in terms of livestock herd, the country's meat exports remain low. This is mainly attributed to animal feed challenges.
We are almost going to 50 million people. And these 50 million people requires animals source protein food, which comes from our livestock. Yet, we do not have the feeds to feed our animals, the 6% deficit. Other biggest challenge is animal genetic and breeding.
The government intends to correct this by establishing 450 feedlots in 21 arid and semi-arid counties. The feedlots will be used for fattening and treating livestock taken from the pastoralists, then selling to increase Kenya's livestock exports.
Within even that feedlot, we are going to have pasture lands that will break the feed deficit.
So far, 3 feedlots have already been set up in the counties of Baringo, Wajir and Meru, with 4 more planned to be set up in Garissa, Wajir, Marsabit and Isiolo.
The ministry is focusing on commercialization of livestock, value addition of the products of the animal soap, the products so produced, and ensuring that there is access of the value-added products, so that our farmers can have money in their pocket.
He says the annual consumption demand of red meat in Kenya is at 600,000 metric tons against a production of 405,000 metric tons. Jacqueline Masharia for Lunchtime News.
The governments of Japan and Canada have committed 8 billion shillings for construction of medical oxygen plants in Kenya and Tanzania. The oxygen plants will have a capacity to produce more than 2,000 tons of oxygen and help expand access and lower the cost of life-saving commodity.
Medical oxygen is a life-saving essential for patients facing chronic heart and lung conditions, including pneumonia, COVID-19, advanced HIV infection, severe tuberculosis, and malaria. It is also vital for maternal and newborn survival, as well as surgeries, emergency, and critical care. Yet most sub-Saharan African countries remain severely under-resourced, with some countries accessing less than 10% of the oxygen they need.
The daily production of oxygen is 750 tons. There's a need for 2,000 tons of oxygen to be produced under this program to close the gap by a third, because we need 7,000 tons of oxygen in the region. So by this initiative and partnering with Synergy and Hewatele in Nairobi and Tanzania Oxygen Limited in Dar es Salaam, we'll end up, when all these facilities are up and running, producing 2,000 tons per day.
Construction of an oxygen plant in Kokotoni area of Kilifi County is expected to create 3,000 jobs and 1,000 indirect jobs in Kilifi and Mombasa counties. The facility will focus on producing both industrial and medical gases for manufacturing firms, healthcare institutions, laboratories, and research organizations.
The initiation of this project will greatly be a big game changer to my county health facilities, Kenya, and the region as a whole. For oxygen gas will be exported right from here in Kilifi, and its costs as well is expected to come down.
We still have challenges in terms of making sure that we have access to oxygen in all our facilities, particularly in the rural health facilities. I was excited this morning when we were going around here to see that this project is going to have a distribution mechanism that takes care of that last mile in the most remote rural community.
Mungaro says the current liquid oxygen production capacity in Kenya is only 10% of local demand. Ndutamo Kami for Lunchtime News.
Tomato farmers should incorporate technology in their farming activities to enhance productivity. Farmers in parts of Nakuru County have reported a bumper harvest after adopting grafting technology. Here is Trevor Ngendo with the details.
Unpredictable weather patterns, rising input costs, and increasing demand for high-quality produce, traditional farming methods have been falling short in meeting these new realities, forcing farmers to embrace new agricultural techniques. One example is the adoption of grafting technology in tomato farming in parts of Nakuru County, where local varieties are being combined with a Chinese disease-resistant strain to improve both the quality and quantity of the yields.
Sponsored by the IFAD, we established about 15 demo sites in Nakuru County and Kisumu. Now we get a very good result. You can see the tomato have a very good yield.
With this project, we are trying to score in two ways. One, to reduce poverty, and by making farmers to grow tomatoes, they can sell, and also the others they can eat. We have also identified a reliable company that will supply the seeds, the seedlings to the farmers, so that after the project, that sustainability is taken care of.
Farmers say this technology has helped them combat common agricultural threats like bacterial wilt and allowed for a year-round production.
Kwa greenhouse yangu, saizi nyanya zangu zimekuwa zimemachua, wamenifunza kwa muda, wamekuja tukasoma siku kadhaa, wakatufunza jinsi ya kupanda, wakarudi wakatufunza jinsi ya kuzikuza.
Nimeona vile inafanya kazi, imenisaidia. Na hata wakulima wakikuja juu wanakuja sasa hivi wanakuja kusoma, wanafurahia, na tena hata wengi wanafikiria kujenga greenhouse.
The farmers have also been trained on innovations such as drip irrigation and organic pest control to conserve water and reduce reliance on chemical imports. Trevor Ngendo for Lunchtime News.
Kenya will spend billions of shillings to construct water storage facilities in a bid to deal with endemic water problems. The government will increase storage capacity to 125 billion cubic meters by the year 2025. Water Cabinet Secretary Eric Mugal says the government will further mobile more than 450 billion shillings to help achieve clean water and sanitation for all Kenyans by the year 2030. Speaking during the launch of the National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority Strategic Plan, CS Mugal said, though Kenya is designated as a water-scarce country, the government is working with various non-actors to help in the development of various water dams in the country. Some of the major dams under construction are the Thwake Dam, Karimino 2 Dam and Itare Dam, among others.
It is an ambitious plan, and the agency has been tasked with the mandate of providing and storing water for use during drought, especially for farming, irrigation. For far too long, the country has relied on rain-fed agriculture, and due to unpredictability of the rainfall, this has been a challenge, and therefore it is the right time that the agency took their mandate and we built for future.
On behalf of the National Assembly, I want to commit myself that we are going to provide the legal, the policy, and the legislative framework, together with the financial support, the resources to support the institution.
Now, in the sports arena, Kenya will at least be assured of a silver or gold medal in the ongoing Africa Boxing Championship in Kinshasa after Clinton Macharia qualified for the finals of the heavyweight category. Macharia silenced the big-talking Angloan Jodilson Luvu in the semi-final, but when he overpowered him with his Cuban style to qualify for the finals, he said he will now be going for nothing short of the gold to make amends for the previous edition where Kenya only came home back with bronze medals. His compatriots, featherweight Shafi Bakari, lightweight Roberto Kaka, light welterweight Alois Vincent Ochieng and Captain Boniface Mogude are expected to follow suit today from their respective semi-finals bouts.
Unda finally hope for the best. Itakuwa rahisi against the Moroccans, but all in all tunajaribu sana. Najua kitu poa itatokea inshallah.
The national women's soccer team, Harambee Starlets, will face Chinese Taipei this afternoon in the Pink Ladies Cup tournament at the Emirhan Stadium in Turkey. The team, coached by Beldino Dember, traveled to Antalya, Turkey on Monday for the series of friendlies involving teams from Europe and Asia. They will play Russia on Saturday in their second match before they wind up with Philippines on Wednesday next week. The squad includes, among other strikers, Rebecca Okwaru, Lucy Kwekwe and Elizabeth Mideva, midfielders Lydia Akoth and Robbie Maximilia, defenders Ruth Ingosi, Nora Ann and Fanice Komboka, and goalkeepers Judith Osimbo and Anedi Kundu. Now, the UEFA Champions League defending champions Real Madrid came from 2 goals down to beat Borussia Dortmund 5-2 in a repeat of last year's final, thanks to Vinicius Junior, who scored a hat-trick at the Santiago Bernabeu. Now, Arsenal beat Shakhtar Donetsk 1-0 in another leg match at the Emirates Stadium after they were gifted an own goal by keeper Rizink in the 29th minute. In another match, AC Milan beat Club Brugge 3-1. PSG drew 1-1 with PSV as Juventus lost at home to Stuttgart by the solitary goal. Well, that report brings us to the end of our bulletin this afternoon. Thank you so much for choosing Lunchtime News. Our sign language interpreter is Lucy Maura. My name is Jackie Mbiru. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Waislamu tuangalieni mambo ambayo kwamba yatasaidia katika umma, si kutenganisha umma, bali umma tuulete sehemu moja.
Kama Waislamu tumeamrishwa tuwe wenye kuingia kwa Uislamu kwa ukamilifu wa kuingia katika Uislamu, na vile vile pia tumeamrishwa tuwe wenye kushikamana na kamba ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala kwa umoja, na tusiachane nayo hata pakitokea lolote ambalo linaweza kututenganisha.
Alima ma lam ta'lamu faja'ala min duni dhalika fatahan wa kahuduriya wa shan.
In terms of governance, politics, and we will be looking at that. And before I introduce my panel of experts, maybe we can just try and just look at some of the things that we'll be looking at.
For the sake
the Kenya
of
Certificate of Secondary Education is commencing today. My colleague Joseph Wahung will bring us up to speed with exactly how the preparations and how the exams start, mostly beginning with the languages and also practical examinations today, and also music as among the first subjects today. And today we also have a number of petitions and court cases at the Mlimani law courts, of which we will be headed to the courts as soon as they begin, beginning from the Gachagua state applications hearing for orders. Last week there were about 23 petitions and cases filed in regards to impeached Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua case. But since then, they have increased to a number around 30 cases, which will be heard today. And we'll be waiting to hear what the courts have to say in regards to his impeachment. We also have the affordable housing case. Remember, this is a process that has been challenged since day one. We'll be expecting a judgment in regards to that. Some petitioners had talked about the housing levy being unconstitutional, and adequate public participation wasn't carried out. And also we will be looking at the COP29 in our subsequent bulletin. My colleague Serafina Robi is in Colombia following up on that. And allow me now to introduce my panel of experts, beginning from my immediate left, when we have Sami Kipkemboi Meli, who is a political analyst and also a governance expert. Karibu sana bwana Meli.
Asante bwana.
Just next to him, we have Dr. Benjamin Koskei. Daktari is a senior lecturer at Kenyatta University and also is a leadership and governance expert. These are the two gentlemen and brilliant mind who will help us put things into perspective. My name is Ben Troy Njoe. Brian Muraru is our sign language interpreter on the bottom right of your screen. Remember, you can weigh in on this conversation via all our social media platforms as we are live. Gentlemen, karibu sana.
Asante sana.
First things first, we also had Mashujaa Day just 2 days ago. And the head of state led the country, and since the promulgation of the 2010 constitution, for the first time we didn't have a deputy president to welcome the head of state, of course, in light of the events that happened at the Senate last week. And he talked about a number of things. Maybe we can start with the obvious one and the theme of that day, which was affordable housing. And more or less, he really emphasized that the project, which already has been challenged in court, he said that the project is going to be realizing a lot of houses, and especially for Kenyans. Meli, I would like you to weigh in on the president's speech.
Thank you very much, Ben Troy. On the housing issue, I think the legality or the illegality of it, since it's a court issue, let's wait and see what will be ruled out. But my own personal opinion is, one, we need housing as urgently as possible. The slums around the city and any other towns in this country are actually increasing in numbers. More people are moving to urban areas than they are in the rural setting. So it will be shameful for one to fight a housing issue because I have been one person who is disappointed early in the morning. I'm an early riser. I make it to this city by around 5:30. And you see people sleeping under the expressway, wrapping themselves in some sacks to sleep there. That shows you there's a problem of housing in this country. My main issue now is the affordability of the same. Because if a house, for example, they are talking about a studio apartment, will go at around, let's say, 800 on the list. That is the house in the city. It's not forcing anyone, but it is saying, and let us help these ones to pay, because we are a country. We are one unified name.
And Uhuru Garden, they were ready for what we call swearing in, save for the orders from the court. So you can see, and you can qualify what I'm saying. There are only two arms of government. So our savior here is the judiciary. The judiciary, to me, 80% independent. 80% independent. So that is an A in the university. But Parliament and Senate, those guys are compromised. They are just waiting for orders. Listen to Amason Kingi saying, give me 5 minutes. And he went to his office for 30 minutes. What is he doing in his office? Waiting for instructions. Do like this, do like this. And then the senators are told, can you finish that matter? Amason Kingi comes and says, I have no powers. It is you, the senators, to decide. We've postponed it to Saturday, and then we finish that matter to give a chance to the Deputy President, Gachagua. And all of them, they voted that we are finishing this matter, and they finished. My friend, we have two arms of government. We are waiting for the court, and if you can see, regarding that, Gachagua will get some justice in court. Mm-hmm. Look at Mutuse, the performance. To me, that guy got an E. An E. A petitioner who cannot even answer questions. He did poorly. And you want to say that petition sailed in the parliament and sailed in the Senate, and the petitioner could not substantiate some of the allegations? Ben, even if it is you. So the court will give us a true meaning of justice. Mm. That is what I can say.
Yeah, Sami, we are looking at, from what Doc is talking about, indeed, everywhere people are talking about the two houses being compromised. And this is something that we have seen even in previous governments, where the government agenda always takes a center stage. If indeed we are testing the tenets of our constitution, this is watering down that. If at all, the executive will always have power over the parliament.
Now, where we fail as a country is having the president as the leader of a political party, at the same time wielding a lot of financial power. You see, for example, the NGCDF comes from the national government. It is not constitutional, as a matter of fact. Mm. So perhaps if you look at the members of parliament who are towing the government side, there is development going on in their counties or in their constituencies. But these other rebellious members of parliament, nothing is going on. Perhaps that is the thing that has caught our parliament. Parliament should deem itself from being the puppets of executive. Parliament having two houses, I saw the Senate was a little bit mature in how they handle their issues. In how even they debate, you would see some maturity in the Senate. But I want to decipher some issues where Dr. Aria said, you can't defend. Remember, when drafting a bill, there are legal minds in Parliament who are employed to assist you as a member of Parliament to draft a bill, to come up with a motion, and sometimes you don't get enough time to be acquainted with what you have on the table. Mm-hmm. There are quite a number of lawyers that are employed in Parliament. And in drafting, this was a bill, this was a motion drafted for this member. Mutuse, his problem is that he didn't sit down to study his motion. and get facts from every page. Sometimes he would even want somebody to help him open a page. And that was a failure on my side. But remember, we have sent members of parliament, and there is no serious qualification for you to be a member of parliament in this republic. No serious qualification. So even class 8 dropouts, whom quote unquote have issues with their papers, can come with a bill. And that is why they usually want somebody to second them, some other members of parliament to assist in explaining all these things. But crucifying Mutuse did his constitutional duty as a member of parliament. He has to check on the national government. Let us not be emotive and angry with him. He was exercising his constitutional rights. If I realize that you are wrong, Trevor, I can take a case to court, and it is in the jury or at the court that will be able to explain ourselves. And in the minds of the jury, what they get from you is how they will vote or how they will give a ruling. Senate gave a ruling depending on what they had on paper. It was not all, every senator had a booklet of that charge, of that motion. So some read for themselves, some had the lawyers explaining them, some had Mutuse explaining it, and they could go through. There are things that we didn't see ourselves. Some were being even showcased on screen. For example, did you see even a single CR12 yourself? Do you have a copy of it? No. You had it, and some were shown on screen. The others which were not shown. So the members of parliament and the senators had the benefit of the documentation. Some of us did not, we just listened to what the media said or what was being aired live. There is a lot that we didn't read in that document. So perhaps that is how the judgment was made. But otherwise, the rush in doing things in this country has shown us we have a competent parliament that can deal with our issues if they are serious. But sometimes they don't take our issues seriously. They take others' issues seriously, especially when there's an M-Pesa going on or those toilet stories. This time I didn't hear. Perhaps they were disciplined. They ate with discipline. But I am sure that the deputy president deserves justice. He should be given enough time. We have even up to July 2027, before even elections, that these things can be determined and concluded. Otherwise, he should explore all relevant arms of government that can assist him get justice. Otherwise, we should not lynch him, and neither should we lynch the motion mover. He was exercising his constitutional rights.
All right. As he exercises his constitutional right, we have some ripple effect, of which, gentlemen, I want us to look at when we come back. We're going to be having a lot of intense and immense repercussions in regards to that political move. We are waiting for the judicial process itself, which we will be crossing over to Parliament, to the Mlimani law courts to know exactly the political implications. Why I'm saying this is because we do remember when we had issues with President Uhuru and his deputy, who is the president now, President William Ruto. There are political implications in regards to that. So, gentlemen, prepare for that. You're indeed watching KBC News Check. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. But just to remind you, as soon as the impeached DP petitions begin at the Mlimani law courts, we'll be crossing over for a listen in. Let's take a quick break.
Are you a holder of unclaimed financial assets? All holders are notified to report and surrender unclaimed financial assets to the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority, UFAA, on or before November 1st, 2024. UFAA. Receive, safeguard, reunite.
Nyinyi ndio mnaotuongoza. Ni kweli mmemchagua Mbura awe kiongozi wetu?
Mwanamke sio mtu wa kuamini. Anaweza kukua wakati wowote akitaka.
Sio kwa mke wangu.
Kwa nini wanaume waone thamani ya mwanamke katika jamii? Ni kwa sababu ya mila na tamaduni zetu ama ni ubinafsi tu wanaume wako nao?
Mimi ndimi kiongozi wa wafanyakazi wote pale kwenye serikali ya Mbura.
Huo uhuni wako hautoshi hata ukucha wa kidole cha mguu wangu.
Tubaki hapo peke yangu, twende sote.
Thank you for joining us on Healthy Living. Stay connected to Voice of America at voanews.com. A look at your kidneys and how they impact your health. And an expert discusses chronic kidney disease and how to protect yourself. And Ivorian psychologist Noor Bakayoko shares some insights on bullying and what can be done.
It's important to avoid major events or major health crises.
How do you know if your cough is due to a serious condition? We'll have some answers. Stay well
and strive to make every day a healthy day.
Welcome to Kenya, my guy, and the most important to this school.
Thank you, bro. Yo, what up, Africa? What it do, what it does, what it done, what it did. It's your boy. Super producers.
Can we get on with the lesson, please?
My name is Jules with a Z, but you can call me Juju.
Wacha upombafu. Julia, you are Julia. In fact, Mr. Man, call her Julia.
Solendan, Mashambiki.
I mean, they got the voice, but look at her. She got the looks, bruh. And the video is all about visuals, bruh. Visuals.
Welcome back to KBC News Check, and thank you so much indeed for keeping us company. We are looking at the state of the nation, and in this regards, of course, it's something that is on everyone's lips is the impeached DP petitions that are currently waiting to be heard at the Mlimani law courts. That's not only the thing that we are following up, we're also following up on the KCSE, which begins today. We're also following up on the affordable housing judgment, which is supposed to be the Mlimani law courts as well. And also, we also have the COP29 that is currently in Colombia. Those are some of the things that we are keeping tabs with. In case you just joined us, I'm in the company of Sami Meli, and just next to him we have Benjamin Koskei, Dr. Benjamin Koskei, who is a senior lecturer at the Kenyatta University. Well, before then, we were looking at the impeachment of the Deputy President, that is Rigathi Gachagua, and we are waiting for the live link from the Mlimani law courts, where we'll be crossing over to just hear some of these petitions. They're numbering about 30 now as we speak, up from about 23 last week. Gentlemen, before we took that break, I was mentioning that in regards to what has just happened in the impeachment of the Deputy President, we're going to have a lot of ripple effects. Some are going to be intense in regards to the political formations. As a political analyst, how do you see it? Because that is the same thing that happened before 2022 general elections. The two principles had differed, and that is where the political alignment and formations came about. Are we likely to see the same thing?
Oh, yes. We will see a lot of political realignment. Number one, if
just a minute, Doc. Those are live pictures from the Mlimani law courts, and as you can see, the impeached Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is seated in the company. I can spot 2 or 3 lawyers there, and the court is quite full. We'll be crossing over to Mlimani law courts any moment now, as soon as this petition begins. But currently, we are here in studio and waiting for for the judges at the Mlimani law courts.
Thank you so much. I can see Riggy is now well, and I wish him all the best. And number 2, there will be a lot of realignment. If Riggy will be sent home, number 1, he will form his own party, and he will canvanize the Kikuyu vote in totality. And
that is if the courts clear him, because if they don't clear him, that it is not viable to vie for any political
In
seat.
any case,
Yes.
he will form his political party.
Either way.
Either way. Number two, William Ruto will go to Nyanza and Western, and then Mount Kenya East, that is the Meru, and the Rift Valley, that is the Kalenjin votes, and Coast. And if Raila loses the AU post, it will be messy and noisy, because Raila will feel shortchanged. And Raila, to me, that is a person that you cannot trust in politics. To me, I don't know, to Meli. Raila can jump, and even he can go to Rigiji's side in the next election. And that is the real politician. He is a real survivor in this country. And he has survived all through. And he knows how to do that. So, Rigiji right now, where he is, but if he is not impeached, he will silently form his own party, and his constituency will not trust again William Ruto. Take it to the bank. Either way, he will not trust.
Still on the same, Doc.
Yeah.
As we have said, is that what we don't hear and what we don't see is where the politics truly lie.
It is true.
And I remember him in one of the televised interviews, he said that because he was so trusting, Mount Kenya as a region or as a voting bloc did not come on the table with an agreement or conditions or anything, whereas we see the likes of Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula, we've seen the likes of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Musalia Mudavadi, we've seen the likes of PAR leader, who is the Speaker of the Senate. From what the DP said, and from the documents that he presented to court, is that these people had an agreement, including Mutua of the Maendeleo Chap-Chap, which actually sponsored the bill, the impeachment motion. Was it the undoing of the Mount Kenya region to not enter into that agreement in a political outfit? Remember, during the TNA, Uhuru had TNA, and the president, who was the deputy president back then, had URP.
It is true.
Was it the Mount Kenya region undoing?
To me, it was not undoing, because you remember during 2022, we had another party in Mount Kenya. That is for Uhuru Kenyatta Jubilee Party.
And you also had the likes of Kionjuri as well.
Yes,
and even
you
Moses
can
Kuria.
see.
And Moses
even
Kuria.
Moses Kuria. And even Waria. Okay? And even Kabogo. So Rigiji saw that if I have another party, it will not have a lot of effect. So he joined hands with Ruto in the fate of Jubilee, the Jubilee of 2017. Okay? But he didn't foresee this thing coming. He didn't see that this is coming because of the fate, the Christian faith. You know faith, you don't reason. Okay? You just trust in God, that there is God in heaven. You don't reason. So Gachagua with Pastor Dorcas trusted Rachel and Ruto, the Christian faith, and say we are going to this war. And at the end of it, we will reach the mountain, and eventually we will be in heaven. But now look at this. He didn't foresee this. But going forward, he will form his own political party. And by the way, right now, Rigiji ako juu sana. Right now, where he is right now. In fact, let me tell you, if election comes in November, him and Ruto, he will beat Ruto. Right now. That is my analysis.
Meli, let's go back to the truthful man again. He said there is a truthful man, and on Sunday he mentioned that some of the reason that they were at loggerheads with his boss is because he brought about Adani, he brought about the affordable housing, which is also being challenged in court. But let's go to the truthfulness and honesty. When he was deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua did drum up support for the affordable housing, only now to come and castigate it. He talked about tapping in foreign investors, Adani being one of them. He's bringing up all those issues now. Is he really being truthful and honest?
Now, one thing, what I was thinking about all this scenario that we are seeing, there is too much going on in this country, and perhaps this is a decoy. The Rigathi issue could be a decoy that is diverting our attention from the Adani issues, diverting our attention from Shif and Shah. I heard somebody calling it Shisha. They are diverting our attention to the housing, from the housing issues that we had, and perhaps this will take some time, some sweet time of our attention, such that at the end of the day, things would have moved under the carpet. But the truthful man branded himself. He used to say things, and we believe him. Even up to the other day, when he was speaking, he came through a press conference before he appeared in the National Assembly. He said quite a number of things that, quote unquote, ended up putting him in trouble. And I said before, always say less than is necessary. By being truthful, he was trying to win the hearts of Kenyans more than his boss was doing. And perhaps he was trying to outshine the master, and the master realized in good time that this guy, if I'm not careful, will take over my government. The truth we have, but when you hear what was happening in the National Assembly, some were truths and some were half-truths and some were exceedingly outright lies. And therefore, his truthfulness is still in question, but he had won their hearts. The crying of the Deputy President's wife, Madam Pastor Dorcas Rigathi, crying before the camera, whipped our emotions. Even those who had hard hearts changed, because nobody has ever seen anywhere above the ruling class crying. And that is when I learned one thing: the rich also cry. The only cries I saw that were from that class is when President William Ruto did not believe that he was the deputy president. He couldn't believe that he would be sitting on a deputy president's chair in a place he used to go and book appointment. That was the last cry I saw. So this crying whipped our emotions. It has brought back sense to some of us who had very hard hearts and were unforgiving. But all this was I could see things like this coming from Rigathi's speeches all through. Sometimes even somebody would ask, why did he have to say that before the president? In fact, even guiding the president before the multitude. And you would see, if you see William doing this and smiling, my friend, you have hurt his heart. He is not smiling. And these things were planned, they were there, and he knew that it was coming. That is why he was even more bold towards the impeachment season. He was bolder and even courageous to handle some issues. The issue of Gen Z, when he addressed us in Mombasa, one thing was, why was he addressing us from Mombasa when the president was addressing us from State House, Nairobi? It reminded me of a movie, The Designated Survivor. He was playing the designated survivor, that in case things happen here, I take over from Mombasa. And perhaps that also angered his boss. And you know, for those people who are close to William Ruto, will tell you that once William Ruto starts ignoring you, know that he never tells you that he has a problem with you. He just starts ignoring you. Know that you are in his wrong books. And if we are not careful, we'll go back to my first statement. This is a decoy. Something is going on in this country. Once we wake up, We will have Adani International Airport. Kenya Power will be Adani Power and Lighting Company Limited, because there are some things perhaps Rigathi was against. At the end of the day, why would you sell our heritage? Why would you privatize our heritage?
For 30 years.
For 30 years. Hata ingekuwa 10 years. At 5. Actually, by 2032, if he's leaving, we would have somebody else to take over from that. But giving somebody, imagine Troy, at this time, let me assume you are 39. In 30 years, you will be 69.
Actually, in the next 30 years, I'll be in my 40s. In my 70s.
Yeah, you will be actually 70. Tokuna sign in pesa ya wazee. 30 years is a lot of time to give out a national heritage like that.
All right. Since somebody can argue that that has not been put into pen and paper yet, I will still pose the same question I posed to Doc in regards to how do you see the political formations coming up. But before you answer that, allow me to remind our viewers that those are live pictures from the Mlimani law courts, and as I can see, the court is quite full. We're expecting the petitions in regards to the impeachment of impeached Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua will be heard by a 3-judge bench. I can see the likes of lawyers Kibe Mungai, I can see lawyer Ndegwa Njiru, I can see the former UDA SecGen Cleophas Malala, I can see the brilliant lawyer Ongoya, we can even see the Kiambu woman representative, the likes of lawyer Danstan Omari, I can see also Ndegwa Njiru, also a brilliant lawyer, and also some politicians here and there. I've seen the likes of Dan Manzo, who is a senator, and we are waiting for that case to be heard and determined. So as soon as the judges do get into that law court, we will be crossing over. So back to you, Meli. What do you think are the political ramifications of such a move in regards to the DP? We've saw 2017, a lot of new alignments.
Now, we had a disclaimer from the word go. Musiguse Murema. And the truthful man was saying that. That mountain has been shaken. That mountain, the volcano and the magma that is bubbling in that mountain, I don't know what we will need an atomic bomb to take it back. First, things first. William should come out, President William Ruto should come out and unite the country. Assure us that the processes going on are constitutional processes, calm down the country, and at the end of the day, I don't know what he will have to do to bring back the mountain that he was told not to touch. That mountain is slowly shifting. Seismic activity down on the tectonic plates of the mountain are actually rumbling and shifting. We might have a serious rift that he will have to build a serious bridge to go back to the mountain. Otherwise, if that doesn't happen, or if this happens and Rigathi goes home, the mountain has gone home with him. The mountain will be looking at Rigathi to give it direction. Where next? What President William Ruto should do right now, if that happens, put all his resources, human and supernatural, on the presidents of Africa to vote in Honorable Raila Odinga to be the AU chairman. Then he will bring the lake, which he will use the water of the lake to calm the mountain. Otherwise, this mountain, the volcanic eruption that is there, has never been had in the history of this world. These people are united. I have never seen a people united like the people of the mountain.
All right, and still on the same, let's be very honest. Since the finance bill, the ground has been hostile.
Yeah.
True or false?
True.
In either way, whether the DP was impeached or not, the ground was still hostile because of the finance bill. And of course, a number of Kenyans have mentioned, you told us there's a hustler government, you told us Mama Boga, you told us there's that hostility on the ground. And they say vitu kwa ground is different. Now, this is something else that has come, of which, like you said, the tectonic plates are rumbling. Where does this leave Kenyans as well? We also have to remember that Kenyans were not quite happy.
Now, the Kenyans should understand one thing, is that mwanasiasa si mwenzako. A politician is not your fellow, your peer. Because these people can unite on issues that are bedeviling them and ignore you. Let's not whip our emotions and follow the politicians' directions. We should be sober. Remember that this country is one united country called Kenya. We are Kenyans. Since President William Ruto took over, not even a single plate increased in my home. The size of ugali that we cook is still the same. The sugar that we put in our tea has always remained 2 spoonfuls per cup. It has never changed. And that is why what we should and look at is not where the president comes from. Because Bwana Kosgei here can tell you, Daktari, that where he comes home from, in fact, perhaps the roads are even worse than they were before. What I am looking forward to is even having a Giriama president, a Ribef president, a Somali president, a Taita president, a Luya president, but somebody who works. We should look forward to a day when Kenyans will have a clear objectives on their election of who to rule them or who will lead them. Otherwise, Kenya is a unified country. We should not whip emotions into what is affecting politicians, because at the end of the day, when you sleep hungry, he doesn't send you tea, he doesn't send you soap to wash your clothes, but what we want from politicians is to give us development. I want, when I leave my home, I have a good road, I have affordable fuel, I have, I can live securely. I don't need security. Because what even the deputy president, impeached deputy president, was trying to send a message is, we are insecure in this country. That is why he needed security. From who? From us. He feared us. He fears us. That is why he cries for security. And I am wondering, look at when the president was in the US, he was crossing the streets. I could see him crossing the streets of New York. There's even a small girl who bumped into him and he pushed her aside. Even the security were not there. I'm looking forward to a day we shop here at Quickmart with the president. Namuona anashika nini na mimi niko na yangu.
Na the governors wakipanda basi,
and the
just like they do in Europe.
Buses.
Yeah.
And
since, from what I've seen is that the court is almost in session. Okay. Let's go back to something you mentioned, and it's something that has come up not only this year. Yeah. Some people have claimed that Parliament is an extension of the executive. Let's look at the MPs.
Yeah.
After the finance bill, Kenyans were very hostile, and actually some were chased away, and some had to wear T-shirts saying "Forgive us." But let's be very honest: the leaders that we have is a true reflection of who we are. You remember the finance bill? Yeah. They voted yes, despite Kenyans saying no. Yeah. And then the president comes out, flanked by the MPs, and said that, indeed, that's it. We're not going to go on with the finance bill. How do we ensure that Parliament is not an extension of the executive? But unfortunately, my director, Mugo Kariuki, said, informs me that we have to go to Mlimani Law Courts. Sami Meli, a governance expert, just next to him. We have the Dr. Benjamin Kosgei, lecturer at the Kenyatta University, and also a political analyst. Thank you so much, Injiri, for joining us. Let's cross over to Mlimani Law Courts and follow up on the impeached DP petition.
I'm Dorcas Odura, Attorney General, Senior Counsel. The Attorney General has also been sued as a party, and therefore representing the Attorney General is Professor Gibi Mwigai, Senior Counsel, Shadrach Mose, the Solicitor General, Emmanuel Bita, Deputy Chief State Counsel.
Emmanuel who?
Emmanuel Bita.
Where is he? I'm present, also.
He's been swamped. And Charles Mutinda, Deputy State Counsel.
Present, my lord. Present.
For the National Assembly, we have Eric Gumbo,
I'm present, madam.
Paul Nyamodi,
Present, madam.
and George Murugara.
Present, madam.
For the Speaker of the National Assembly, we have Benson Milimo,
Before you, madam.
Josephat
Just
Kuyoni.
too fast.
Oh, sorry.
You introduced Mr. Mugara for.
Mr. Murugara George for National Assembly. For the Speaker of the National Assembly, we have Benson Milimo,
Present, madam.
Josephat Kuyoni.
Hello, madam. Present. Josephat who?
Kuyoni. Kuyoni. For the Senate, we have Professor Ojenda Tom, Senior Counsel,
Present.
Moni Mukele Edwin,
I'm present, madam.
and Senator Hilary Sigay.
Money who?
Moni Mukele Edwin.
And Professor?
And Senator Hilary Sigay. That is for the Senate. For the Speaker of the Senate, we have Mercy Tanji, and Peter Wanyama.
I'm present, madam.
For Professor Kindiki, CS, and DP nominee, we have Mudomi Siankolu,
I'm present, my lord.
Moses Kipkosgei, and Ken Meli.
Present.
My lords, your leadership, in petition 565 of 2024, may I, at the very outset, before I state counsel appearing as the Deputy President applicant, may I, at the very outset, say that I am stating the quorum under protest. We are not willingly here participating, we will elaborate. But let the record show that counsel appearing for the Deputy President today before this honorable court appear at the protest. As I say, the basis will be elaborated later. I appear form-weighted for the record. I appear with my colleagues, Tom Acharya, Elisha Ongoya, Faith Waigua, Victor Soanya, Debo Wanjiru, Andrew Muge.
We are recording the quorum. Faith
Waigua, Victor Soanya Ogeto, Debo Wanjiru, Andrew Muge, George Wandati, Mr. Sakim Pa, and John. My lords, your leadership, as I sit down, I seek clarity on whether it is only petition 565 of 2024 that this honorable court has before it today, or whether there are any other conditions. I thank you.
We will take quorum on all the files that are before the court first.
Petition E015 of 2024 at Kerugoya. Petitioner David Muni Mazenge and 4 others versus the National Assembly and 5 others.
May it please your lordships and my lady judge, in E015 of 2024, the quorum for the response is the same, save for His Excellency the President, who has been sued in person and is being represented by Adrian Kamodo.
Just for the purposes of clarity, just will record the quorum fully.
Dorcas Odur appears the Attorney General. For the Attorney General is Professor Igai, Senior Counsel, Shadrach Mose, Solicitor General, Emmanuel Bita, Deputy Chief State Counsel, and Charles Mutinda, Deputy Chief State Counsel.
Appearing in this matter with the following My Lord, in this matter, I appear with Senator Daniel Manzo.
Present, my Lord.
Your name, please. My name is Kipe Mungai. I thought I'd said it, my Lord. Kipe Mungai. Sorry about that. I appear in this matter, my Lord, with Senator
of the first interested party, that is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, in this E015. The Lord, again, let the record capture and show that counsel appearing for the first interested party appear under protest. Counsel are as follows: Paul Mwite, Tom Acharia, Elisha Ongoya, Faith Waigwa, Victor Soanya, George Wadati, and John.
Can we have that again?
Yes, I'm sorry. From what point, my lord?
From yourself.
Paul Muite, Tom Macharia, Elisha Ongoya, Faye Waigwa, Victor Soania Ogeto, George Wandati, and John Job. At the appropriate time, we will be going into the grounds and basis for appearing under protest.
My Lord, before there were also certain clarifications that I would like to be given before the hearing for today. Direction for today's hearing can be given. My Lord,
before Mr. Kibe moves on that file, are there other files, especially file number petition E572 2024, sit before the bench?
We'll take quorums on the files which are before the court and that you can raise any issue.
My lords, may you kindly equally confirm whether E509, which was consolidated with E522, is before the bench. One reason, Your Lordship, is that the bench was specifically constituted for that purpose.
Petition E13 of 2024, High Court of Kerugoya, Thomas Kimozo Maingi, petitioner versus Deputy President of Kenya, respondent, and Honorable E.G.
My Lord, that matter is not before the court.
Your Lordship is being called. It is the court that should know whether it is before the court. We also want to know whether it is before this court.
My Lord, and my ladies, kindly, with your kind permission, I would also want to seek clarification for my own petition which I have filed, petition number E567. I had information that that file was also coming up before you this morning, and I would like to know whether the same is before you, and if so, whether we can also proceed with it.
When was it filed?
It was filed on the 18th of October 2024, and it came up before Honorable Justice Mwamuye, who gave directions that it should come up actually tomorrow, and I believe that is part of the reasons why there is protest in this matter. And then I was informed that it's coming up today, so I also need clarification.
May it please the court. My name is Dr. Eboso. I'm a petitioner in E541 of 2024, a petition that was filed on 8th of October, and a petition in which we got directions on 16th of October, directing that it be brought before the Chief Justice for this bench. It raises the same issues as the issues that were consolidated, and I'm appearing in person with Ms. Ivy Mwangi, the second petitioner, and we were seeking clarifications with regard to directions on that file, because as we can see, there are files that were filed on 17th of October, and which directions were given, and the bench was constituted. So we expected that the matter would be mentioned together with this one today. Thank you.
Lord, with utmost respect, this honorable court is a court of record. And the record is very, very important. My Lord, Your Ladyship, we heard the court assistant call out petition E13 of 2024, and she mentioned the word Kimboya. That is the file that was called out. And in order for the record of this code to be systematically accurate and easy to follow, may I with respect ask that we get clarity on this file that was called out, E13/24 of Kimboya, before we go to the other matters. And perhaps it is for this honorable court to clarify which files, one by one, are before this honorable court. This
Senior Counsel Paul Ngute, we are giving you time to talk. You see, everybody wants to talk. There will be a time for us also to talk. So I've heard you.
Thank you.
For this morning, for the purposes of hearing this morning, the applications which are before the court are application number E0113, which was consolidated in Pergoya before it arrived here with E0114. 0114. Then we have application number E0115, also from Pergoya. That is application before this court. And then we gave direction on those application. And then E565. Those are the three matters which are before this court and in which the Honorable the Chief Justice has constituted this bench for hearing and determination. There are articles of constitution of this bench in the record. So the three matters before the court are E565, E015, E0113, and E014. Those are the files and petitions, applications before this court. And those are the applications on which this bench has given directions pursuant to this bench being duly constituted. So any other applications which we are talking about, we have not cited them. Maybe they are yet to reach us, but for the purposes of today's hearing, we have these three petitions or applications.
Your Lordship, we are well guided. And perhaps also to state for record that we also appear in E015 in protest. But further that, Your Lordship, kindly confirm that the number that is now registered in the matter that came from Kiriguya is E015. And that is important, Your Lordship, because of the purposes of administrative transfers of files. Because what was at Kirugwe, Your Lordship, was E015. Does it therefore mean that that file has not yet been integrated into the Nairobi files? And if so, then how do we appear to proceed before you, and how was the matter that we raised the issues? Just confirm on the question of the integration of that file with the Nairobi files, because the last file that we have should be 565 as at Friday. Are we dealing with the matter in Kirugwe or in Nairobi?
Let me deal with that. Lord, for the purpose of E572 of 2024.
That file is not before us.
That's all I'm only saying. I have had the directions of the bench. The file is not before you. But I have instructions for the purpose of the work to check that that petition was filed on 18th of October. The same day the Kerugoya file was filed. All the directions in all these files that have been taken to a graveyard is that none of these files of ours have orders. The reason as to why Kerugoya files before the learned judges is purely because they have orders to stop the swearing in of the deputy president-elect. The CJ could not have selectively decided to have only one file before you, my lords. This is a trial of the judiciary. It is a trial that goes to the root cause of whether there is impartiality.
Mr.
Yes, my lord.
Mr. Omari.
Yes, my lord.
The file you are addressing us, we have said, is not before us. And the files which are before this court are the files in which this specific bench has been empaneled.
Thank you, my lord. Allow me to mourn. Because the questions I'm raising are very pertinent, that there are files selectively brought before you, but there are others.
Mr. Omari, we wouldn't know that because, as you understand, we only deal with matters in which we have been empaneled. We do not empanel ourselves.
Thank you very much. The empanelment authority has heard me now done. Thank you.
And Lord, if you could mourn elsewhere.
My Lord, I had indicated to this honorable court that there will be at least 3 clarifications.
Just a minute, Mr. President.
Now, I think we need to get some things right. I want to clarify how these files are before this bench this morning. The 3 files which were filed in Kerugoya, that is 13, 14, and 15 of 2024, had some interim conservatory orders issued by the court. Further to the issuance of those orders, the learned judge made further orders requesting the Honorable Chief Justice to empanel a bench. Those files were transmitted, or the basis of that order, to the Honorable Chief Justice's office on the 18th of October 2024. On that very day, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice empaneled this bench to hear those matters. Thereafter, applications were filed online. I think you are all aware that we are operating online. Applications were filed online. When those applications were filed online, those are the ones which this bench gave directions for these matters to appear before us today. That is why you are here, and that is the trail, that is the paper trail as to why we're here this morning. So I reiterate the position taken by the presiding judge that we will not be comfortable dealing with any other file, even if it's related to this file, which we did not give directions for it to appear here today. So I think we can now proceed on the basis of that clarification.
Thank you, Judge.
My Lord,
just a minute, please.
Perhaps Justice, to add that the numerous other petitions that are coming up, I think the process is ongoing. Maybe not all the files have been transmitted to the bench. Maybe by the time we leave this courtroom, other files will have been transmitted to the bench. But as we speak now, here and now, these are the only files that were transmitted to the bench and in which there are applications where the bench gave directions for hearing today. That is not to say that those are all the petitions there are. We don't even know whether the transmission has been done yet, and that we will go back and find all the other petitioners whose concerns are valid. Perhaps those files will now be before the bench for months.
Yes, my Lord, I believe now I can be able to make the clarifications. Starting with the immediate background that we need to make these clarifications, and we take into account.
Let us finish with quorum first. There's a quorum in E013, which was consolidated in Kerugoya with E014. Let's take quorum on that file.
Your Lordship, is terribly something wrong. And I believe it is important for us to put things into proper perspective. Because when you call the matters, E13 was not part of what was called. I've not heard it. Perhaps it will be called. But Your Lordship, in E015, there has never been a consolidation. To the best of my knowledge.
What are you talking about consolidation? Nobody has talked about any consolidation. These files have not been consolidated. I think that is the next process we'll be going into. Nobody has talked about any consolidation. If you look at the record, you will find that the directions for today's hearing are given specifically on each and every file. There was no consolidation of any matter. No matter has been consolidated. So let us not dwell on things which really are not before the court. Now matter has been consolidated. Let us proceed from there. If you want to apply for any files to be consolidated, that is okay. As we speak now, there is no consolidation. The directions from this court were very specific on 3 different files.
My lords, I'm well guided, but when Justice Rima was giving the clarification, I never heard him clarify whether the Kerugoya file has been integrated into the Nairobi system. Because we cannot be dealing with a file that is reading Kerugoya. Because of course, if there is no integration, Your Lordship, then there is a rat that is made.
My Lord, may I say something?
Let me answer you. You said that records speak for themselves. And for record, matters which came from Kerugoya came with their own record. And the record states here that the matter herein is consolidated with petition E014 of 2024 and the same to be delivered in the Chief Justice for empanelment of bench in terms of the ruling in petition E014 of 2024, a copy of which shall be placed on this file. So your own matter coming from Kerugoya was already consolidated. Those proceedings which took place in Kerugoya consolidated these two files. So let that not be an issue here, please. On the directions issues on 11th by Judge Richard Mwongo, these were the directions. The petitioner in E014-2024 to serve their amended petition on all parties. Similarly, the petitioner in E013-2024 to serve their petition on all parties. Respondents to the petition to file their responses by noon of 17th of October 2024. Given that the files are being routed to Honorable Chief Justice forthwith, the parties' response to the amended petition and petition E013 of 2024 may be filed in Kerugoya under the Kerugoya case tracking system online, whereupon they shall be forwarded to Nairobi. So these proceedings took place in Kerugoya. So this court has not consolidated any matter. Petition number E014 and petition number E013 are hereby consolidated. The parties who appeared before the Kerugoya court were given those orders. Those were your orders.
And with your permission, Presiding Judge, the reason why Nairobi has not opened another file to put together all the files from Kerugoya is this. Going by the orders which were issued by Kerugoya court, there was a specific order that because of the transmission, parties will still file their documents under the Kerugoya CTS, that is the court tracking system. We had to hold on to that so that not to disadvantage any of the parties until we appear today. Those are some of the things we will deal with here and make orders to the Honorable Deputy Registrar to formalize that. So there should be no cause for alarm. We will put everything into its place.
I presume we will now raise the issues that we want to raise, particularly arising from the issues in Kerugoya. And I do not
will then proceed and take forum on it. They were consolidated, so we don't take further forum on this matter.
The Attorney General, I don't know, I had indicated to the court earlier, I need to raise some clarifications.
Section 7 of the Attorney General's Act.
You had already asserted it to speak. It doesn't override my right to represent my clients.
I will repeat it.
Can she then say her piece, I say mine?
Which matter are we now dealing with?
We have 0115. We have 0115.
My Lord, I wanted to say that the only matters before this court are the matters which had ex parte orders. The matters that came from Kerugoya E13 and E14, although consolidated, they were filed before impeachment and they have no conservatory orders.
I think they do.
We have E15.
E15 has
conservatory orders, but E13 and E14, although from Kerugoya, they were filed before impeachment and they had no conservatory orders.
I hope I can then be heard without further interferences. My Lord,
which is the matter, Mr. Kibe?
My Lord, I'm leading the number of advocates in this matter from Kirinyaga, E015.
Kerugoya 15?
Yes, Kerugoya 15.
Kerugoya 15, yes.
Yes. My Lord, the clarification that I seek to raise emanates against this general background. The first one, my Lord, is that there was a sitting on Saturday, which the court has since explained how that sitting occurred. With regard to that sitting, my client wrote a letter to the Honorable the Chief Justice, which has been placed on record in an affidavit in an application before you, that protesting, amongst other things, that the practice in which a Saturday sitting would be convened for purposes of hearing the executive and organs of government that have violated fundamental rights is a practice that is prohibited under the 2010 Constitution. That letter is on record. We do not trust that the Honorable the Chief Justice could actually do that because she knows the history about what used to happen. But we now learn, Your Lordship, sir, that you are convened by the Honorable Lady Justice Mlimani, the Deputy Chief Justice. My Lords, arising from that are one, a legal issue and a matter of Article 150. My Lord, under the law, and we do this every day, I practice public law every day. Arising from that issues of the communication, speaking for 015, we expected that the general procedure would be, and that is what the orders implies, and required us to come on Thursday this week, that when the Chief Justice appoints a bench, she will do it in writing as required under Article 47 of the Constitutions. We would be given the number of those judges and the day that they will be sitting. This day, we have not received officially, because even when the sitting happened on Saturday,
my Lord Mayor,
I think I have a right to raise those issues. You will have a right to respond.
Just give Mungai time.
Mungai.
I just wanted for good order,
Okay,
my Lord.
is that a clarification? Mungai?
My Lord, I am Mungai. I believe he will speak in response as soon as I'm done. Let me finish.
My Lord, I wanted to assist the court because my learned friend has, I believe, filed a substantive application so that the court does not hear speeches in vacuo. My learned friend should identify what application he is ventilating so that even we taking notes know what we should be responding to. That's all I wanted to say.
Professor Muigai was a former Attorney General. I respect him. He was also my teacher, my professor for criminal law. But my Lord, the point that I wish to make is that I am acting for specific clients today, and as the court, I should be heard in silence. He will respond. And I indicated that we have formal applications. What we are raising is an issue that is arising from what Judge Murima has indicated. We could not put it earlier in an application. So if I may proceed, my Lord, the issue is this, that we expected a notification in writing that these judges have been appointed and they would sit on a particular day. All those notifications, including in cases of abductions, have been that the first sitting by a bench has been on a working day. All applications, and I'm aware of this as a fact. So then the first clarifications, on what basis would, in an application by the executive, be convened on a Saturday? That is a substantive issue because of the second reason that our background that we are giving. But under the 2010 constitutions, the constitutions provide for the Bill of Rights. My lords, under the former constitution, under the former constitution, we used to have a practice in which we had an officially a bill of immunities for the state, where the constitution, the state could conduct its business on weekends and outside court sitting hours. But not because of that reason, that's why I'm saying this, we are sitting here pursuant to the orders made on a Saturday. And my Lord, we are also sitting here pursuant to an order made by the Honorable the Chief Justice. My Lord, for purposes of Article 165, I believe it's 4 of the Constitution, the powers of the Chief Justice to appoint a bench is a substantive power. It is not administrative. This power, my Lord, cannot be shared by the Deputy Chief Justice or with the Deputy Chief Justice. And because it cannot be shared with the Deputy Chief Justice, it is the reason why I say two things. That our instructions is that we must move this court immediately to set aside that order on the basis of its unconstitutionality. The Chief Justice of Kenya cannot appoint anyone, any judge, pursuant to Article 165(4) of the Constitution. And we shall place here the Deputy Chief Justice a formal applications. Issue number 2, my lords, arising from that.
You apply that we discharge the directions of empanelment.
My lord, I am saying that we shall make a formal applications to discharge that order made by the Deputy Chief Justice. That's what we are indicating. My lord, number 2, and it is implied in the applications for disqualifications that we have filed. Number 2 is that we raise the issue that for purposes of the Saturday sitting and today's sitting, and the thing is out there in the streets and the Republic of Kenya, is that a special bench would be appointed for purposes of vacating the orders that were made. My lord, I have a lot of respect for all of you that have appeared before previously. But my lord, pursuant to my instructions that would be the case, 3 issues worries us. Number 1, we had a sitting on Saturday, the practice of the former constitution, where the executive enjoyed special privileges. Number 2, my lord, is that we have confirmed that the only files that are before you are files where we have interim conservatory orders. So that, my lord, and it is important that this issue we speak for the 190 and with a clear conscience. 2 things. My lord, the first thing would be this, that if this matter is going to be conducted like today on the basis that only those matters where the Attorney General is itching to set aside conservatory orders are the ones that are going to be heard, there would be something wrong because other cases that are even officially before you and probably assigned to you by the actual Chief Justice of Kenya are still pending. So what was this where you prioritize the state? And it used to happen those days before we had a new constitution. Issue number 2, my lord, is this, the issue of bias. And this is bias by the Honorable...
I think, Mr. Mungai, you are going beyond ordinary comments. If you have an application which addresses those prayers or those issues, I think you...
Let me raise the other issue that then does not have to do with those prayers. Well, the last issue, therefore, would be this. If assuming that cases that were supposed to appear before you are cases that came after the impeachment, my lord, there are about 4 matters, one of them in which I appear. And this is a fundamental issue. That matter is coming on Thursday. Okay? An express order of the court that has not been set aside. The question would be this, for purposes of good order, and for purposes of us making this application, why would it be difficult, even for this bench, to order all cases, because that is a right to equality under Article 27 of the Constitution, that deals with the same subject matter, come on a specific day where all parties have notice, so that even the issues that we are raising against the Deputy Chief Justice can be formally put on record, so that we do not have this anxiety that somebody is speaking off record. My Lord, why I say as I go to see it, why I say this is important, is this. The matters before you over and over again, the repeated question has been, the right to fair hearing is being sacrificed. Under Article 25 of the Constitution, fair hearing cannot be taken away even during an emergency. It is an absolute right in this country. So what, my Lord, arising from that, the question that we would like us to be addressed is that to say that we're going to conduct matters by installment, and the only justification for the chosen installments being that the Deputy Chief Justice is biased for the state and has therefore constituted a bench that can be able to hear the state's application, is clearly not permissible. So that, my Lord, I urge the court to hold.
I would not, please, we should not bring the DCJ conduct at this stage, because I think that the DCJ discharged her administrative duties the way it should be done.
That is not administrative.
If you have an issue with that, please don't make a generalized complaint.
Well, this is not generalized. It is in writing, and we are making a formal application to ensure everything is done on record. And that right, as I say down, the issue of that right is that we have had a situation before the National Assembly, before the Senate, it didn't seem to matter. Before the High Court, my lords, I submit the right to fair hearing under the Constitution must count for something. Otherwise, Article 25 would effectively have been amended to please the state. I urge you respectfully.
We hear you.
My lord, sir, just to add on what my learned friend has submitted on, I will begin
with the permission of the deciding. I wish to say I wish to make this clarification. The matters which are before us today, the three matters which are before us today, are not here on the basis that some conservatory orders were issued per se. I have stated and I'm repeating. The reason why these matters are before us today is that after the issuance of the conservatory orders, subsequent applications were filed. The applications were filed after the empanelment. Those applications were filed online. We deal with matters online. And it is on the basis of only the applications which were filed and dealt with online, that is why we are here today. So I want to correct the insinuation that we are here only to deal with the matters in which conservatory orders were issued. We don't know how many conservatory orders were issued. We are only here to deal with specifically the applications which were filed, which came to our attention. So kindly let us be as factual as possible. We will deal with all the matters. I can assure you there is no issue about any of the things you are raising. If you have any substantive issue, we are here. If the application for recusal, there is no problem. We will hear. If we feel we have to get out of this, there should be no problem. We are all here to defend the Constitution of Kenya. So don't you worry. Don't you worry. Give us time. Let's take this thing step by step, and we will do the best we can as a bench.
Allow us to worry when we have grounds.
Senior Counsel Mute and Counsel Negua, you know, when you argue the way Mr. Mugwe has argued, that court starts on Saturday, you are arguing on both sides of the court. You know that we work online, and most of you know that matters reach us anytime at any time, whether at night, and that is what the new constitution and the e-filing system has brought to this country. So when you argue selectively, you mislead the people outside there that courts start on a Saturday. There's nothing like that. We online us and when they come. But we have had Mr. Mungai. Let it not be an exchange between the court and yourself, because neutral party. Let us hear also from the other side.
We haven't really. Is E015 in the order is the second respondent, first respondent in fact. We haven't said our piece, and Elisha Ugoya will be making submission. But my Lord, do give us this very weighty matter. This E015 in Kirogoya. The orders of your brother, Mr. Justice Mungo, were given at 4 p.m. When did it come from Kirinyaga to go to the Deputy Chief Justice? It is 2 hours drive from Kirinyaga. When did the Deputy Chief Justice sit in the middle of the night on Friday to give directives? Permit us to ask these issues for the sake of the nation. We are not just dealing with the removal, challenge to the removal of the deputy president. We are dealing about the president that will be set for the removal of deputy presidents in future and the removal of presidents in future. Elisha.
My Lord Presiding Judge, I want to renew my request that the court permit us to be orderly. We are now about to hear a second speech, a third speech, a fourth speech. This court, as we have been told by the senior most advocate here, is a court of record. What application are we hearing so that we on this side we cannot respond to speeches? There is an application here, if I may, the Honorable P.K. Moite. There is an application for the recusal of judges. It is the right of my learned colleague to bring it. But having brought it, they should then confine themselves to it. Then we can respond to it. But we cannot sit here the whole afternoon listening to speech after speech intended for another audience other than this one.
There is no other audience.
Let us be clear on this. The applications before this court, we have stated which applications this court for hearing today. We have no authority to call any other file, because files, when there's a prayer for empanelment of a bench, those files go direct to the Honorable Chief Justice. So we have no authority to call any other file to ourselves. That will be quite unprocedural. We have here are the 3 files which we mentioned, in which there are interim orders where one party is seeking to lift those orders. If there is an application for recusal or whatever it is, I think you really need to put it on record so that we deal with it, and before any other thing, we can deal with it and dispose of it one way or the other. But I don't think it's really necessary to have speeches in the absence of specific application and prayers.
Your Lordship, the so-called speeches have been invited by the disclosure from the court. We, the advocates appearing for the petitioners, we were not aware of how the bench was constituted. So when it was disclosed to us that the bench was constituted by the Deputy Chief Justice, it is stated as you, Your Lordships, 165, clause 4. Constitutionality of the Constitution, we hear these 3 specific files. And that is the issue that we want to address even before we go to the application for recusal. Because it will view, Your Lordship, that the so-called empanelment of this bench to hear these specific files is itself unconstitutional. By the reading of Article 165 clause 4, the only person who has the capacity to empanel a bench is a chief. So we want to perhaps interpret for us whether the Deputy Chief Justice can empanel a bench. Number two, Your Lordship, is where did the Chief Justice get the authority to empanel the bench? Was the Chief Justice present? Why did the Chief Justice execute her functions and her mandate under Article 165 plus 4? What was the necessity of the delegation of this function? Those are pertinent, Your Lordship.
sana unapitia
Kabla
ili upate ile
hujaachishwa.
kazi. Na ndio maana ulikuwa unasikia wale watu walikuwa zamani zile sisi tukiwa wadogo, mfanyikazi wa serikali alikuwa mtu mkubwa sana kwa kijiji. Na ndio alikuwa anatuambia
Anastahiki heshima zaidi.
Usidhani mimi nimeandikwa na penseli. Walikuwa wanasema mimi nimepitia mchakato fulani nikapata kazi pale. Na hivyo kuningatua kutoka kwa ile nafasi itakuwa ngumu. Hawa waliopewa kazi na Rigathi Gachagua na wanasiasa wengine hawakupitia yale. Kwa hivyo wanajua waliingia kwa njia nyepesi na pia kutoka itakuwa tu nyepesi vile vile. Ule mtu saizi hata ukipata mwana polisi kwa mfano hana nidhamu, hauwezi mfurusha hiyo siku. Kuna ule mwelekezo umewekwa na kuna ule mpangilio umewekwa kwamba nikikupata wewe Wambui una nidhamu, nitakuripoti kwa wale HR watengeneze ile inaitwa disciplinary committee, iangalie ile mchakato iseme kuna mpangilio mkubwa sana wa kukutoa kazini kama vile kuna mpangilio mkubwa sana wa kukuweka kazini.
Lakini
Peter,
haki itakuwa iko wapi? Manake huyu naibu wa rais aliyeng'atuliwa. Kwanza akakosana na mdosi wake, rais, akawekwa nje kidogo. Akatoka hapo akapata nafasi bungeni. Akatoka hapo amepata nafasi ya kujitetea katika bunge la Seneti. Ametoka hapo amepata nafasi ya kujitetea mahakamani. Sasa huyu mnyonge, huyu ambaye anaandaa chai katika ofisi ya rais, kwani yeye hana haki kamilifu? Yeye ni kuandikiwa barua tu na kuondoka. Lazima wawe pia na nafasi kama nafasi ambazo amepewa huyu naibu wa rais aliyeng'atuliwa. Hawa ni barua tu.
Lakini unajua wacha nikwambie.
Kuna haki.
Wakati mmoja mimi nimekuwa mfanyikazi wa county kule kwetu Kiambu. Nimepewa barua ya muda ya miaka 2 ama miaka 3 ama mwaka moja. Ule mdozi wangu mwaka moja ukiisha akiona kuna haja anipatie ile inaitwa renew, ananipea. Wale walioambiwa wasimame ya kwamba walikuwa wamepewa contract. Na contract yao wanajua inasema nini. Kwa mfano kama ulipewa contract ya mwaka moja, saizi wameambiwa nenda nyumbani kapumzike, mshahara utapata, na kama contract yake imebakisha siku ama miezi kadhaa, atawaambiwa kutoka leo nenda pale kwa Ministry of Agriculture upike chai hapo. Nenda pale kwa Ministry of Finance ufagie hapo. Nenda pale kwa Ministry of Finance ukue mshika doria pale. Unajua kwamba umepewa ile barua ulipewa ya kazi iko na kile sheria inasema terms and conditions. Haujekuwa mnyonge kwa sababu utasemaje ni mnyonge kwa sababu umesimamishwa kazi na ulipewa barua ya mwaka moja.
Hawajapata nyingine.
Ndio nasema
bado ni haki.
Ukipewa ile barua uliambiwa kuna uwezekano tukupatie nafasi nyingine, kuna uwezekano uende nyumbani.
Lakini Peter, kuna jambo moja tu hatulisemi. Hilo ni kwamba wajua mpaka tujiulize ile kuambiwa waende likizo ilikuwa ni kwa sababu gani? Ujue pale sasa ile ofisi ya deputy president ni kama crime scene sahi. Pale mahali kuna vile hutaki wale waliokuwa wanafanya kazi mahali wa disrupt, for example, documentation ama data ambayo iko pale. Unajua kuna ile hofu na inakuanga katika maofisi zote, whether ni serikali ama private. Kuna ile hofu ya kwamba kwa ajili umefanya kazi na huyu mtu kwa muda, kwa hivyo mko na uhusiano na kuna vile uko na huruma katika ile hali yake. Kwa hivyo akikupigia leo akwambie wewe kama for example mtu wa finance pale ndani, akwambie kuna document fulani ile tulifanya mambo ya fertilizer na nini, zitoe pale kwa records. Ona kama kufuta, kama ilikuwa kwenye flash disk uniletee. So hizi ndio vitu zinafanya, and it's a standard administrative practice kwamba lazima tuhakikishe kwamba ile information, ile data, kile kitu kiko pale ndani ya ile ofisi. Kumbuka that is government property.
Nakubaliana na wewe Sandra. Alafu hii imekuwa ni safari. Pindi tu huu mswada ulipoletwa kwenye bunge, bila shaka pia naye naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua aliyeng'atuliwa pia alianza kujipanga kivyake. Kama alikuwa na suti 10 ofisini kazipunguza zikawa 2. Kama alikuwa na tarakilishi 10 kapunguza ikawa 1. Hivyo basi hatuwezi kusema sasa hawaondoke, manake wanaweza kufanya shughuli visivyo ama wanaweza kuelekezwa na naibu wa rais katika haki yake, manake wao wanamuona bado ni naibu wa rais, lakini sasa ni naibu wa rais aliyeng'atuliwa. Sasa kibinadamu tu utajipanga. Hata mimi nikiambiwa sasa kazi yako itakamilisha siku ya Ijumaa, nitaanza kuondoa vitu ofisini hapa na pale ili safari iwe nyepesi kidogo. So kuna haja kabisa ya kuwafukuza mpaka unaambia msije msiingie.
Iko haja kwa sababu ujue pale kuna kitu inaitwa deficit of trust. Sijui kwa Kiswahili tutasema kuna upungufu ya uaminifu kwao. Na ninaweza kufanya example leo asubuhi, hata jana walijitokeza pale kazini. Ijapokuwa aliambiwa msije. Unaona sasa ule ujeuri. Mumepewa amri na mkubwa wa public service amewaambia msije, lakini wakatokea. So ndio hiyo ujeuri, hofu kwamba hawa wanaweza kuwa, tunaweza kuambia hakuna kitu itoke kwa hiyo ofisi.
Asante Sandra Njoki, asante Peter Moshendo. Mtazamaji wangu, picha unazoona ni kutoka mahakama ya Mlimani, ambapo tunawaona majaji Eric Ogola na Freda Mugambi tayari wamewasili. Sijamuona Anthony Mrima, pengine anajaribu kufika katika jopo hilo ili waweze kusikiza kesi ya Rigathi Gachagua. Nikukumbushe tu cha kwanza ambacho majaji hawa watatu watasema ama kutoa mwongozo kuhusu ni jinsi ambavyo mawakili wa Rigathi Gachagua waliweza kusema kwamba jopo hilo liko hapo kinyume cha sheria. Mtazamaji, naona masuala yameanza na kupeleka moja kwa moja katika mahakama ya Mlimani.
Appearing together with Professor Gachagua, Senior Counsel, that's for the Attorney General, Emmanuel Peter, Deputy Chief State Counsel, Charles Mutinda, Deputy Chief State Counsel. Then for the National Assembly, we have El Gumbo appearing for the National Assembly, and Paul Nyamodi, and the Honorable George Gitonga Murugari. My lords and my lady, for the Speaker of the National Assembly, we have Benson Milimo and Josephat Kunyoni appearing for the Speaker of the National Assembly. My lords and my lady, for the Senate, we have Professor Tom Ochenda and Moni Mukele Edwin. For the Speaker of the Senate, my lords, my lady, we have Mercy Tanchi and Peter Wanyama appearing for the Senate, for the Speaker of the Senate. And for interested parties, my lord, we have Moses Kipkoge, we have Dr. Mutomi Tionko, we have Kenny Meli, and we have Ponfes Mweleru and Eric Murioki appearing for Professor Kitule Kindiki. Sorry, my lord, for the Senate, we have Honorable Hirali Sigay for the Senate.
In addition to Professor Tom Ojienda?
Yes, that is in addition, my lord, to Professor Tom Ojienda.
Hillary who?
Sigay. Honorable Hirali Sigay, Senate.
My lord, my lady, I'm present.
Yes.
My lord, for the 6th respondent, much obliged, my lord. I leave it at that.
Thank you.
My lord, for the 6th respondent, Dr. Kamodo, will continue to appear at the protest.
Company advocate for the second petition.
For second petition.
Petition.
Yes.
And my lords and my lady, my name is Mungai. I appear in this matter. My colleagues are Mr. Muge for the Sandegwa in petition number Kirinyaga, Kerugoya, so I believe it's Kerugoya, 5015 for the petitions.
Mr. Kibe, we consolidated and we came up with a new lineup of the parties. So it may not be very appropriate to keep on referring to...
I did take the notes, but I'm in one, some of them. The person who took the notes is not here.
No, it's okay. We will supply. We'll supply
I have
the...
not seen any order to indicate now that...
Okay.
So that I can...
We will supply after the proceedings of the day.
My lords, your leadership, Paul Mwite, I appear with Mr. Swanya, George Sekimpa, and Tom Macharia for the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya in the consolidated petition and in any other petitions where he is a party. Thank you.
My name is Hamid. I appear for Australia. I think the party in E565 with my land friend, with the son. I haven't seen him. And then I also appear for myself. John.
Good afternoon, my lady and my lords. For the third petition, my name is Rudy.
May it please you, my lady and my lords, my name is Nelson Harvey. I appear for the Interested Party of the Law Society of Kenya, together with my two colleagues, Jose Amanwa.
Where are they? Mr. Jose and who?
Jose Amanwa and Kevin Michu.
Where's Kevin?
Maybe perhaps for guidance on which matters we are taking quorum on, because this afternoon, and I believe my friend will address it, we were served with a notice from the office of the Deputy Registrar indicating that there were several matters that were to be mentioned before this morning, this afternoon. And last evening when you were breaking, we were to come for a ruling. Perhaps we need to have clarity that we may not have at this set of courts.
We are dealing with the ruling, matter in which the ruling is supposed to be delivered now. After that, we'll give directions.
Then if that's the case, therefore, then it means there are some advocates who have gotten on record for Coart to participate, or they are not parties in this particular proceedings.
Like who?
Like Nelson Harvey.
NSK is an interesting party.
Lord, have asked whether you will spend some little time on this movie. But doesn't it make sense? There's no harm in I appearing on record.
Yes. Is there any other concern before we read the ruling? Our ruling is ready on the consolidated petitions, with the lead file being petition number A565. We have set out the structure of the ruling, but we'll begin from our analysis of the issues that we think are relevant for now. This is the ruling. Having carefully considered the pleadings, submissions, and evidence on record, we consider the following issues arising for determination. 1, what are the prevailing constitutional and statutory interpretation methods? 2, whether the Honorable the DCJ can assign judges pursuant to Article 165, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution. 3, other related matters. On the first issue, the Constitution is a document sui generis. It is the norm which legally commands superiority and dominance over any other laws, and its interpretation, as of necessity, must be in a manner that all other laws bow to. The court in S versus Atchison, 1991, captured the centrality of the Constitution as follows. The Constitution of a nation is not simply a statute which mechanically defines the structure of government and the relationship between the government and the governed. It is a mirror reflecting the national soul, the identification of ideals and aspirations of a nation, the articulation of the values bonding its people and disciplining its government. The spirit and tenor of the Constitution must therefore preside and permeate the process of judicial interpretation and judicial discretion. In the matter before the court, the High Court has once again been called upon to address the issue as to whether the Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, whom we refer to herein as the DCJ, can exercise the power of assigning and empaneling expanded benches of the High Court. As such, the interlink between Articles 161 sub-Article 2 and Article 163 sub-Article 1 and Article 165 sub-Article 4 of the Constitution, as well as Section 5 of the Judicial Service Act come into play. On that score, it is paramount to briefly look at how the Constitution and the statutes ought to be interpreted. As a starting point, the Constitution itself provides for its own theory of interpretation. That is in Article 20, Sub-Article 4, and Article 259, Sub-Article 1. Article 20, Sub-Article 4 requires courts, while interpreting the Bill of Rights, to promote the values that underlie an open and democratic society based on human dignity, equality, equity, and freedom, and the spirit, purport, and the objects of the Bill of Rights. Article 259, Sub-Article 1 commands courts to interpret the Constitution in a manner that promotes its purposes, values, principles, advances, and rule of law, human rights and fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights, permits the development of the law, and contributes to good governance. In hailing the Constitution of Kenya as a highly transformative one, courts have over time developed various methods or canons of interpretation. In the case of David D. and others versus Attorney General, the learned High Court judges dealt with 4 constitutional interpretive principles, being that the Constitution must be interpreted holistically, that the Constitution does not favor formalistic approaches to interpretation, and it must not be interpreted as one would a mere statute. The Constitution has provided its own theory of interpretation to protect and preserve its values, objects, and purposes, and that in interpreting the Constitution, non-legal considerations are important to give its true meaning and values. The Supreme Court, in the matter of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Supreme Court advisory opinion reference, which I've given at paragraph 26, answered the question as to what holistic interpretation of the Constitution means. The court stated as follows: but what is meant by holistic interpretation of the Constitution? It must mean interpreting the Constitution in context. It is contextual analysis of a constitutional provision, reading it alongside and against other provisions, so as to maintain a rational explication of what the Constitution must be taken to mean in the light of the history of the issues in dispute and of the prevailing circumstances. In the case of Tiny Fuza vs. Attorney General, which I've given, citation I've given, the court was of the firm position that the Constitution must be read as an integrated whole. The court observed as follows: the entire Constitution has to be read as an integrated whole, and no one particular provision destroying the other, but each sustaining the other. This is the rule of harmony, the rule of completeness and exhaustiveness, and the rule of paramountcy of the written Constitution. On the tenet that the Constitution does not favor formalistic approaches to its interpretation, and that it must not be interpreted as one would a mere statute, the Supreme Court pronounced itself in the case in Interim Independent Electoral Commission. The court said as follows: the rules of constitutional interpretation do not favor formalistic or positivistic approaches. The Constitution has incorporated non-legal considerations which we must take into account in exercising our jurisdiction. The Constitution has a most modern Bill of Rights that envisions a human rights-based and social justice-oriented state and society. The values and principles articulated in the preamble, in Article 10, in Chapter 6, and in various provisions reflect historical, economic, social, cultural, and political realities and aspirations that are critical in building a robust, patriotic, and indigenous jurisprudence for Kenya. Article 159, Sub-Article 1 states that judicial authority is derived from the people. That authority must be reflected in the decisions made by the courts. Close quote. In expounding the principle that the Constitution has provided its own theory of interpretation to protect and preserve its values, objects, and purposes, the retired Chief Justice, His Lordship Honorable Mutunga had the following to say in his concurring opinion in the Speaker of the Senate and another versus Attorney General. The Honorable Chief Justice then had this to say: in both my respective dissenting and concurring opinions in the matter of principle of gender representation in the National Assembly and Senate, I argued that both the Constitution 2010 and the Supreme Court Act 2011 both provide comprehensive interpretive frameworks upon which fundamental hooks, pillars, and solid foundations for the interpretation of our Constitution shall be based. In both opinions, I provided the interpretive coordinates that should guide our jurisprudential journey as we identify the core provisions of our Constitution, understand its content, and determine its intended effect. He proceeded to say more, which I have included, but I will not read. The Supreme Court also expounded the incorporation of non-legal considerations and their importance in constitutional interpretation. In the case Communications Commission of Kenya and 5 others versus Rural Media Services, at paragraph 356, the court said this: we revisit once again the critical theory of constitutional interpretation and relate it to the emerging human rights jurisprudence based on Chapter 4, the Bill of Rights of our Constitution. The fundamental right in question in this case is the freedom and the independence of the media. We have taken this opportunity to illustrate how historical, economic, social, cultural, and political content is fundamentally critical in discerning the various provisions of the Constitution that pronounce on its theory of interpretation. A brief narrative of the historical, economic, social, cultural, and political backgrounds to Articles 4, Sub-Article 2, Article 33, Article 34, and Article 35 of the Constitution has been given above in paragraphs 145 and 146. We begin with the concurring opinion of the CJ and the President in Gitirau Munya case, where there was references to Black Law Dictionary, where it was said that references to Black Law Dictionary will not, therefore, always be enough, and references to foreign cases will have to take into account these peculiar Kenyan needs and context. It is possible to set out the ingredients of the theory of the interpretation of the Constitution. The theory is derived from the Constitution through conceptions that my dissenting and concurring opinions have signaled as examples of interpretive coordinates. I'll not read the entire quotation. Then in the case of Center for Rights, Education and Awareness and another, the Court of Appeal also dealt with the subject of constitutional interpretation and laid out the very principles discussed above. The court further recounted the nexus between the principles of constitutional interpretation and the principle of statutory interpretation in the following manner. The principles on constitutional interpretation are not new. They also apply to the construction of statutes. There are other important principles which apply to the constructions of statutes, which, in my view, also apply to the construction of a constitution, such as presumption against absurdity, meaning that a court should avoid a construction that produces an absurd result, the presumption against unworkable or impracticable result, meaning that a court should find against a construction which produces unworkable or impracticable result, presumption against an anomalous or illogical result, meaning that a court should find against a construction that creates an anomaly or otherwise produces an irrational or illogical result, and the presumption against artificial result, meaning that a court should find against a construction that produces artificial result, and lastly, the principle that the law should serve public interest, meaning that the court should strive to avoid adopting a construction which is in any way adverse to public interest, economic, social, and political or otherwise. The court, as an independent arbiter of the Constitution, has fidelity to the Constitution and has to be guided by the letter and spirit of the Constitution. On our part, we wish to emphasize that the Constitution directs that it shall be interpreted in line with the doctrine of living constitutionalism. The doctrine holds that a constitution is a living document meant to evolve over time to reflect societal changes, contemporary realities, and shifting values. It further recognizes that the law is dynamic and adaptable to evolving circumstances, often encapsulated in the maxim that, in quote, the law is always speaking. It underscores the constitutional provisions as not static or frozen in time, but must be understood as applying to current circumstances regardless of their original context. This interpretive approach ensures that the Constitution remains relevant and effective in guiding the governance and legal framework of a modern, dynamic society. Moreover, the doctrine that the law is always speaking aligns with the purposive approach to constitutional interpretation as endorsed by courts in various jurisdictions. Under this approach, courts are required to interpret constitutional provisions in a way that gives effect to their underlying purpose and objectives, rather than adhering to a rigid or literal reading. Further, courts have emphasized the need for a flexible and forward-looking interpretation of the Constitution to meet the needs of a modern state. With the above interpretive principles in mind, we will now deal with other issues posed in the application under consideration.
I will deal with the second issue on whether the DCJ can assign judges pursuant to Article 165, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution. There is no doubt that this was the most contested issue in the subject application. Article 165, Sub-Article 3 and Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution provide for empanelment of benches of an even number of judges as follows. Permit me not to go through that. In dealing with the above issue, courts have taken two diametrically opposite positions. One of them being that the assignment of judges is a constitutional duty which can only be undertaken by the Honorable Chief Justice. As such, the Honorable DCJ cannot assign judges under Article 165, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution. The other position posits that although the duty to assign judges is provided for in the Constitution, its implementation is administrative, and that duty can be undertaken by the Honorable DCJ. In Kenya Medical Research Institute versus AG, which was a 3-judge bench of this court, held as follows. The quote, paragraph 37. Therefore, by empaneling this bench, the Chief Justice was carrying out his constitutional mandate as opposed to similar functions under the former Constitution, which were hinged on the constitutional provisions and were merely administrative. End of quote. In Leina, Conchella, and others, which was a 5-judge bench of this court, the court went ahead and described the role of the Chief Justice under Article 165(4) as constitutional as opposed to a merely administrative function. It also said, it is our view that a constitutional mandate of the CJ can be judicial, administrative, or political, and the current Constitution does not indeed state that the Chief Justice is the head of the judiciary which embodies all these functions. The learned judges in that empaneled bench then found that the constitutional mandate exercised by the CJ under 165(4) of the Constitution is an administrative function. The court also elaborately dealt with the issue as to whether such an administrative function could be undertaken by the Honorable DCJ, and in the end, the court rendered itself as follows. A quote, paragraph 78. It therefore our finding that constitutional function of the CJ to assign benches under Article 165.4, being an administrative function, can be performed by the Deputy Chief Justice when the Chief Justice is for good reason unable to perform. End of quote. The petitioners in these matters also cited the decision in Coart versus JSC and another, which is constitutional petition number A408 of 2020, as addressing the position that the assignment of judges is a constitutional mandate and the sole preserve of the Honorable the Chief Justice. The decision was delivered by yours truly, who is part of this expanded bench. We have carefully considered the said decision. One of the issues therein, which may be said to have a bearing on this matter, was whether the Honorable CJ could rely on Section 5, subsection 4 and subsection 5 of the Judicial Service Act to authorize the Honorable DCJ to serve as the acting Chief Justice when the Chief Justice was proceeding on leave pending retirement until when a succeeding Chief Justice was appointed. As the matter did not deal with the nitty-gritties of the aspect of assignment of judges, but rather the constitutionality of the actions of the CJ who was exiting service, we respectively find that the issue is not at par with what is under consideration in this instant application. The said decision is hence distinguishable. Returning to the matter at hand, it is imperative to look at the various terms which come to play in this matter, including the administrative actions as well as judicial actions. We have gone through that. I do not think there's need for me to read all that. It's in the ruling. And I proceed to state that from the above discourse, we do not find any difficulty in affirming the position that a constitutional mandate of the Honorable Chief Justice can be judicial, administrative, or political. We further find and hold that the constitutional mandate exercised by the Honorable Chief Justice under Article 165, sub-Article 4 of the Constitution, is a constitutionally administrative function. We shall now consider whether the function of the Honorable Chief Justice under 165, sub-Article 4 of the Constitution, can be performed by the Honorable DCJ. Article 161 of the Constitution establishes the office of the Chief Justice as the head of the judiciary, and that of the Deputy Chief Justice as the deputy head of the judiciary. Article 163 of the Constitution creates the Supreme Court and designates the Honorable Chief Justice as the President of the Court. The Deputy Chief Justice is to deputize the Chief Justice and is also the Vice President of the Court. Article 171 of the Constitution establishes Judicial Service Commission, or the JSC, as one of the Chapter 15 commissions. The Honorable Chief Justice in JSC is the chairperson, and in this scenario, and unlike the constitutional architecture in Articles 161 and 160, the Honorable DCJ is not the Vice Chairperson of JSC. Running alongside the foregoing are the functions of the Chief Justice and the Honorable DCJ as provided for in Section 5 of the Judicial Service Act. The provision states as follows. This is in respect to administration of the judiciary. I do not read through all that. I proceed to say that the decision in Lena Conchela also dealt with the definitions and various types of deputies, and ultimately rendered itself in the following manner. I think this one I should quote. Paragraph 77, it says, "It has been canvassed before us that where the Constitution intends the Deputy Chief Justice to act on behalf of the Chief Justice, it has expressly stated so." Specific examples cited were Articles 141.1, 144.4, 148.4. These provisions fall under Chapter 9 of the Constitution that deals with the executive. This chapter does not have a general provision as regards the deputization of the Chief Justice by the Deputy Chief Justice, as is provided for in Article 161 2b in Chapter 10 of the Constitution on the judiciary. Hence, the provision of the deputization of the Chief Justice in Chapter number 9. A holistic and purposeful interpretation of Article 161 2b of the Constitution and Section 5 of the Judicial Service Act leads us to the conclusion that the Deputy Chief Justice substitutes the Chief Justice where necessary. End of quote. In the end, the learned judges found and held that the constitutional function of the Honorable Chief Justice to assign the benches under Article 165 for the Constitution, being an administrative function, can be performed by the DCJ when the DCJ is for good reason unable to perform this function. On our part, we have carefully addressed our minds to the issue. We find that there was a deliberate scheme by the drafters of the Constitution for the Honorable DCJ to deputize the Honorable CJ as Deputy Head of the Judiciary and as the Vice President of the Supreme Court, but not in the JSC. Such was an emphasis on the various manifestations of the constitutional duties bestowed upon the Honorable Chief Justice and the Honorable DCJ. As such, the prevailing legal position is that the Honorable DCJ can deputize the Honorable CJ in discharging judicial functions and in the administration of the judiciary as an arm of government, but cannot do so in respect of the affairs of the JSC. Our attention has also been drawn to the provisions of Article 259, sub-article 3b of the Constitution, which states as follows. This refers to construing the Constitution, and sub-article 3 provides as follows. Every provision of this Constitution shall be construed according to the doctrine of interpretation that the law is always speaking, and therefore, among other things, b. any reference in this Constitution to a state or other public or public office or officer or a person holding such an office includes a reference to the person acting in or otherwise performing the functions of the office at any particular time. Emphasis, or otherwise performing the functions of the office at any particular time. The above provision creates 3 tiers in which constitutional functions can be exercised. That is, by the substantive office holder, or by a person in an acting capacity, or by a person otherwise performing the functions of the office at any particular time. In our understanding, and against the background of the doctrine as stated, the drafters of our Constitution were deliberate about ensuring that the administration of duties and the application of the constitutional provisions are continuous and seamless, recognizing the necessity for offices and their functions to be performed even in transitional or extraordinary circumstances. Such an interpretation avoids technicalities and vacuums that could disrupt the functioning of said officers of public institutions, thereby promoting administrative efficiency and upholding the principles of constitutional governance. The provision reflects the broader principles of the rule of law and good governance, which require that state and public officers continue to function effectively, even during periods of transition or when the substantive office holder is unavailable. It in turn promotes legal certainty and administrative efficiency by ensuring that all constitutional responsibilities are carried out without distraction. For this reason, the functions of Article 165, Sub-Article 4, in our view, and in as far as the same relate to the office of the Chief Justice, also includes the Deputy Chief Justice acting in the capacity of the office of the Chief Justice or discharging its functions in an interim, acting or auxiliary role. At this point in time, we also wish to point out that the Honorable Chief Justice empaneled this very bench on the 14th day of October 2024 to deal with 6 constitutional petitions that inter alia challenged the first petitioner's impeachment process in the National Assembly. The said petitions are still current. On the 18th of October 2024, the Honorable DCJ empaneled the same bench to deal with constitutional petitions challenging the impeachment of the first petitioner in the Senate. To us, it is beyond peradventure that the Honorable DCJ can assign judges under Article 165, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution, whenever he or she is discharging any of the constitutional functions on behalf of the Chief Justice. In this case, we do not find any fault in the Honorable DCJ assigning judges to sit in this bench, more so when the Honorable Chief Justice has not raised any red flag. Thank you.
Right. I will deal with a question of other related issues that came up during the submissions on the application. Besides the issue of the benches and panelmen by the Deputy CJ, several additional issues have been raised. The bench found it necessary to address these issues so as to ensure both the completeness of the record and finality in the issues raised. During the submissions, an issue was raised concerning the directions issued by the 3-judge bench and the transmission of the files in Nairobi Petition E565 of 2024, Kerugoya Petitions E013 and E014 consolidated, as well as E015 of 2024. A review of the CTS, that is a case tracking system, confirms that the petition in E565 of 2024 was filed on the 18th of October 2024 at 8:00 a.m. Later that same day, approximately 5 hours on, at 1:51 p.m., Justice Chacha Muita dealt with an application filed under certificate of urgency which had been submitted alongside the petition. By 5:33 p.m.,
roughly 3 hours after the earlier application, a notice of motion application dated the 1st of October 2024, it was dated the 1st of October 2024, was filed, this time by the respondents seeking the following orders. 1, that the application be certified as urgent and service of the application be dispensed with in the first instance. 2, that pending the hearing and determination of that application, inter partes, this Honorable Court be pleased to set aside, vary or review the orders issued on the 18th day of October 2024, that is the interim conservatory orders. 3, that in the alternative, this court be pleased to set aside, vary or discharge the ex parte orders issued on the 18th day of October 2024. And 4, that this Honorable Court do issue any other orders it deems fit in the interest of justice. Following its empanelment on the 18th of October 2024, and having received directions from the Office of the Deputy CJ, the bench deliberated on the appropriate directions to be issued. On the 19th of October 2024, at 12:20 p.m., the bench issued the following directions. That in light of the urgency of the matter and the weighty issues raised therein, we direct that the application be served and responded to forthwith for hearing inter partes on Tuesday, the 22nd of October 2024 at 11 a.m. in open court number 18. Petition E013, on the other hand, was filed on the 25th of September 2024 at 8:33 p.m., while petition E014 was filed on the 2nd of October 2024 at 7:07 p.m., both way past official working hours of the court. The CTS will further show that an application in E014 was filed on the 30th of September 2024 and directions were issued on the very same day, although the matter was not certified as urgent. Subsequent directions and a ruling issued on the 11th of October 2024 resulted in the consolidation of petitions E013 and E014, followed by an order for empanelment. As the record on CTS will further show, the directions issued by the court in E014 of 2024, which were issued on the 2nd of October 2024, were again issued at 6:22 p.m., which is outside of what one would call the routine working hours of the court. This was due to the urgency demonstrated in the application, which sought directions regarding the then ongoing public participation process. The bench takes great exception to the petitioner applicant's conduct that when favorable to them, issues of orders issued outside of what one would refer to as the normal working hours of the court raise no concern. However, when the court acts in an instance where it has been moved by any other party and likewise proceeds to deal with an application at hand, the applicants show their indignation. Moving to petition E015, the CTS again would show that the same was filed on the 18th of October 2024, and once again following the directions issued by the court, this bench was empaneled on the 18th of October 2024 to hear all the three petitions, that is E565 of 2024, E013, E014, and E015, all of 2024. From this sequence of events, it is notable that the interaction between counsel and the courts on an almost real-time basis is not novel, and is in fact a practice that councils are well familiar with. The CTS enables both council and the court to operate in real time, transcending traditional time limitations. This fact also buttresses the argument that with the advent of the CTS system, it is not unusual for courts to issue directions within the filing of an application or outside of what once again would be referred to outside the routine work hours of the court where circumstances do so require. Moreover, in raising the issue of improper seating, the applicants omitted a crucial fact, which was that the court had been moved by the respondents in petitions E565 of 2024 and E015 of 2024. As such, the court did not convene suo motu, but rather in response to the applications before it. The applicants have repeatedly referred to this convening as a sitting of the court, a term that we feel as a bench requires clarification and demystification. It is a matter of judicial notice that since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic and the introduction of the case tracking system, the tradition of dealing with certificates of urgency has since evolved. Allow me to quote the practice direction number 19A of the High Court Practice Directions of the 11th of January 2022, which states as follows, that applications filed under certificate of urgency shall be considered by the judge, we emphasize here, at the earliest opportunity. While the practice directions also stipulated that applications filed after 12 p.m. may be considered the next working day, the full adoption of the e-filing system across the judiciary has largely rendered this provision obsolete. Applications are now processed almost in real time, a fact well known to the justice users across the country and which we have demonstrated in this ruling. Furthermore, Practice Direction 19B confers discretion upon the court to issue orders or directions without the attendance of advocates or parties. This implies that the court can indeed issue directions on an application without the need for a formal seating. The relevant provision, once again, reads as follows: that the court may, in its discretion, issue orders stroke directions without the attendance of the advocates or parties. I end quote. In this court, rather in this case, the issue has been raised that this court allegedly sat and considered an application by the respondent on a Saturday outside of the official court hours. The ordinary definition of a sitting, as provided in the Black's Law Dictionary, is a formal occasion when the court convenes to conduct its business. In this instance, no such formal sitting occurred. In this instance, may I repeat, no such formal sitting occurred. Rather, the bench merely conferred and issued directions electronically as expressly permitted under Practice Directions 19B. This is markedly different from a court session in which the bench is convened to hear and determine a matter. Furthermore, no evidence or proceedings have been presented before this bench to support the claim that a formal sitting did take place. Accordingly, it is only fair and reasonable for the parties to dispel any notion that this bench convened to hear arguments from any party ex parte before issuing directions. No such formal sitting took place, the court again emphasizes, and directions were issued electronically in line with established practice and procedural rules. We do, however, recommend that the current practice directions and relevant statutes, such as the High Court Organization and Administration Act, be amended so as to provide a much needed further clarity on this subject. Moreover, for the avoidance of doubts, and out of all the prayers sought by the respondent, only prayer number 1, which sought to have the matter certified as urgent, was granted. No other reliefs were considered or granted at the time. It is evident that the court was fully cognizant of both the urgency of the matter and the potential repercussions that granting any further ex parte orders could have had on the prevailing status quo. With this understanding, and in an effort to balance the scales of justice, the bench issued the directions that are now being challenged. We hold the view that there was nothing unconventional in the manner in which this bench dealt with the 2 applications filed under certificate of urgency. As regards the arguments that directions had already been issued by the respective courts for a mention before the bench on the 24th of October 2024, the arguments by the applicants appear to insinuate that the bench ought to have retained the date. For clarity purposes, this date had not been given by this bench. Rather, this date had been given prior to the empanelment of this bench. However, upon empanelment of the bench, the applications under certificates of urgency, the ones that I have just referred to, were filed, which applications were dealt with, and we feel rightly so. Being seized of the matter, it is our view that the bench retains the discretion to issue appropriate directions depending on the developments and in light of its mandate, as it did, having been moved by a party under certificate of urgency. With respect to the claim that was raised on discriminatory transmission of files to the bench, it must be emphasized that this bench has no role and no control whatsoever in the administrative processes that occur prior to its empanelment. Concerns have been raised about delays in the transmission of certain files, but it is crucial for us to clarify that the term transmission in this case may not necessarily refer to the physical transfer of documents. In the context of judicial processes, particularly with the advent of digital systems, transmission may very well refer to the electronic movement or assignment of case files within the judiciary's digital infrastructure. We say this on the strength of the fact that with the CTS, all filed documents are available in real time across the judiciary, eliminating the need for physical file movement. Let me refer once again to practice direction number 41A Roman 2, which provides that advocates and litigants shall have access to court information electronically. While this court cannot and will not speculate on the causes of any delays in file transmission, the bench nonetheless finds no basis for concluding that such delays amount to any form of procedural omission on the part of the bench, as no such evidence has been presented. The applicants have equally in their submissions attempted to cast aspersions on the proceedings of this court, some of which I have already referenced. That is that the court was convened on a Saturday, stating that there is no urgency in this matter, and so there was no need to convene the sittings of the 22nd day of October 2024, that this matter is being given priority over other petitions which have been filed, an insinuation that the bench is part of a conspiracy to infringe the petitioner's Article 50 right to fair hearing, and what I have again alluded to, that the transmission of the files from the Kirugoya High Court took place with what has been referred to as a supersonic speed. One of the counsels went further by intimating that an exercise akin to the radical surgery may well be forthcoming, a statement which the bench, with tremendous respect, perceives as a veiled attempt at intimidation. The bench feels that such remarks are regrettable and wholly inappropriate. This bench remains firm in its duty and will not be swayed or influenced by any form of intimidation, regardless of its source. The bench takes the view that the applicants appear to selectively focus on aspects that favor their position while conveniently disregarding that the clients that the applicants are presently benefiting from final conservatory orders, which this bench did not deem it fit to lift. Despite having obtained final conservatory orders, as the court has already observed, it is now apparent that the applicants no longer perceive the urgency in this matter. Instead, they seek to cast aspersions on this court for addressing the matter with the necessary expedition. Such conduct is contradictory and undermines the very urgency that the applicants had initially invoked. The bench notes that the issues raised in this petition have on various occasions and before different judges consistently been certified as urgent and as involving substantive constitutional questions. This underscores the gravity and significance of the matters at hand. One of the counsels again insinuated that this bench is part of a conspiracy to violate the petitioner's right to a fair hearing under Article 50 of the Constitution. The bench finds that these submissions are without any foundation and wholly without merit. This court has not issued any rulings or directions that would suggest such an intention. It is apparent that this argument was made for the sake of the gallery, and we find it unnecessary to therefore address it further, safe to reaffirm that this court remains fully committed to upholding the Constitution and the rule of law. In conclusion, we do find and hold that the accusations made by the applicants against this bench are entirely without merit. On this link, the last part of the link is whether the matter raises issues of public interest which require expeditious disposition of the petitions. The applicants have urged that the applications before the court are not urgent and have loudly wondered why it was necessary to give directions for hearing of the applications on the 22nd day of October 2024. In response, the bench quotes Article 131, which establishes the office of the President and the office of the Deputy President, and also we have cited Article 147 with regards to the functions of the Deputy President, just to lay context. And the context is this, according to the bench, that the first petitioner has been impeached under Article 145 of the Constitution, marking the first instance of such an event in Kenya's history. The impeachment of the said petitioner has undoubtedly garnered significant public interest, and these court proceedings represent a direct challenge to that impeachment. It goes without saying that these legal proceedings are of paramount concern to the citizens of this country. to suggest, as the applicants have, that this matter lacks urgency and does not warrant prompt adjudication is disingenuous and dismissive of its far-reaching implications. We have taken the liberty to define the term public interest in the Black's Law Dictionary, and you will also find the Supreme Court of Kenya's definition of public interest in the case of Stewart versus Roscoe, which permit me not to get into. Safe to say that from the foregoing, a matter is of public interest if the holding on law affects a considerable number of people in society, if the holding in law involves government and or government agencies, if a determination of law affects the proper functioning of public institutions of governance or of the court's scope for dispensing redress, and if the holding of law affects the mode of discharge of duty by public officers. These proceedings, in our view, as the bench, raise enormous public interest, and it is in the interest of the public that these proceedings are heard and finalized most expeditiously. Therefore, the aspersions cast by the applicants concerning the directions for the hearing of the applications before the court on the 22nd day of October 2024, in our view, lack basis, and they are dismissed. Thank you.
This position, having carefully considered the application, we are satisfied that the prayers sought herein must fail. Nonetheless, as indicated in our ruling, there is a pressing need for a clear practical directions regarding the procedure and process for handling virtual and online directions and proceedings. We commend the applicants, as this application has illuminated the necessity for such guidelines and made the issue more apparent. As such, we hereby direct the Honorable Deputy Registrar of this division to transmit a copy of this ruling to the Honorable Chief Justice. Before we conclude, the bench wishes to once again emphasize its unwavering commitment to objective neutrality in this matter. We assure all parties that their right to a fair hearing remains fully safeguarded. The bench, acting in fidelity to its oath of office and in strict adherence to the dictates of the Constitution, remains resolutely committed to the fair and just determination of the issues before it. Finally, the application dated 22nd of October 2024 is disallowed with costs in the course. Leave to appeal is hereby granted. Certified copies of these proceedings and rulings shall be availed upon payment of the requisite court fees as the case may be. That's the ruling of the court.
Much obliged, my lord.
My lord, on behalf of the petitioners, we have listened to the ruling. We have got no problem with the feasibility of it one way or the other. We leave it to our clients, the decision whether or not they will appeal the ruling, largely because of a number of instances where words have been put into the mouths of the petitioners that were never uttered. That as it may, I believe since we received some communications from the Deputy Registrar, and there were certain other pending matters in the files that were under consideration, we shall await the directions of the court before, from the petitioner's point of view, we can say one or two things. I do not know whether, at least since as my landed senior, Honorable Mwite has anything to add.
My lords, we appreciate that this honorable court of its own volition has granted leave to appeal. Speaking for myself, obviously the decision is that of the client. So I will be advising the client, but it is for the client to make the final decision. But in fairness to me as counsel, another counsel on this bench, I will certainly be seeking to persuade my client to appeal. One issue of accusing counsel to have been talking to the gallery, that is not something that should be left on the record of this meeting. It is damaging to counsel, and that is an issue that definitely needs to be taken out of the record of this court by the Court of Appeal. It was a very unfair position.
May it please the court, on behalf of the respondents, we thank you for the timely nature of the delivery of that ruling to allow this matter to proceed. We note that you have permitted the parties leave to appeal, and we support that. The respondents support a fair resolution of this dispute in accordance with the law, and therefore we would not oppose their right to appeal. Having said that, however, and in reference to my learned friend, Mr. Kibe Mungai, who has alluded to other petitions pending before court, it is the respondent's position that we should exhaust all matters today relating to the matter that has been called out by your clerk or your legal assistant. I apologize to the lady, so that we may exhaust that, after which the court will give directions on any other matter that may be before you or may be anticipated to come before you. We thank you.
My Lord, my Lady, on behalf of the National Assembly, I wish to express our gratitude for the very clear ruling that the court has delivered this afternoon. The ruling has dealt conclusively, not just with the matters that were contained in the application that was hurriedly filed and responded to yesterday afternoon, but indeed some of the other peripheral issues that the petitioners unfortunately took a lot of court time yesterday to deal with. My Lords, my Lady, the National Assembly has filed an application dated the 18th of October 2024, and I believe that application was referred to in the ruling a few moments ago. That application, subsequent to the ruling that you have just delivered, I submit is the next issue that the court should deal with. And just to put it on record, my Lord, that we are ready to proceed with that application this afternoon. Members of the court will recall that last week on Tuesday, on the 15th of this month, at an hour not very different to this, when it suited the petitioners to have their application for conservatory orders heard, they insisted on it being heard. And we request that the agency in this matter remaining and having been noted by the court, we proceed with the hearing of that application, which has been fully responded to, immediately after this. I'm most obliged.
My Lords and your Ladyship, further to that, for Senate, I wish to state, my Lords and your Ladyship, that unlike the petitioners, we are willing to argue the application in a record 30 minutes.
Is this the same application?
Yes, the application dated 18th October 2024. We will only ask for 30 minutes to exhaust our application. We will dive straight into constitutional principles. We will not take much time. The respondents can have as much time as they want so that this matter can be concluded. My Lords, Mr. Kibe has talked about the gallery of Paul Mwite Senior Counsel. From that side, it was apparent that they were not just addressing the court. They were addressing other matters.
Do we need to
let us not go into that.
to engage in arguments on that?
Let us not go into that now.
I will withdraw that.
Yes.
But my lord, we are ready to proceed.
No, we don't want you to raise something and then you say you withdraw it. You know, after causing the damage, we withdraw properly.
I will withdraw the remark that the petitioners are addressing the public gallery today.
My lord, my lord, with your permission, my lady, yesterday we were barred from being part of these proceedings. We have seen communication that we are now legally here. We have stopped mourning. Could we be allowed officially by these files being called so that we are together? We still feel that we are excluded when we are before you.
In which petition? In which petition?
There is petition 5E570,
okay.
E550, E541, E572 that are supposed to be before you. That yes. We complained to the CJ in the morning, and the CJ has directed we appear here and be part of this mosaic. Kindly let us be part of it.
Your Lordship, equally, I rise as the advocate appearing in E509 and associate myself with the submissions made by my learned senior counsel, Paul Mwite, and the ones made by my learned friend, Senior Kiven. Your Lordship, to the best of our knowledge, in the matter E015, when we broke yesterday, there was a promise by the court, and the court has kept that promise, that we shall be coming for a ruling of the application that was made. Yesterday I indicated to the court, Your Lordship, that this court was constituted to deal with the consolidated petitions E522 consolidated, and now E565 consolidated. And we have been issued the notice that my learned friend Mr. Omari is referring to, that he also seized of 4 other matters: E570, E550, E541, and E572. Your Lordship, the notice that was issued to us indicated that we are coming for a mention in respect to those particular files. I hope the court is in possession of this notice, so that the court may refer to the same. Subsequently to which, Your Lordship, will be seeking your guidance on how we deal with the applications filed therein. For example, pursuant to my client's instructions, we filed an application dated the 22nd of October for the recusal of the bench. We would wish that subsequent to the court addressing and acknowledging that the other files before it, that I get directions on how to dispose of my application, for which, Your Lordship, the application was served. I wish to take directions exclusively and specifically on that particular matter.
My lords, may it please you, I hate to interrupt, but this is most unprecedented. We are all counsel of some reasonable experience. We all appreciate, some of them here are very senior advocates, very senior counsel. The file before the court is the only file in which you can make an application. The court cannot make orders in files that are not before it. All these files physically brought to the court are not before court. They will be before court when they are called out by your legal assistant as being available for the court to make orders. We therefore object to this manner of conducting these proceedings. It is our very humble submission that it is yet another attempt
to delay the expeditious disposal of this matter?
Your Lordship, very briefly.
If I may, my Lord.
Yes.
There are matters that you have certified as urgent and that you have identified as being urgent. And I say this with a very heavy heart. My learned colleagues for the petitioners have been engaging in this dilatory tactic since yesterday. There are 2 applications before you that are certified as urgent. There are several other matters that have applications that perhaps have not been certified as urgent. Perhaps your Lordships may be kind enough to deal with those urgent applications, and these matters can be dealt with later on. The files may be here, but they are not before the court.
Okay, you have talked enough.
Council on this side may have.
Yes.
Council on that side appears to be taking the whole of it.
Because they stand much. Just speak, Mr. Mute. If you want to be heard, just speak. We'll listen to you.
I'm asking
yes.
for equity of powers. More time to council on this side.
They stand and speak. You also just stand and speak. We have not stand. Yes, speak.
My Lord, I think for purposes of clarity, yesterday when we started hearing on the issue of validity of the bench, which has now been disposed by the ruling in red, the question that we wanted was the application for the validity plus the issue to do with the recusal be had together. The understanding of the court and ourselves was that they cannot be dealt with together. So that the second preliminary issues after the issue of the validity of the bench has been disposed of are the 3 pending, actually I know I'm talking about 3 applications for recusal. Those are preliminary issues and they relate to the same consolidated matters that this court has given a ruling on. That is issue number 1. Issue number 2, my Lord, that is important to be noted. Yes, the consolidated file that is before you has that applications for recusal. That's what my learned colleague is emphasizing. So the second business of the court was supposed to be that one. But more importantly, my Lord, so that we do not want to hear these accusations about, oh, somebody is trying to delay this matter. We are the victim, and I reiterate that. For purposes of the petitions before you, we would like this petition had as of yesterday. And we kept on saying yesterday, the petitions to be had. My Lord, these rules, because it's the enforcement of the constitutions, the Mutunga rules applies. Since the Mutunga rules applies, the applications of the Mutunga rules was everybody was supposed to respond even to the petition to get the matters rolling. There have been no compliance with Mutunga rules for purposes of the respondent. So that if anybody was to be accused of any delay, it would be somebody who has not complied with the Mutunga rules. That is issue number 1. Issue number 2, my Lord, was this, that even for purposes of consolidation, the consolidated matters, some of the advocates led by my colleague, Ms. Kimovo, they were not even served with the applications that the respondents are itching to have them disposed of. So that, my Lord, because of that mess that was created as of yesterday, and the fact that we do have now a notice talking about these matters, the truth of the matter is, unless we have a situations where some of the advocates in the 4 matters that were not there yesterday have not even been served with this notice, and I know them. So that unless now we take a fresh date without somebody waiting to say that, oh, this court must discharge orders and we have a swearing in over the weekend, the truth of the matter is we need a clear date where the court ensures everybody who ought to be before you, particularly based on these issues that has been raised courtesy of correspondence with the Chief Justice, is addressed. But somebody to pretend, oh, I want to lift the conservatory order and the other side is delaying, it is unfair. We want the petition heard and it starts with compliance. with the Mutunga rules, which there is no compliance whatsoever by the respondents. So that, my Lord, I beg you that let us not appear now to be saying, oh, somebody is playing to the gallery. Nobody is playing to the gallery. We just want to assert everybody's rights. And these rights are very easy to enforce if the Mutunga rules are going to guide these proceedings. My Lord, I beg you to have the enforcement of that.
Your Lordship, I had just wanted to highlight the content of the notice which you received.
I think we'll talk about the notice. I said just sit down. We won't talk about that notice.
Your Lordship,
I will talk about that notice before you speak.
My Lord, do I have your permission to address the court?
Yeah, even if the court wants to talk, you don't want the court to talk. Dr. Camino, let me address the issue of the notice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Lord. I apologize.
I think we have made it very clear in the ruling which you have just delivered that the matters before this court are very important to the people of this republic. And you will appreciate that petitions are still being filed throughout Kenya. When we retired yesterday, we received several empanelment of matters of which we gave this notice. Therefore, don't think you are the only person who are in these petitions. There are also other Kenyans who are coming day in, night out. So the matters which you've set out for mention are the matters in which we have been empaneled as from yesterday. So you wait for court to give directions, then you start talking. You cannot just start talking from the air without facts. Let us mention these files first, then from there you'll see the directions emerging, and then you can make your prayers. Let's mention these files first. The other clarification is that we have two cohorts of petitions which have been consolidated. The first cohort were the petitions which were filed to challenge the processes both in Parliament, yes. And during that time, this bench consolidated 6 petitions, with the lead petition being 522 of 2024. Is that correct? That petition, number 522 of 2024, is the lead file in the petitions which were filed before the finalization of the matters in the Senate. Then, after the proceedings in the Senate, other petitions were filed. And with you, we consolidated all those petitions yesterday. So we have 2 running parallel petitions before the Senate proceedings and after the Senate proceedings. You will remember that petition number 522 was, we listed it for a mention on 29th of this month. But because of need to know, because I know there could be cross-cutting representation in these petitions, we decided just to call it because we knew that all of you will be here, so that if there's anything you want to say on those petitions, you can say it. So that's the reason why we have petition 522 here for a mention. There's nothing to be mentioned, but we said since parties are likely to be here, and some of the parties were even asking for it yesterday, so we brought it. But the other petitions to be mentioned are specific petitions where we have been empaneled. And we wanted to find out the way forward, whether we can consolidate these petitions or whether they can be done separately. So these are petitions number, let's mention petition number 570 of 2024, A.D. Waiguru and Victor Gatia. Yes, this petition. Yes.
My Lord,
excuse me. Where are the Qurans? Put Qurans in these letters. Just a minute. Yes.
My Lord, in this petition, this one was filed by the law firm of, I believe, Mutembe, and it's called what? Mutembe, Gachagua and Company Advocates. I am aware of this petition for the simple reason that he had requested me that when it comes to the hearing, I appear alongside him.
Alongside who?
Mr. Mutembe Marete. My Lord, the parties are many, starting with the first respondent, I think is President Ruto, Gachagua is the second respondent, and there are others. My Lord, for purposes of this petition, it was filed on Friday, and by Judge Mamuye, referred it to the Honorable Chief Justice, and we expected it to be coming tomorrow on Thursday. My Lord, Mr. Mutembe was not served with this particular notice that is before you.
Actually, nobody was served. We sent out the notice in the morning today because we received them in the morning. And that's why I said that this matter is coming.
Yes.
And because the representation is likely to be across, we mentioned them because we thought we would find people like you waiting for them here.
Waiting for them here.
Yes.
So that, my Lord, in that case, what I would ask the court, and for the additional reason that I am aware that in that matter, the notice of motion is seeking a 5-judge bench, and particularly for the reason that this is an application by the citizens of Central Kenya who says, like in the year 2013, that their rights, not just regarding Gachagua, would have been affected adversely by the impeachment of the Deputy President Gachagua, and therefore I would ask that this matter do come tomorrow so that the issue on that issues of empanelment and in the presence of Mr. Mutembe can be dealt with. Because now that it is obvious that even the direct, like the advocates who filed the case are not here, it would only be fair that there is another mention where they can also be there. Actually, we didn't even have the file. We are just looking at it from our record. But that is the position as far as 570 is concerned. There is a specific application for a 5-judge bench in that matter.
Mr. Kibe.
Yes, my Lord.
We are beyond that. There was a request for a 5-judge bench.
Yes, my Lord.
But what has been empaneled is a 3-judge bench comprising Justice El Kugola, Justice Mrima, and Honorable Dr. Justice Freda Mugambi. So the request for a 5-judge bench, I think, is overtaken by events unless he wants to appeal.
Yes. The chances of appeal are very high. for the simple reasons, my Lord, that will become apparent. I believe there must be some mechanical applications to the issues, but now that it arises specifically, that issue will be addressed, and the Chief Justice would have the relevant communications tomorrow morning, while given the nature of the issue that must be dealt with, there must be a 5-judge matter. All benches can be expanded. I believe that is the positions that we are coming from. So without saying specifically that we don't want anyone, all benches are capable of being expansion, particularly bearing in mind, and this is something that a number of the clients that already we are representing, there have been repeated insinuations by our people out there, including Senior Counsel Abel Nasir Abdullahi, that the senior bench is supposed, the 3-judge bench is supposed to do this or the other. We can't help that. This is not.
So what we'll do, Mr. Mugai, is that we'll mention this matter tomorrow.
I'll appreciate. What time now?
At 9.
Most of lunch.
Mr. Kibe, you will serve.
Most of the people actually here, we have served them, but we shall serve the notice of hearing.
All right.
The notice of hearing for the mention tomorrow at night. I thought my Lord the 10 would have been in here. Because by the time I go to my office, there will be nobody to do some of this.
You know, by the time we spend here means that even if you come at 10, you'll find us here.
And at what time then do we come tomorrow?
The court starts at 9.
Yes.
You can come at 11.
11. What's
yes.
My Lord, I am asking, please, in this particular file, that you record my presence together with the other lawyers I mentioned earlier as appearing for the Deputy President in the second response.
This one?
Yes.
The verified?
Yes.
But you didn't stand up, Mr. Mute. I thought you were not here. This matter of 570?
Yes. If you look at the party, the Deputy President is the second.
Okay. So you agree with the directions which you have given? Eh?
I accept the directions. And I will be here tomorrow, I think. Inshallah.
Yes.
Mr. Lordship, this particular matter.
Let's the same matter.
Yes.
570.
Yes, my name is Manzo. I wish to go on record for the first interested party.
Your Lordship, my lady, may I be placed on record for the second and the fourth interested party? And permit me to only indicate the implication of the orders of the empowerment that were issued by the judge who directed the Chief Justice does empower you. To the best of my thinking and knowledge is that the prayer was granted as it is for the empowerment of five judge bench.
Mr. Jiru, yes. We speak from the record. You heard me mention the parties. I said that this file has been empaneled to comprise the Honorable Mr. Justice Eric Ogola, the Honorable Mr. Justice Murima, the Honorable Dr. Judge Freda Mugambi. I think that's very clear. We are only three.
That's correct, but I will address it tomorrow. That
my lords, my lady. So we mention it tomorrow. Mr. Njiru, you say you come for which parties?
Your Lordship, I am here for the second and the fourth interested party.
Thank you.
My Lord, if I may make a request. My Lord, there is a file that is live before you. And that is petition number 565 of 2024. We have requested, my Lord, that you give directions in respect of the applications in that matter, because this process of taking quorum might take some time. And there are 3 cohorts of files that are before you. And if I may just be given a moment to explain myself. As the court has correctly identified, there is a cohort of files that are consolidated in petition 522. there is a cohort of files that is consolidated around petition 562 applications that the court has identified as urgent. And then there are these others that have been referred to the court by virtue of the email that we have all seen today. It is my request that the court keeps them in those cohorts so that the applications are able to be dealt with because they are urgent. These are important, but the applications are urgent. And the court has identified that urgency because this will go on for 2 or 3 hours without any directions having been given in 565.
A lot could we be on board together? We are being made orphans. The state is in the bedroom. Let us also be in the bedroom so that we can respond.
Mr. Man, what do you want to do in the bedroom?
We will discuss our plan. Kindly allow the parties.
Mr. Nyamodi, the reason why we are mentioning these matters is to find out if any of them would be ripe for consolidation with the matter which is here so that we don't duplicate.
Thank you, my Lord. Perhaps as you consider that, let me put it on record that if you are considering whether they are ripe for consolidation, the consolidation should not then slow down the hearing of the application that you have already identified as urgent. If they are to come on board, they come on board and proceed from where we are.
Let us be on board fast. We respond to you appropriately.
Okay.
Allow us, even the early state platform.
Give me the next.
Be on record.
My lady and my lords, I just have a passionate plea tonight. There are not many pleas. The first plea is this. We consider utilizing the ceremonial court on the ground floor because it is spacious and sufficient for all of us. That's number one. Number two, my request is this. The court has all the petitions. Why can't the assistants to the court enumerate the parties there in the quorum in the manner we used to do in the Court of Appeal before? So that when we appear here, whatever time we indicate, we'll just fill our respective names and the court will be able to deal with the matter without the need of this back and forth. Number three, my lords and my lady, I think the court needs to just be a little bit proactive. When you retreat, you may make two decisions. One, either to determine the interlocutory applications, in which case you can frame issues for the parties to submit of. Or two, if you're minded to hear the petitions themselves, then still frame the issues and forward it to us so that we're able to make progress. That way we'll make good use of the judicial time that is very limited in respect of this matter. I beseech you most.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Well taken.
As a former chairman of the society, let me second the first issue and plead that if only for the purposes of everybody getting sufficient oxygen, because we are too crowded, and the people want to listen, and the media and the members of the public, if it is possible, let us use a ceremonial hall.
Council, Senior Council, we will use the ceremonial hall as from tomorrow.
Thank you.
And
something. Yes, I wish to say that perhaps when giving directions, then and if parties, files are going to be consolidated, then it will be proper each person is served with the applications so that we are able to respond, even if we are given a day to respond, so that when we begin to submit, we are able to submit according to the law, not as per the bar and whatever issues are being raised. Thank you.
Thank you.
My Lord, I was going to beseech the court, if we are to make progress, I will beseech the court to invoke its powers under Section 55, Article 159. We will go on and on. There is no shortage of legal provisions enabling this court to rein in on the lawyers. Because if you don't do that, my Lord, on a matter like this where you are 20 lawyers, 50 lawyers on the other side. We will be coming to you. We'll be doing legal gymnastics, legal ping pong, what I call legal sophistry on other occasions. And meanwhile, we'll be lamenting as we are now lamenting to you. So there are applications, both from this side and this side, certified agents. Meanwhile, we are spending a lot of time, each of us from whatever side, studying to raise this or other housekeeping issue. I beseech you, my Lord, in a matter like this, the court must be very firm. It must run the country. The court itself must have very clear direction. Which is the application that will be had, in what sequence, what are the time allocations, how the parties share those times.
We have agreed on that, and what we ask is let us mention these matters so that we know how they relate to the other matters which are before the court. So we have mentioned 570. We have mentioned, do you have 570? We have mentioned 570. There's, which one did we mention? This 550. 550.
In E570.
We have mentioned E570. E550, Speaker of the National Assembly versus Brigadier Gachagua.
My Lord, this file is already consolidated under the cohort of 550.
$550.
When was the petition filed?
I'm sorry, my Lord, that was not.
Yes, 550. Who is in 550? Who is in 550?
My Lord, mine is 572.
I'm asking 550.
Yes, my Lord, in 550. My Lord, we appear for the first respondent.
I guess you can tell us who is the petition.
The petitioner, my Lord, is the former Deputy President, my Lord.
My Lord,
represented by my Lord Senior.
My Lord, I appear for the Deputy President, not former. He remains in office on the basis of the conservatory orders, and each bench has confirmed weighty issues, which is why we are here. It's not during the rush.
For the first petitioner?
For the first petition. I thank you.
My Lord, if it pleases you, Nyamodi and Gumbo for the second respondent. And our learned colleague, Mr. Murugana.
Yes.
That matter, my name is Bukele. I appear together with Ms. Andy and my senior Professor Jenda for the third and fourth respondents.
Yes.
That's all.
Who else is in this matter? So, for the petitioner, Mr. What are the issues in this matter? Are they relevant to the consolidated petitions?
The petitioners are. There are so many files here.
This is
the same team of lawyers.
Yes.
Including myself that I gave when we came for the ruling.
Yes.
Is appearing for the deputy president.
But what I'm asking is it going to be consolidated or is it standalone?
It's one of the ones that we are consolidated.
No. Sorry if I appear.
Yes, speak, please.
for you to be able to progress, I beseech you to adjourn this matter to tomorrow. Go and make directions. You're either hearing the petitions or the applications. Come here so that we have a perspective upon which to progress. Otherwise, we will not move.
We are alive of that fact, Mr. Harvey, but you know,
It's my advice.
it is the councils who will be saying that their right to be heard, even on petition, even if the slightest issue has not been granted. Therefore, let us agree on the way forward. If you make a proposal can come from you, your side, how you want to deal with all these petitions. Is it possible that you want to ignore all applications and proceed to the petitions? You can make a submission which this court can consider.
My Lord, if I may, just to guide the court, and on this account I will do it as senior counsel. My Lord, there are urgent applications before you. The applicants or the petitioners had their bite yesterday on a plain objection that the court has ruled on this afternoon. My Lord, we have an urgent application that was filed before you, dated 18th October 2024, for discharge of the conservatory orders. Whatever decision this court makes can be either way, will lead to directions on the hearing of all the consolidated petitions. Some of the petitions, my Lord, deal with issues or causes of action that arose before, my Lord, the impeachment. The proper position of the law is that the party who is the petitioner is the former deputy president. That's the position of Article 145(7). Allow us, my lords, to urge our application for the setting aside of conservatory orders. I think, my lord, that's the only way we can move, because they have had their bite, let us have our bite as well. We will only take 30 minutes, we request.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Professor Gianda. What I'm saying is that let's mention these files. We are on the third one, and if you have not been interrupting, perhaps we'll be through with them. 550, I've recorded the quorum, and what I asked, is this file related to the files before the court? For the purposes of consolidation, or it can stand alone?
Can we deal with that? Why not go?
Because there is a...
Consolidation has implications. I need to consult my team. I need to consult the client. Let's take the quorum. Let's deal with the consolidation.
So we'll mention it tomorrow?
Yes. Yes.
Next. Uh, 541, Dr. Clarence Oboso. Dr. Clarence Oboso.
Lady, please the court. My name is Dr. Clarence Oboso.
and the first petitioner in E541. The petitioner is between Dr. Clarence Seboso, Ms. Wanjiru Mwangi versus the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Attorney General, and with the Law Society of Kenya as an interested party. The petition relates to the process of impeachment, particularly in the National Assembly, and seeks orders to quash the proceedings in the National Assembly. The petition has an application which was certified urgent and which sought an injunction against the entire proceedings of impeachment. The court which certified it urgent directed that the application would be heard by the bench that would be constituted. Several of the prayers that were made in the application have since been overtaken by events. However, the substance of the application sought to conserve the issues as they were, and therefore the conservatory orders that were issued by the court in last week on Friday protected some of the prayers that we had made in the application. Yesterday I pointed out to the court that proceeding with the discussions on the conservatory orders would have prejudiced us, because then we would have lost out without participating. Our prayer would be
It's arguing the application. We are taking so long.
Just tell us, Mr. Clarence, whether this petition, you want it to stand alone or whether you want it to be consolidated with the petitions for the court.
That's where I was going to go.
Just go there, please.
I will be seeking that the petition be consolidated with the petitions relating to both the impeachment process and the filling of the vacancy that arises from impeachment. The reason being, upon filling of any vacancy...
Okay, we have heard you. You are agreeable to this petition being consolidated with the petitions which are in file number 565 of 2024.
My Lord, may I just conclude? My Lord, may I just conclude that I will be willing to compromise our application, provided that we can be allowed to participate in the applications for conservatory orders that are before the court.
My Lord,
in the interest and it is time.
with your permission, my Lord, I appear for the first respondent in the matter.
Yes.
And my Lord, I noted that we didn't come with our file.
Is this petition post-Senate proceedings?
No. It has not mentioned it was filed, my Lord.
Before.
And it has not touched on issues, my Lord, that happened at the Senate. Ordinarily, my Lord, would be opposed.
So we mentioned this matter.
Tomorrow, my Lord.
We mentioned this matter on 29th when the petition number 522 will be mentioned.
Most of that.
My Lord.
Yes.
I'm not sure if the court got the last statement I made. It would be greatly prejudicial to us if the discussions relating to the conservatory orders continue without our participation, because we are essentially raising the same issue in our application.
My Lord, I agree that we filed our application on the 8th of October 2024 before the National Assembly had even made its impeachment, had impeached Deputy Brigadier Gachagua. We are acting in person, we are laymen, my Lord, and we are also protected by the same laws, Article 27, Article 47, 48, and 49, and 50, my Lord, for the right to a fair hearing. So we do ask the court does mention our matter tomorrow so that we can articulate the points that we need to.
Well, my Lord, I appreciate the fact that the petitioners are appearing in person. My Lord, once the court has made an order, my Lord, the only remedy available to the parties is either to appeal, my Lord.
We have not made any order. You know, we talk before the orders. So we'll mention this matter tomorrow.
Be available.
572. 572.
My Lord, the presiding judge, my Lord, my lady, doctor, it pleases you the matter. My name is Wamboi, Shadrach Wamboi. I have the honor and privilege of introducing counsels for the petitioner. I appear alongside my learned senior, Mr. Dunstan Omari.
I'm present.
Mr. Samson Nyaderi, my senior.
I'm present.
My learned colleague, Mr. Nicholas Karanja.
I am present.
And my learned colleague, Miss Melissa Omeda. We all are here for the petition applicant. Thank you.
Yes.
My Lord, in that matter, I am Shadrach Mose, the Solicitor General, Attorney General, together with Professor Gitu Muigai, Senior Counsel, Emmanuel Peter, Deputy Chief State Counsel, Charles Mutinda, Deputy Chief State Counsel. Much obliged, my Lord.
Thank you.
My Lord, if may please in the matter, Milimo, my Lord, I appear alongside Ole Kuyoni for the first respondent.
May please you, my Lord. For the second respondent, my name is Gumbo.
I appear together with the learned senior colleague, Mr. Paul Mlimani, and Mr. Honorable Gitonga Mrugara.
Very pleased, my Lord, my lady. In that matter, my name is Edwin Kelly. My Lord, I appear together with my senior Professor Ujenda. My Lord, Senator Hilary Sigei, and Ms. Mercy Kanji for the third respondent, my Lord, in respect of his matter.
For the third respondent.
For the third respondent, Speaker of the Senate.
The Deputy President is the interested party, and I appear with my colleagues, Mr. Ngoya, Mr. Tom Acharia, Jomo, Degwa, Kempa, Wandati, Victor Swanya, Faith Muge, Faith Mr. Muge.
And Mr.
Muge, for the interested party, that is the Deputy President.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, just to respond to the question whether this petition should be consolidated with the others. The questions that have been posed in the instant petition question the constitutionality of the impeachment process at the Senate that led to the removal by way of impeachment of the Deputy President. Secondly, my Lord, it also questions the constitutionality of the appointment of Professor Kithure Kindiki as the Deputy President designate in that office. And for that reason, my Lord, the view that we take with humility is that the petition is ripe for consolidation, and my Lord, just for the avoidance of any doubt, and my lady, we have an application filed and dated the 18th day of October 2024 that sought an order of conservatory order to stop the implementation of the decision made by the Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi. So, my Lord, when we canvass, or we are to canvass the applications as to whether the current conservatory order should be disturbed or not, we want to actively, and we seek with humility, to participate in those proceedings. Thank you.
Is there the parties, are you opposing the possible consolidation?
Yes, my Lord, we are vehemently opposed, my Lord, to the jointer or intended consolidation of this petition. And but also that we don't take time before you this evening, we would prefer, my Lord, that this matter also takes the cue of being mentioned tomorrow with the others, my Lord, where we will substantively, my Lord, be presenting, my Lord, before you reasons why this matter should not be consolidated with the one that is before you today. And my Lord, so that we save time, I speak for all the respondents.
Mention tomorrow.
Sorry, my Lord.
Mention tomorrow.
We mention tomorrow.
My Lord, if you permit me. My Lord, there is a mischief that we need to cure or to safeguard ourselves against. My Lord, there is an attempt to have a litigation by way of installment in this matter. So much so that, my Lord, if you look or you find time to look at the petition and the application, you will see that the issues that are raised by my seniors and counsels for the petitioner are synonymous, they are the same.
So since it is not consented to, why don't we listen to it tomorrow?
Most obliged, my lord, because the question of consolidation is a question of law, and it's purely on a principle question. And my lord, we will be ready to argue the question of consolidation as and when we are invited. Thank you. Yes, please.
Proceed.
And my lord,
Yes.
Yes, I am guided by my senior counsel, Paul Muite. The question of consolidation is one that even the bench, as it is currently constituted, can actually look at the matters and on its own motion, so moto, give directions or orders, whether it is deserving to be heard alongside the other matters, or we just need to take a cue behind other petitions.
My lord, the court has spoken. We mention it tomorrow. Thank you.
Let's consider that issue tomorrow.
Most obliged. Thank you.
572. 522. 522. This file has a mention date for 29th of October, but because issues are arising, we wanted to mention it again today if there is any issue arising out of it.
In terms of appearances, and in order to save the court's time, the same counsel that I enumerate are appearing for the petition, the Deputy President, in this one.
Yes.
Yes, my lord, for the respondents, the quorum is similar, my lord, so that we stay on time. My lord, we will be willing, my lord, to present the two options. Either, my lord, we retain the mentioned date that has been given, or, my lord, you mention the matter tomorrow, so that if there is anybody who want to address you, we'll address you tomorrow, my lord.
We don't want to talk tomorrow with so many matters. If there's no need, we can retain the 29th.
We can retain the 29th, my lord.
Okay, we can mention it tomorrow. Let's mention the matter tomorrow. So we are clear with the mentions. We can go back to petition number 565.
No, you have not mentioned my matter.
Which one?
509. 509.
It was consolidated in 5.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I never had you call it out. I'm sorry, Mr. Kip was keeping me busy giving me. My lord, in that respect, we have an application. Your Lordship, I hope it's on record. We could also mention and get directions tomorrow on my application for the recusal of the bench dated the 22nd. I would be most obliged, Lordship.
We are mentioning the matter tomorrow.
Most obliged.
So then we are back to the petition number 565.
We wish to confirm that on the part of the Attorney General of the Republic, we are ready to
our application certified urgent by this court or by the court referring the matter to this court.
Hello. I believe this is the matter that we had earlier indicated, that after all these matters have been consolidated, directions have been given in these matters, specific directions need to be given for purposes of that matter. And for purposes of enabling those specific directions to be given, I want to point out three things. Number one is that we would need directions on when the first application that was to be done after the validity application is determined, when we are going to be had. That is issue number one. Issue number two, my lord, that is important, is the fact that now that today the Honorable, the Chief Justice has caused all of us to come on the basis of these other matters, the point needs to be noted that for purposes of the basis for all these matters that empanelment was done, the reason was that there were applications for conservatory orders. Those applications for conservatory orders were first certified as urgent and would be the first business of this court appearing there, assuming there is no other preliminary issue like recusal or otherwise. Thirdly, my lord, is this, that for purposes of those applications where conservatory orders were made, the conservatory orders may have been made in 2 or 3 files, but they conserve the status, quo that is cross-cutting in all the petitions that are before you. Apart from the fact that in that particular petition, the one that has conservatory orders, when this court, because all those applications were done on Saturday, the parties, starting at least with those that I represent, because of the nature of the proceedings that were there yesterday, we have not completed doing the responses to the applications by the Attorney General to lift conservatory orders. We could not be able to do the authorities for reasons that were indicated. And more importantly, my learned colleague, Mrs. Kemogo, whose file has been consolidated, did indicate she has not even been served, and in that matter, she needs to respond and be heard. Therefore, my lord, in considering this issue that is itching the group that wants lifting of the orders, I would like the court to give directions bearing in mind that the stakes of the parties, all the people who have filed petitions, is to ensure you are not faced with a fait accompli, where you are told, we have already sworn Kindiki and you can go to hell. We do not want to be faced with a fait accompli situations. My lord, it would be absolutely important that the subject matter is preserved, if not for any other day, until all the parties are before the court. Your Lordship. Your Lordship, there is
Please, you can see that you are consulting.
Now we will proceed in these matters as follows. By tomorrow, we will issue comprehensive directions on various issues. But importantly, parties are already aware that there are two cohorts of matters. The first cohort involves the petitions which were filed challenging the happenings before the National Assembly. Those petitions will proceed as cohort 1. They are the subsequent petitions which were filed challenging what transpired in the Senate. That is cohort 2. By tomorrow, we will deal with the issue of consolidation. We are aware of the powers this court has on the issue of consolidation, just like how we exercised the powers yesterday. We may decide to either hear or give directions on the consolidation. However, we are in agreement that the next application in line can only be one, and it is the application for recusal of this bench. And that is the application which, after we do everything, tomorrow at 2:30 is up for hearing. If you intend to participate in that application, in the second cohort, that application is coming up for hearing tomorrow at 2:30. In the morning, we will deal with the issue of consolidation. That one we will give directions on that. So that is the way forward. Prepare to hear the application for recusal of the bench tomorrow at 2 p.m. In the morning, we will deal with the procedural issues of consolidation and any other issue which may arise in cohort 1 and cohort 2. Thank you.
And those are very clear directions about your leadership. And we entirely agree that we will assist in the orderly progression of the hearing of these matters. Thank you.
Just for the record, my Lord, we assume it is all the 3 applications for recusal because
there will be no other application for recusal. We will hear what is on record, and it will be a ruling will be delivered. There will be no other application for recusal. And we think that that should come first, because if you don't want a bench, there's no reason why we should do any other thing.
My Lord, I was only pointing there are 2 or 3 of them.
Yes.
And The only clarity I'm asking is whether all applications for recusal will be handled together.
Yes, together. All will be handled together.
Yes.
Your Lordship, finally, as you categorize these pleadings in cohort 1 and cohort 2, I kindly allow me to remind the court that the last time you were before you on the 16th, the court gave or granted leave for parties to amend their petitions. So there could be petitions that have now crossed over to cohort 2, pursuant the amendments bring in light with what transpired. Perhaps the pleadings will be as witness.
Mr. Ndegwa, those are some of the preliminary issues which we'll deal with in the morning. But principally prepare to argue your application for recusal at 2:30.
I am ready even now.
Before we break, and with your very kind permission and indulgence, I would like to put the deponents of the affidavits that have made very, very grave allegations about judges of this court to be present tomorrow at 2:30, because we reserve the right to cross-examine those deponents and to move the court as appropriate after that.
Yes.
My Lord, perhaps if I may request that the court supplies us with a typed copy of the ruling that you have delivered today. We know you are working under very tight timelines, but we would very much appreciate a typed copy of the ruling that you have delivered today. We believe it may be useful in the tasks at hand tomorrow.
Finally, Your Lordship, this is the ruling that you delivered on 16th of October in the consolidated petition 522. Kindly maybe you can get a copy of that ruling as well.
The ruling should be available. So, yes.
Finally, my judges, I think there is an hullabaloo about service. That there are some parties who are present and have not been served, and we've been hearing this from inception. I think tomorrow we settle the issue of service. We also settle the issue of filing of any affidavits or responses that ought to be done, so that after 2:30 we know how best we're going to proceed without people intervening with I have not had sufficient time to this or that.
And I think before my presiding judge addresses, I just want to remind parties that we are using technology to move. To me, the issue of service should not be a big thing, because if you are mapped into a matter, automatically you get everything, unless you are not in the system. And if you are not in the system, get in touch with the deputy registrar. As simple as that. So that we avoid these issues of I was not served, I was served, I was not served. Let us make use of the technology at hand. Thank you.
May I suggest that we are appearing tomorrow in the ceremonial hall at 11. I was going to plead that any other issues being raised from the bar be raised tomorrow at 11.
No. Lord, as the chair in charge of all the people who are retiring, asking the door at this particular moment, all people that go
Is it 9 or 11?
Just to avoid any doubt, the application for recusal will be heard at 2:30. Whether you have responded to it or not, we will hear it. We will not allow any adjournment on it.
At what time tomorrow morning, sir? Because some of us need to get there.
Tomorrow morning at 9.
At 9, yes.
Yes.
And what you told 11? It's at 9 o'clock.
We're most obliged, my lords. We can see them all now.
For clarification, not as a physical or you can do virtual.
So I think that concludes our sitting today. That concludes our sitting today. See you tomorrow.
Tulitafuta na shida mingi sana, hatuwezi kubali mtu haribu.
Kenyans will be shocked.
Hiyo ikulu nimeweka mitego kila kona, kila kona. Hapo iko kibarua.
291 members of this National Assembly pended their signatures.
Something for Alvaro?
No, there's nothing.
We're getting married. Don't you understand? You can't marry my daughter. Samantha is my only child, and I know you have no love for her. Why are you here?
I came to ask you not to marry Samantha. You don't love Samantha. You and I both know that.
Mr. Vega sent you, didn't he?
Yes.
You are the one. When I have back pain, I reach for 2 tablets of Panadol Extra for fast relief of strong pain, like headache, toothache, muscle pain, and I'm released from pain to be there for those who need me. Try Panadol Extra for fast and effective relief from strong pain. New Panadol Extra Soluble dissolves twice as fast versus standard paracetamol tablets.
The 21st edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon is here. Catch all the action live on NTV from 6 a.m. on Sunday, 27th October.
What is happening in your life is demonic machinations, is satanic attacks which are attacking you. So they are downsizing you to make you feel you are useless. You are not useless. In heaven, when God is looking at you, He's seeing a millionaire, He's seeing a president, He's seeing a businessman, He's seeing a leader, He's seeing a visionary, He's seeing a great man, a great woman. May you be the one in Jesus' name.
Are you curious about that dazzling look? How do you define beauty? And how to dress elegant, glitz, and glamorous? The Glam Show is here to answer all those questions and show you what's popping and what's the latest in the beauty and lifestyle world, because you need it. Look your best and fall in love with Into the Glam, only on NTV.
People come to me and they say they get discomfort when they have ice cream. Can you imagine that? Avoiding having cold ice cream. Sensodyne gives you long-lasting protections against sensitivity. And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
NTV, turning on your world.
The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes and...
na serikalini kama iliyopewa naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua. Katika executive order number 2, rais alimwambia Rigathi Gachagua ile kamati ya kuangalia maslahi ya wakulima wa kahawa isimamie na utengeneze shughuli ya kahawa uinyoroshe. Rigathi Gachagua hakunyorosha shughuli ya kahawa. Wakulima wa kahawa bado wanalia. Rigathi Gachagua akaambiwa kaa na wale wanaitwa Kenya Dairy Board, tengeneza na urainishe shughuli ya maziwa. Unakumbuka serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta ilikuja ikasema hauna ruhusa kuuza ile wanaita kwa kizungu unprocessed milk. Maziwa yes. Sasa shughuli zile za kusaidia wakulima, kwa sababu kama sisi watu wa mlima na wabode la ufa na wengine wanaolima, sisi hatukuwa tunataka serikali kuja itupee pesa. Sisi tulikuwa tunasema arainisha ya kwamba mimi nikichukua maziwa yangu ninaweza isafirisha mpaka Nairobi bila kusimamishwa na kuitishwa hongo, kwa sababu kuna sheria inasema mimi siwezi safirisha maziwa isiyofanyiwa processing. Na kwa hivyo Rigathi Gachagua aliachana na shughuli aliyopewa kwa mujibu wa executive order number 2.
Alikuwa hata na nafasi ya kuketi na wale mawaziri.
Ndio, alafu wacha nikwambie pia akapewa nafasi zile tunaita cabinet committees. Kitambo shughuli yote ifike kwa baraza la mawaziri. Zile kamati zote za mawaziri ni yeye alikuwa anakaa nazo chini, wanaongea kuhusu hoja wanazotaka ziende kwa baraza la mawaziri. Zikifika kwa baraza la mawaziri, Rigathi Gachagua alikuwa ashajua ni nini inakuja kwa baraza la mawaziri. Na jambo moja nikwambia, alikuwa amepelekewa seneti. Ilisemekana kwamba baraza la mawaziri lilisema lazima tusafishe mto wa Nairobi na wale waliojenga kando na mto lazima tuwaogojee. Hii mambo ilianza kwa kamati iliyokaa pale Kalen kwake. Na ikasema waliochukua nafasi, kwa sababu wale wenye zile nyumba hata hawana vyeti vya mashamba, itabidi tuwatoe ili tusafishe mto na pia tuhakikishe kwamba Wakenya hawatadhulumiwa wakati kuna mafuriko. Hii mambo ilipigwa msasa katika ofisi ya naibu wa rais pale Kalen. Wakakubaliana na wale waziri waliokuwa katika lile jopo, hili jambo tulipeleke kwa baraza la mawaziri. Ikaletwa kwa baraza la mawaziri. Hiyo shughuli ikapewa nafasi, wakaichambua, wakasema shughuli ni nzuri, twende tuondoe hawa watu, tuzuie maafa. Hii mambo yote imefanyika Rigathi Gachagua akiwa kutoka pale mwanzo, kwa sababu ile inaitwa cabinet paper. Kitambo ifike kwa baraza la mawaziri, ilikuwa inaenda kwa cabinet committee yenye mkuu wa hizo kamati zote ni mtu anaitwa Rigathi Gachagua. Na kwa hivyo mimi nadhani kwamba Rigathi Gachagua alishindwa na kazi aliyopewa na rais, na alikuwa nafasi nzuri ya kufanya ile kazi.
Na katika mambo haya yote ambacho pia kitajitokeza kwa kiasi kikubwa baada ya hatma ya mahakama ni Rais William Ruto. Manake huyu alikuwa ni naibu wake, alikuwa ni rafiki yake, waliomba kura pamoja, maji yamekuja yakazidi unga kidogo. Tukimwangalia huyu Rais William Ruto, hatma hii ya Gachagua inamwacha wapi kama rais?
Nafikiri inamwacha, labda tuweke kwa sehemu mbili. Ya kwanza, nafikiri inaonyesha kwamba huyu ni rais ambaye ako na subra nyingi sana. kwa sababu tukiangalia wakati ama muda ambao Bwana Rigathi amekuwa tatizo kwa serikali ni muda mrefu. Tuanze na wakati ule walikuwa wanafanya East African Legislation MP elections. Hata nyinyi wanahabari mlituambia kwamba kulikuwa na mkutano State House, alafu baada ya mkutano State House ambao walipanga vile watafanya zile elections na ni nani na nani na nani atapewa, inasemekana kwamba Bwana Rigathi aliita UDA MPs wa Mount Kenya, akaenda nao kwake, wakafanya kikao tofauti na wakapindua yale walikuwa wameongea. Sasa ikifika wakati wa elections, wale walikuwa wamekubali kama chama ndio wataingizwa, kuna wawili watatu walibadilisha. So ukianzia kutoka wakati huo mpaka wakati huo ambao imefika mpaka deputy wako anasimama na anasikiza na anacheka wakati mtu anasema wewe kama Ruto you must go, unaona hapo kuna a lot of patience. Tuseme ni president ambaye ako extremely tolerant. Na mimi vile ninavyoona nikichambua hii siasa, naona kwamba hiyo tolerance yake kidogo ndio imemletea hii shida. Lakini pia tunaona kwamba huyu ni rais ambaye ameamua kwa vyovyote vile ataachilia institutions za hii nchi zifanye kazi. Unajua pia kuna vile angekuja akaingilia pale kwa parliament kwa sababu aseme hii kitu inaweza kuniletea aibu, lakini akaamua, parliamentarians wameamua wamechoka na huyu mtu, na si kwa sababu ati wamechoka kwa niaba yake peke yake. Hapana. Huyu Bwana Rigathi alikuwa amekosana mpaka na cabinet secretaries. Kwa tunamuona akijibizana mpaka na CSs kwa Twitter, kwa Facebook, kwa magazeti. Alikuwa anagwaruzana mpaka na MPs. Kuna wale walikuwa nalalamika wanasema huyu mtu atakati tuende tumpigie magoti ndio tuweze kuingia kwa president. Alisumbuana na, yani hakuna watu kwenye ile serikali hakuwa amevurugana nao, ndio maana MPs wakasema tosha gari, wacha tumshukishe huyu, amefika stage yake. Na unaona president alikaa na akaamua sitaongeza chumvi kwamba kweli ametutosha, wala sitamtetea. Let the system take it. Chukue mkondo wake.
Lakini pita kuna ambao wanahoji huyu Rais William Ruto pengine ameonyesha kutokuwa mtulivu kiasi chake ikilinganishwa na marais wa hapo awali. Kitu ambacho Rigathi Gachagua anapitia hivi sasa, William Ruto akiwa naibu wa rais aliweza kukipitia. Na miongoni mwa matatizo aliyokuwa nayo na rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta ni Uhuru Kenyatta kuona kana kwamba William Ruto akiwa naibu rais alikuwa anatumia ofisi hiyo kuchapa siasa na kuweka juhudi za juu za kuweza kumrithi Uhuru Kenyatta. Wachanganuzi wanasema Uhuru Kenyatta alimwacha tu akaendelea pengine na kutafuta marafiki wa karibu kufanya kazi nao, kama vile waziri aliyokuwa na ushawishi mkubwa Daktari Fred Matiang'i. Sijui maoni yako. Sandra anasema hapana, Ruto ameonyesha ni mtulivu, amemvumilia sana huyu Rigathi Gachagua. Kuna watu wanahoji,
unajua William Ruto alipokuwa naibu wa rais hukuwahi sikia amekosana na wabunge. Hukuwahi sikia anarushiana maneno na wabunge. Hukuwahi sikia anarushiana. Unajua William Ruto akiwa naibu ametusiwa mpaka na mawaziri wa serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Hakuwahi chukua kipasa sauti kuwatusi ama kuongea vibaya. Hukuwahi sikia William Ruto akiongea ubaya wa rais. Alijua kutumia kinywa chake vizuri. Hakuwa mwingi wa maneno. Na shida kubwa ya Rigathi Gachagua ni wingi wa maneno. Kwa mfano, itawezekanaje wewe ni naibu wa rais, kisheria umepewa nafasi ya kukaa katika lile jopo linaitwa National Intelligence Service, na kama uko na shida, uko nafasi mwafaka ya kuleta shida zako katika lile jopo. Lakini wewe ni naibu wa rais, una uwezo wa kutatua shida zako na rais na wanaokaa katika lile jopo, lakini unaamua mimi nitachukua ndege, nitaenda Mombasa na nitafanya kikao na wanahabari after my boss ameongea ama mkubwa wako ashaongea. Na mimi nasema igawaje William Ruto alifanyiwa yale mambo na Uhuru Kenyatta, alikuwa mtulivu, hakuwa mwingi wa maneno, hakuwa mtu wa kughadhabika haraka sana. Alikuwa mtu ile inasema you take it patiently. Ama alikuwa anayachukua yale na anayasahau. Lakini rafiki yetu aliyengatuliwa Rigathi Gachagua, yeye ni mwingi wa maneno. Rigathi Gachagua, ukikuwa na shida na mbunge ukimpigia simu akuje ofisi yako atakuja kwa sababu wewe ni naibu wa rais. Lakini Rigathi Gachagua yeye anachukua microphone. Nishaikuwa na nimesema hapa, nilikuwa kikao kimoja alimfokea mbunge wa kule Rari, naitwa Mburu Kahangara, mbele ya umati. Na nikasikia vibaya sana kwa sababu igawaje unafikiria mbunge amekukosea kama naibu wa rais. Katikati ya umati uliochagua mbunge sio nafasi mwafaka ya wewe kuchukua kipasa sauti na kumkaribia na hiyo ndio shida kubwa ya Rigathi Gachagua. Yeye unajua umepewa ofisi kubwa, umepewa majukumu, na si majukumu ya kupewa na maneno ya kinywa. President alikuwa amesema wakati wa uchaguzi, mimi nikichaguliwa kama rais, mimi naibu wangu hata kuwa akikaa hivyo bila kazi kama vile mimi mkubwa wangu alininyima kazi. Na president akafanya hivyo, akaifanya na maandishi executive order number 2. Executive order number 2 ni kile kijikaratasi kimeandikwa kwa ile rangi ya samawati, na akaweka sahihi ya kwamba mimi nimeambia Rigathi Gachagua awe anasimamia mambo ya ukulima, awe anasimamia mambo ya cabinet committees, awe anasimamia hili. Mimi unajua mimi ningetaka katika runinga hii ya NTV, kwa sababu hii ni nyumba, it is a house of records. Sisi tupatiwe kanda zinaoonyesha Rigathi Gachagua aliyengatuliwa akiongea mambo ya sera za serikali. Kile Rigathi Gachagua tu alikuwa anaongea ni umoja wa mlima. Na unajua
nikukatize kidogo, Harrison Kilai katika mtandao wa Twitter anasema mweleze Peter amesahau jinsi ambavyo Ruto alivyomtesa Uhuru Kenyatta hadi kumuita yeye ni mtu wa kucheza rege ilhali alikuwa rais.
Lakini unajua nikwambie, wale waliokuwa wanaeneza ile BBI walikuwa wanaweka ule wimbo wa kusema nobody can stop reggae. Ilikuwa shida gani naibu wa rais akisema mimi si mtu wa reggae na mimi sikubaliani na reggae? Zile ni matamshi za kisiasa. Unakumbuka siku moja William Ruto pale Bomas, wakati walikuwa wameleta hii mambo ya BBI, walimkashifu masaa matatu, karibu masaa matatu wakikashifu binadamu mmoja. Na William Ruto aliposimama kama mwanaume, alipeleka hoja zake kuhusu mapendekezo, hakujibu mtu, hakutusi mtu, na hiyo ndio shida tu ya Rigathi Gachagua. Unajua wacha nikwambie,
kwa hicho kikao kulikuwa na bwana mmoja anafahamika kama Raila Odinga. Naye pia lazima vile vile ni mhusika wa masuala haya. Tutakuwa tunarejea kwako utueleze huyu Raila Odinga yuko wapi mambo haya yote yakiendelea. Pengine anabadilisha tu stesheni akipiga makofi.
Lakini unajua Raila
kwanza kabla hatujaongea
shikilia tu hapo Sandra, panga maneno sawa sawa. Kwanza nimuongeleshe mtazamaji wangu ambapo picha ambazo zinakujia televisheni hivi sasa ni za moja kwa moja ya masuala ambavyo yanajiri katika mahakama ya Mlimani. Kumbuka mtazamaji wangu, leo ni ile siku jopo la majaji watatu ambalo lina Jaji Eric Ugola, Anthony Mrima na Freda Mogambi watakuwa wanatoa mwongozo. Ni mwongozo ambao utakuwa na msisimuko aina yake. Maana wanatoa mwongozo kusema kwamba wao waliletwa kwa pamoja kama jopo kupitia ofisi ya naibu jaji mkuu kisheria, kikatiba au visivyo. Swala hilo liliweza kuibuka hapo jana wakati jopo hili la majaji liliketi kuweza kutoa hatma ya naibu wa rais aliyengatuliwa Rigathi Gachagua bungeni. Lakini kabla ya hilo kuanza, ama kabla ya kesi hiyo kusikilizwa mzima, basi tuliona mawakili wa upande wa Rigathi Gachagua wakiweza kukosoa jopo hilo la majaji watatu wakisema hawapo ofisini katika jopo hilo kufuatia sheria ama kufuatia katiba Kiko zaidi wakihoji mbona jaji mkuu hakuweza kuwaleta kwa pamoja jopo hilo. Sasa majaji hao watatu walichukua nafasi mchana wa jana kukubali mawakili wa naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua kuweza kutoa maombi yao rasmi ya kupinga jopo hilo kusikiliza kesi hiyo kutokana na miswada hiyo ambayo nimekuelezea, na jopo hilo lilikubali mawakili wa naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua kuweka maombi hayo rasmi. Vile vile likakubali kwa upande wa serikali na bunge kuweza kujibu maombi hayo rasmi. Na tulikuwa na muda wa pale bungeni Mlimani, bila shaka taifa zima likitazama, na ambapo majaji hawa watatu walisema watatoa mwongozo mchana wa leo mwendo wa saa 9, ni saa 9 inaelekea saa 9:30, na tunaona pale bungeni ni kwamba mawakili wa pande zote mbili wameweza kufika. Tunaona mawakili wa naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua miongoni mwa wengine Ndegwa Njiru, na tumemwona pia Haminwa, tumeona mawakili wengine Nelson Havi, vile vile tumeona Gith Mugai. Kwa upande wa serikali wanaendelea kumiminika tu na pengine kupanga maneno ya faili zao dakika za mwisho wakisubiri jopo hili la majaji hawa watatu Eric Ogolla, Anthony Mrima na Freda Mugambi kuweza kuwasili na kutoa mwongozo. Mtazamaji wangu ni kwamba ikiwa jopo hili litatoa mwongozo kwamba lipo hapo kisheria na kwamba hatma zote za katiba zilifuatwa kikamilifu kwa wao kuweza kuletwa kwa pamoja na naibu jaji mkuu, matarajio ni kwamba kesi hiyo basi itaanza rasmi ya kujua hatma ya naibu wa rais aliyeng'atuliwa bungeni Rigathi Gachagua itakuwa vipi. Ni kuchemshe bongo kwamba katika weekend iliyopita naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua kupitia mahakama ya Mlimani na Kerugoya aliweza kupata vizingiti vya kisheria kuzuia serikali kuweza kuapisha naibu rais mteule Kithure Kindiki. Maombi hayo yaliweza kuletwa kwa pamoja na kuletwa mbele ya mahakama ya Mlimani, ambapo mahakama kabla ya hilo mahakama iliweza kusimamisha na kuweka vizingiti hivyo, na hilo lilipelekea naibu rais mteule kukosa kuapishwa Kithure Kindiki na kuingia afisini kama naibu wa rais. Wiki hii siku ya Alhamisi ilikuwa ni siku ambayo koti ilikuwa imesema ama siku ya leo itasikiliza ombi hilo ama kesi hiyo. Lakini baada ya kesi hiyo kuletwa kwa pamoja, kumbuka kulikuwa na mahakama ya Kerugoya vile vile ya Mlimani, baada ya kesi hizo kuletwa kwa pamoja, mahakama ilitoa mwongozo kwamba kesi hiyo iweze kusikilizwa hapo jana. Ni jambo ambalo vile vile mawakili wa Rigathi Gachagua waliweza kupinga, vile vile walitoa maoni kabla ya kesi hiyo kusikizwa hapo jana kwamba hawana imani na majaji Eric Ogolla, Anthony Mrima na Freda Mugambi, hawana imani ikiwa wataweza kupata haki hapo. Walipofika kabla ya kuzungumzia swala hilo la kuwa imani na majaji hawa watatu, walikosoa jinsi ambavyo naibu jaji mkuu Philomena Mwilu aliweza kuleta jopo hili kwa pamoja, na ikawa ni nafasi ya jopo hili la majaji watatu, mawakili wa Rigathi Gachagua, mawakili wa serikali, mawakili wa bunge kuweza kusemezana kisheria, kupambana kisheria, kikatiba, na tukaweza kuona jopo hilo likisema leo ndo ile siku litatoa mwongozo ya kesi ya Rigathi Gachagua kutini, vile vile kesi ya dhidi yao ambao mawakili walisema ingawa nyinyi ni majaji, nyinyi ndio mnasikiliza kesi hii, lakini hatuna imani mlifika hapa kwa njia inayostahili. Miongoni wa masuala ambayo waliweza kutoa ni kwamba jopo hilo liliundwa siku ya Jumamosi, wakisema ikiwa ofisi ama idara ya mahakama ilifanya siku ya Jumamosi, basi waliona kwamba kesi yao ilifanywa siku ya Jumamosi bila wao kuweza kujulishwa. Muda wote kuanzia hapa tutakuwa tunatizama na kujua, je, majaji hawa watatu jopo hili litaweza kutoa mwongozo upi? Na hizo ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka Mlimani. Kumbuka mwandishi mwenza David Mothoka wa NTV yuko pale na atakuwa anaendelea kutupa mengi zaidi. Mtazamaji, imekuwa ni safari mtazamaji wangu ambayo ilianza na fununu pale na hapa na pale mtaani, lakini waandishi wa habari watu nasema duru za kuaminika, ambapo ilisemekana kwamba kuna mswada utaletwa bungeni wakimtumua naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua ofisini. Baada ya hapo tukamwona yeye akianza kunena kisiasa mikutanoni hapa na pale, kanisani, mara nyingine kuita waandishi nyumbani pake akisema leteni, ninasubiri, nitapambana na nyinyi kimwanaume. Waswahili wanasema hayawi hoa, kisha yalifikia na mswada huu ukaweza kuletwa katika bunge Pale tulisikiza masuala 11 ambayo yalitajwa dhidi ya naibu wa rais katika utendakazi wake. Baada ya hapo kukakuwa na kura bungeni na akapoteza imani ya bunge la kitaifa. Na baada ya hapo bunge la kitaifa ambalo ndilo lilianzisha mazungumzo haya yote na mswada huu likapeleka masuala hayo katika bunge la seneti kisheria na kikatiba. Pale tukamuona Rigathi Gachagua akipambania, lakini akapoteza papo hapo. Mambo yamekuwa ni mengi mtazamaji wangu. Kufikia wiki hii tuliona hata wale wanaofanya kazi katika ofisi ya naibu wa rais aliyeng'atuliwa Rigathi Gachagua wakiweza kupewa barua na serikali na kuambiwa sasa mwende mpumzike, likizo ya lazima. Kuashiria kwamba pengine serikali kwa upande wake imejitayarisha kwamba huyu Rigathi Gachagua aliyeng'atuliwa ofisini ndo hivyo mkondo wa kuelekea, ndo safari ya mwisho, wanamsindikisha kwa upole, iliashiria hivyo. Lakini tunaona bado kuna kesi ambayo inaendelea kuhusiana na hilo, imepelekwa pale mahakamani, ilipelekwa tarehe 28 ambapo hawa wafanyikazi 108 katika ofisi ya naibu wa rais aliyeng'atuliwa Rigathi Gachagua wamesusia kupelekwa kwa nyumbani. Umekuwa ni mtizamo ambao umeleta msisimuko aina yake. Kwa upande mmoja watu wakisema basi hakuna maana wawe pale, manake naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua kwa sasa ameng'atuliwa, lakini tunaona wameenda kotini na imetajwa kwamba kesi yao mtazamaji itasikilizwa tarehe 28 mwezi huu. Hivyo basi hapo awali nilikuwa naangalia mitandao ya kijamii, kuna wakili mmoja alisema hii sarakasi ya kisheria itaendelea kwa kipindi cha miaka 3. Sina uhakika wa hilo, lakini tunaona pia ofisi hii ya naibu wa rais ambapo wafanyikazi 108 walipatwa kupatiwa likizo ya lazima, wameenda kotini, wamesema sasa imekuwa ni dhulma kwa upande wao, imekuwa ni dhulma ya kisiasa, ya kikazi, dhulma kikatiba, na wanaomba wasikilizwe. Kesi hiyo mtazamaji wangu itasikilizwa tarehe 28 baadaye mwezi huu. Inamaanisha kwamba Rigathi Gachagua na wafanyikazi waliokuwa katika ofisi yake wamesema hawaendi nyumbani bila kupambana. Peter, pengine wamesoma kutoka kwa mdosi wao.
Unajua itakuwa shida kubwa kwa sababu wafanyikazi wengi wa naibu wa rais na wengine wa rais ni zile mzungu anasema political appointments. Na kwa hivyo ni kumaanisha kwamba kupitia ule mchakato wa Public Service Board ukatangazwa nyadhifa za kazi, ukapeleka stakabadhi zako ili ufanywe shortlisting na uitwe interview. Wengi wao unakuanga kama naibu wa rais kama rais, umepewa nafasi ya kuchukua wale watu unaaminia wakufanyie kazi, na kwa hivyo vile unapeana majina yao kwa Public Service Commission for formal appointment kama watu wa kukusaidia. Na hivyo hata kwao wao kwenda kotini haitakuwa na hoja kwa sababu wale sio wafanyi kazi walioajiliwa moja kwa moja na Public Service Commission. Na hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba nyinyi mko pale kwa sababu ya uhusiano wenyu na mtu aliyechukua ile nyadhifa ya naibu wa rais. Na ni kumaanisha wakati kutatokea naibu wa rais mwingine, pia na yeye atakuja na wale watu wanaamini watamsaidia kazi. Nitakupatia kwa mfano. Juzi Rais William Ruto ametimua mawaziri, wakaenda nyumbani. Wale mawaziri, wale waliokuwa personal assistant, wale waliokuwa advisors, ama wale waliokuwa wamepewa kazi ya media ama nini, wote walienda nyumbani na wao, kwa sababu zile ni zile tunasema they are political appointments.
Na bila shaka Peter, nafasi hii imetupa nafasi kama taifa kuweza kupiga msasa vitu kadha wa kadha. Kwa mfano kama wewe mfanyikazi, hata siku za usoni pengine kuna umuhimu wawekwe katika utendakazi wa serikali, hata ingawa utakuwa katika ofisi wa naibu wa rais. Manake wanasema ukiona chako cha mwenzako kimenyolewa, chako kitie maji. Hata wale wanaofanya sasa hivi katika pengine ofisi ya spika wa bunge ama kiongozi wa wengi katika bunge au hata ofisi ya rais, watu wanashikwa na wasiwasi, na pengine hata mtu ataanza kusema hapa wacha niweke mguu mmoja ndani
ile shida tutakuwa nayo katika ufanyi kazi wa serikali na tuko na shida kubwa kama nchi. Na ndio maana Sandra anasema wananchi wamechoka na siasa, wanataka mambo ifanywe. Katika mpangilio wa utenda kazi wa serikali, Public Service Commission, kuna ile inaitwa kwa kizungu, sijui niseme aje kwa Kiswahili, it is what you call technical versus support. Ama wale watu wanapewa kazi kwa sababu wako na ujuzi fulani, na wale watu wanapewa kazi ili wakusaidie wewe uweze kuleta zile habari moja kwa moja. Kuna mtu aliyepewa kazi hapa anafanya kwamba makeup yako ni mzuri, umepewa maji mate isikufanyie mambo mabaya. Na pia kuna mwingine amepewa kazi kuwa nyuma ya ile kamera imeniangalia, sasa ahakikishe kwamba hiyo kamera inafanya kazi kwa sababu ana ujuzi fulani. Katika serikali, sheria ya public service inasema wale watu wamepewa kazi kwa ujuzi wakuwe 70%. Na wale watu waliopea kazi wakusaidie kama driver ama secretary wakuwe 30%. Lakini kama tunavyokaa sasa, na ile shida William Ruto alipata ni kwamba waliopewa kazi ya kusaidia ni 70%. Waliopewa kazi kwa sababu ya ujuzi ni 30%. Na hiyo ndio shida kubwa. Unajua inatokea kwa nini? Wewe unasema mimi nikipewa kazi kama waziri wa serikali nitakuja na timu yangu ya watu 10. Wakati nikiingia na shughulika na hakikisha watu 10 yangu wameingia serikali kihalali, ati hata mimi nikiondolewa wataendelea kufanya. Ndio maana tumejipata pahali tumejipata, kwa sababu tuko na ile wanaita a bloated workforce. Na hiyo shida mimi singetaka mwanasiasa akipewa kazi ya wanasiasa ama ofisi ya mwanasiasa akuje na watu yake, wakifanya kipindi chao kikiisha waondoke.
Lakini Sandra, tukifanya hivyo ustaarabu wa utendakazi utakuwa uko wapi? Maanake kuna yule dereva wa naibu wa rais aliyengatuliwa, ama hata yule mpishi, ama hata ule mwandani wa karibu tunasema pia yeye hana makosa. Hata akiambiwa sasa wewe toa taarifa, sema kwanza kwamba anataka kusema na wanahabari. Kuna wale ambao wanasimamia masuala ya communications katika ofisi ya huyo naibu wa rais aliyengatuliwa. Makosa yao ni yapi? Kuchapisha tu na kusema njooni NTV, njooni fulani. Alafu sasa huyu akienda akijikua kisiasa ama akijikua kiutendakazi,
anaenda na kazi zao wote. Ustaarabu hata wa serikali upo wapi? Pengine wangesubiri kikamilifu siku ifike, hata wao wajue wenyewe muda umefika, wajingatue wenyewe.
Kuna kitu moja ambao labda tunakosa kueleza. Ni kwamba wale wafanyikazi ambao wako pale mahali ama pale, for example kwa ile ofisi ya naibu ya rais, kuna wale ambao wameandikwa permanent kwa serikali. Kuna wale ambao wako kwenye contract ya 1 year. Alafu kuna wale sasa ambao unasikia wanakuja kwa mambo ya katika ile platform ya kisiasa. So kuna job group fulani ndio zilisemekana zinapelekwa leave. Katika wale wako kwenye ile job group, kutakuja job group fulani ambao watakuwa redeployed, wapewe transfer kwa ministry zingine. Hata wajikute labda wamepewa transfer kwa parastatal fulani ndani ya ile ministry. Lakini kuna wale ambao, for example, personal assistant. Mimi nikiingia kwa ofisi, nikuja hapa NTV, mimi ndio the new MD, siwezi taka kufanya kazi na PA wa yule aliyekuwa pale.
Lakini anaweza akapelekwa katika wizara fulani.
Atakuwa redeployed. Lakini kuna wale sasa ambao nilikuja nao katika ile wizara ama katika ile ofisi as my political aides. Hao ndio wengine wao unasikia wakiitwa advisors. Wale hata wakati wanaandikwa pale, by the way, wanakuwa wakijua kwamba huyu akingatuliwa hata mimi nimengatuliwa. So kusema la kweli, katika ile orodha ya wafanyikazi 108 kunao wale ambao wanajijua tayari, mimi naenda home. Tukihesabu mtu kama Wambogo Ngunjiri. Wambogo Ngunjiri anaweza fikiri anaweza kukaa kwa ofisi wafanye kazi na bwana Kindiki. Haiwezekani. Kuna yule anaitwa Theuri. Yule Theuri kwanza ilikuwa inasemekana kwanza yule ndio alikuwa ground force ya bwana Rigathi. Bwana Kindiki hana mambo hayo, mambo ya vita na kuvuruga watu ati ndio apate ile message yake.
Umemtetea sana na tujamuona kama naibu wa rais.
Tunaongea kulingana na vile amefanya kazi yake pale interior. Mpaka hata tunasahau kwamba kuna CS wa interior, lakini hatuwezi sahau kwa sababu tunaona output. So wale si kwamba ati wamefutwa. Kwanza tuhimize kitu kimoja. Wamepelekwa on leave ambapo mshahara wa mwezi watapata.
Lakini ni likizo ya lazima, sio kwa hiari yao.
Sio kwa hiari yao, lakini kuna wale watarudi.
Inakuwa ni lugha ya ofisini ya kukufukuza tu.
Hapana, kuna wale watarudishwa.
Kisheria serikali imeruhusiwa kukupeleka likizo ya lazima. Ikiamini kwamba kuna sababu inayojulikana ya kukupeleka likizo ya lazima upelekwe. Lakini pia nikwambie, unajua ukiandikwa na serikali permanent and pensioner, kuna mchakato mkubwa sana unapitia ili upate ile kazi. Na ndio maana ulikuwa unasikia wale watu walikuwa zamani zile sisi tukiwa wadogo, mfanyikazi wa serikali alikuwa mtu mkubwa sana kwa kijiji. Na ndio alikuwa anatuambia
anastahili heshima zaidi.
Usidhani mimi nimeandikwa na penseli. Walikuwa wanasema mimi nimepitia mchakato fulani nikapata kazi pale. Na hivyo kuningatua kutoka kwa ile nafasi itakuwa ngumu. Hawa waliopewa kazi na Rigathi Gachagua na wanasiasa wengine hawakupitia yale. Kwa hivyo wanajua waliingia kwa njia nyepesi na pia kutoka itakuwa tu nyepesi vile vile. Ule mtu saizi hata ukipata mwana polisi kwa mfano hana nidhamu, hauwezi mfurusha hiyo siku. Kuna ule mwelekezo umewekwa na kuna ule mpangilio umewekwa kwamba nikikupata wewe Wambui una nidhamu, nitakuripoti kwa wale HR watengeneze ile inaitwa disciplinary committee, iangalie ile mchakato iseme kuna mpangilio mkubwa sana wa kukutoa kazini kama vile kuna mpangilio mkubwa sana wa kukuweka kazini.
Lakini Peter, haki itakuwa iko wapi? Manake huyu naibu wa rais aliyeng'atuliwa kwanza akakosana na mdosi wake rais, akawekwa nje kidogo. Akatoka hapo akapata nafasi bungeni. Akatoka hapo amepata nafasi ya kujitetea katika bunge la Seneti. Ametoka hapo amepata nafasi ya kujitetea mahakamani. Sasa huyu mnyonge, huyu ambaye anaandaa chai katika ofisi ya rais, kwani yeye hana haki kamilifu? Yeye ni kuandikiwa barua tu na kuondoka. Lazima wawe pia na nafasi kama nafasi ambazo amepewa huyu naibu wa rais aliyeng'atuliwa. Hawa ni barua tu.
Lakini unajua wacha nikwambie.
Kuna haki.
Wakati mmoja mimi nimekuwa mfanyikazi wa county kule kwetu Kiambu. Nimepewa barua ya muda ya miaka 2 ama miaka 3 ama mwaka moja. Ule mdozi wangu mwaka moja ukiisha akiona kuna haja anipatie ile inaitwa renew, ananipea. Wale walioambiwa wasimame ya kwamba walikuwa wamepewa contract, na contract yao wanasema nini? Kwa mfano kama ulipewa contract ya mwaka moja, saizi wameambiwa nenda nyumbani kapumzike, mshahara utapata, na kama contract yake imebakisha siku ama miezi kadhaa, atawaambiwa kutoka leo nenda pale kwa Ministry of Agriculture upike chai hapo. Nenda pale kwa Ministry of Finance ufagie hapo. Nenda pale kwa Ministry of Finance ukue mshika doria pale. Unajua kwamba umepewa ile barua ulipewa ya kazi iko na kile sheria inasema terms and conditions. Haujekuwa mnyonge kwa sababu utasemaje ni mnyonge kwa sababu umesimamishwa kazi na ulipewa barua ya mwaka moja.
Hajapata nyingine.
Ndio nasema ukipewa ile barua uliambiwa kuna uwezekano tukupatie nafasi nyingine, kuna uwezekano uende nyumbani.
Lakini Peter, kuna jambo moja tu hatulisemi. Hilo ni kwamba wajua mpaka tujiulize ile kuambiwa waende likizo ilikuwa ni kwa sababu gani? Ujue pale sasa ile ofisi ya deputy president ni kama crime scene sahi. Pale mahali kuna vile hutaki wale waliokuwa wanafanya kazi pale mahali disrupt for example documentation ama data ambayo iko pale. Unajua kuna hofu na inakwanga katika maofisi zote whether ni serikali ama private, kuna ile hofu ya kwamba kwa ajili umefanya kazi na huyu mtu kwa muda, kwa hivyo mko na uhusiano na kuna vile uko na huruma katika ile hali yake. Kwa hivyo akikupigia leo akwambie wewe kama for example mtu wa finance pale ndani, akwambie kuna document fulani ile tulifanya mambo ya fertilizer na nini, zitoe pale kwa records. Ona kama kufuta, kama ilikuwa kwenye flash disk uniletee. So hizi ndio vitu zinafanya, and it's a standard administrative practice kwamba lazima tuhakikishe kwamba ile information, ile data, kile kitu kiko pale ndani ya ile ofisi. Kumbuka that is government property.
Nakubaliana na wewe Sandra. Alafu hii imekuwa ni safari. Pindi tu huu mswada ulipoletwa kwenye bunge, bila shaka naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua aliyeng'atuliwa pia alianza kujipanga kivyake. Kama alikuwa na suti 10 ofisini kazipunguza zikawa 2. Kama alikuwa na tarakilishi 10 kapunguza ikawa 1. Hivyo basi hatuwezi kusema sasa hawa ondoke, manake wanaweza kufanya shughuli visivyo ama wanaweza kuelekezwa na naibu wa rais katika haki yake, manake wao wanamuona bado ni naibu wa rais, lakini sasa ni naibu wa rais aliyeng'atuliwa. Sasa binadamu tu utajipanga. Hata mimi nikiambiwa sasa kazi yako itakamilisha siku ya Ijumaa, nitaanza kuondoa vitu ofisini hapa na pale ili safari iwe nyepesi kidogo. So kuna haja kabisa ya kuwafukuza mpaka unaambia msiingie.
Iko haja kwa sababu ujue pale kuna kitu inaitwa deficit of trust. Sijui kwa Kiswahili tutasema kuna upungufu ya uaminifu kwao. Na ninaweza kufanya example, leo asubuhi hata jana walijitokeza pale kazini. Ijapokuwa aliambiwa msije. Uona sasa ule ujeuri. Mumepewa amri na mkubwa wa public service amewaambia msije, lakini wakatokea. So ndio hiyo ujeuri, hofu kwamba hawa wanaweza kuwa tunaweza kuambia hakuna kitu itoke kwa hiyo ofisi.
Asante Sandra Njoki, asante Peter Moshendo. Mtazamaji wangu, picha unazoona ni kutoka mahakama ya Mlimani ambapo tunawaona majaji Eric Ogola na Freda Mugambi tayari wamewasili. Sijamwona Anthony Mrima, pengine anajaribu kufika katika jopo hilo ili waweze kusikiza kesi ya Rigathi Gachagua. Nikukumbushe tu cha kwanza ambacho majaji hawa watatu watasema ama kutoa mwongozo kuhusu ni jinsi ambavyo mawakili wa Rigathi Gachagua waliweza kusema kwamba jopo hilo liko hapo kinyume cha sheria. Mtazamaji, naona masuala yameanza na kupeleka moja kwa moja katika mahakama ya Mlimani.
Appearing together with Professor Gitu Muigai, Senior Counsel, that's for the Attorney General, Emmanuel Peter, Deputy Chief State Counsel, Charles Mutinda, Deputy Chief State Counsel. Then for the National Assembly, we have El Gumbo, appearing for the National Assembly, and Paul Nyamodi, and the Honorable George Gitonga Murugara. My lords and my lady, for the Speaker of the National Assembly, we have Benson Milimo and Josephat Kunyoni appearing for the Speaker of the National Assembly. My lords and my lady, for the Senate, we have Professor Tom Ochenda, and Moni Mukele Edwin. For the Speaker of the Senate, my lord, my lady, we have Mercy Kanchi and Peter Wanyama appearing for the Senate, for the Speaker of the Senate. And for interested parties, my lord, we have Moses Kipkoge, we have Dr. Mutomi Tionko, we have Kenny Meli, we have Ponfes Mweleru, and Eric Murioki appear for Professor Kitule Kindiki. Sorry, my lord, for the Senate, we have Hirali, Honorable Hirali Sigay for the Senate.
In addition to Professor Tom Ojienda?
Yes, that is in addition, my lord, to Professor Tom Ojienda.
Hillary who?
Sigay. Honorable Hirali Sigay, Senate.
My lord, my lady, I'm present.
Yes.
My lord, for the 6 respondents, much obliged, my lord. I leave it at that.
Thank you.
My lord, for the 6th respondent, Dr. Kamodo, will continue to appear at the protest.
Company advocate for the second petition.
For second petition.
Petition.
Yes.
And my lord and my lady, my name is Kipuru Mugai. I appear in this matter. My colleagues Muge for the Sandegwa in petition number Kirinyaga, Kerugoya, I believe it's Kerugoya, 5015 for the petitions.
Mr. Kibe, we consolidated and we came up with a new lineup of the parties. So it may not be very appropriate to keep on referring to.
I did take the notes, but I mean, some of it. The person with the notes is not here.
That's okay. We'll supply
And
the
I'm not seeing any order to indicate now that.
Okay.
So that I can.
We will supply after the proceedings of the day.
My Lords, Your Ladyship, Paul Mwite, I appear with Mr. Soanya, George Sekimpa, and Tom Macharia for the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya in the consolidated petition and in any other petition where he is. Thank you.
I appear for Australia. I think the party in 85 with my land friend, with the son, I have seen and then I also appear for myself.
My lady and my lords, for the third petition, my name is Moody. May it please you, my lady and my lords, my name is Nelson Harvey. I appear for the Justice Party Legal Society of Kenya, together with my two colleagues, Jose Amanwa.
Where are they? Mr. Jose and who?
Jose Amanwa and Kevin Michuke.
Where's Kevin?
Behind the camera.
maybe perhaps for guidance on which matter we are taking Coram on. Because this afternoon, and I believe when in a press, we were served with a notice from the office of the deputy registrar, indicating that there were several matters that were to be mentioned before this morning. This afternoon. And last evening when you were breaking, we were to come for a ruling. Perhaps we need to have clarity that we do not have at this set of things.
We are dealing with the ruling, matter in which the ruling is supposed to be delivered now. After that, we'll give directions.
Is there for them to mean there are some advocates who have gotten on record for Coram to participate or they are not participating in this particular case?
Like who?
Like Nelson Harvey.
LSD is an interesting party.
Yes, is there any other concern before we read the ruling? Our ruling is ready on the consolidated petitions with the lead file being petition number E565. We have set out the structure of the ruling, but we'll begin from our analysis of the issues that we think are relevant for now. This is the ruling. Having carefully considered the pleadings, submissions, and evidence on record, we consider the following issues arising for determination. 1, what are the prevailing constitutional and statutory interpretation methods? 2, whether the Honorable the DCJ can assign judges pursuant to Article 165, sub-Article 4 of the Constitution. 3, other related matters. On the first issue, the Constitution is a document sui generis. It is the norm which legally commands superiority and dominance over any other laws, and its interpretation, as of necessity, must be in a manner that all other laws bow to. The court in S versus Atchison, 1991, captured the centrality of the Constitution as follows. The Constitution of a nation is not simply a statute which mechanically defines the structure of government and the relationship between the government and the governed. It is a mirror reflecting the national soul, the identification of ideals and aspirations of a nation, the articulation of the values bonding its people and disciplining its government. The spirit and tenor of the Constitution must therefore preside and permeate the process of judicial interpretation and judicial discretion. In the matter before the court, the High Court has once again been called upon to address the issue as to whether the Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, whom we refer to herein as the DCJ, can exercise the power of assigning and empaneling expanded benches of the High Court. As such, the interlink between Articles 161 sub-Article 2 and Article 163 sub-Article 1 and Article 164 sub-65 sub-Article 4 of the Constitution, as well as Section 5 of the Judicial Service Act, come into play. On that score, it is paramount to briefly look at how the Constitution and the statutes ought to be interpreted. As a starting point, the Constitution itself provides for its own theory of interpretation. That is in Article 20, sub-Article 4, and Article 259, sub-Article 1. Article 20, sub-Article 4, requires courts, while interpreting the Bill of Rights, to promote the values that underlie an open and democratic society based on human dignity, equality, equity, and freedom, and the spirit, purport, and the objects of the Bill of Rights. Article 259, sub-Article 1, commands courts to interpret the Constitution in a manner that promotes its purposes, values, principles, advances, and rule of law, human rights and fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights, permits the development of the law, and contributes to good governance. In hailing the Constitution of Kenya as highly transformative, one, courts have over time developed various methods or canons of interpretation. In the case of David D. and others versus Attorney General, the learned High Court judges dealt with 4 constitutional interpretive principles, being that the Constitution must be interpreted holistically, that the Constitution does not favor formalistic approaches to its interpretation, and it must not be interpreted as one would a mere statute. The Constitution has provided its own theory of interpretation to protect and preserve its values, objects, and purposes, and that in interpreting the Constitution, non-legal considerations are important to give its true meaning and values. The Supreme Court, in the matter of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Supreme Court advisory opinion reference which I've given at paragraph 26 answered the question as to what holistic interpretation of the Constitution means. The court stated as follows: but what is meant by holistic interpretation of the Constitution? It must mean interpreting the Constitution in context. It is contextual analysis of a constitutional provision, reading it alongside and against other provisions so as to maintain a rational explication of what the Constitution must be taken to mean in the light of the history of the issues in dispute and of the prevailing circumstances. In the case of Tiny Fuza versus Attorney General, which I've given, citation I've given, the court was of the firm position that the Constitution must be read as an integrated whole. The court observed as follows: the entire Constitution has to be read as an integrated whole, and no one particular provision destroying the
other, but each sustaining the other. This is the rule of harmony, the rule of completeness and exhaustiveness, and the rule of paramountcy of the written constitution. On the tenet that the Constitution does not favor formalistic approaches to its interpretation, and that it must not be interpreted as one would a mere statute, the Supreme Court pronounced itself in the case in interim independent commission. The court said as follows: the rules of constitutional interpretation do not favor formalistic or positivistic approaches. The Constitution has incorporated non-legal considerations which we must take into account in exercising our jurisdiction. The Constitution has a most modern Bill of Rights that envisions a human rights-based and social justice-oriented state and society. The values and principles articulated in the preamble in Article 10, in Chapter 6, and in various provisions reflect historical, economic, social, cultural, and political realities and aspirations that are critical in building a robust, patriotic, and indigenous jurisprudence for Kenya. Article 159, sub-article 1 states that judicial authority from the people. That authority must be reflected in the decisions made by the courts. Close quote. In expounding the principle that the Constitution has provided its own theory of interpretation to protect and preserve its values, objects, and purposes, the retired Chief Justice, His Lordship Honorable Mutunga, had the following to say in his concurring opinion in the Speaker of the Senate and another versus Attorney General. The Honorable Chief Justice then had this to say: in both my respective dissenting and concurring opinions in the matter of principle of gender representation in the National Assembly and Senate, I argued that both the Constitution 2010 and the Supreme Court Act 2011 both provide comprehensive interpretive frameworks upon which fundamental hooks, pillars, and solid foundations for the interpretation of our Constitution shall be based. In both opinions, I provided the interpretive coordinates that should guide our jurisprudential journey as we identify the core provisions of our Constitution, understand its content, and determine its intended effect. He proceeded to say more, which I have included, but I will not read. The Supreme Court also expounded the incorporation of non-legal considerations and their importance in constitutional interpretation. In the case Communications Commission of Kenya and 5 others versus Royal Media Services, at paragraph 356, the court said this: we revisit once again the critical theory of constitutional interpretation and relate it to the emerging human rights jurisprudence based on Chapter 4, the Bill of Rights of our Constitution. The fundamental right in question in this case is the freedom and the independence of the media. We have taken this opportunity to illustrate how historical, economic, social, cultural, and political content is fundamentally critical in discerning the various provisions of the Constitution that pronounce on its theory of interpretation. A brief narrative of the historical, economic, social, cultural, and political backgrounds to Article 4, Sub-Article 2, Article 33, Article 34, and Article 35 of the Constitution has been given above in paragraphs 145 and 146. We begin with the concurring opinion of the CJ and the President in Munya case, where there was references to Black Law Dictionary, where it was said that references to Black Law Dictionary will not, therefore, always be enough, and references to foreign cases will have to take into account these peculiar Kenyan needs and context. It is possible to set out the ingredients of the theory of the interpretation of the Constitution. The theory is derived from the Constitution through conceptions that my dissenting and concurring opinions have signaled as examples of interpretive coordinates. I'll not read the entire. Then in the case of Center for Rights, Education and Awareness and another, the Court of Appeal also dealt with the subject of constitutional interpretation and laid out the very principles discussed above. The court further recounted the nexus between the principles of constitutional interpretation and the principle of statutory interpretation in the following manner. The principles on constitutional interpretation are not new. They also apply to the construction of statutes. There are other important principles which apply to the constructions of statutes, which, in my view, also apply to the construction of a constitution, such as presumption against absurdity, meaning that a court should avoid a construction that produces an absurd result. The presumption against unworkable or impracticable result, meaning that a court should find against a construction which produces unworkable or impracticable result. Presumption against an anomalous or illogical result, meaning that a court should find against a construction that creates an anomaly or otherwise produces an irrational or illogical result. And the presumption against artificial result, meaning that a court should find against a construction that produces artificial result. And lastly, the principle that the law should serve public interest, meaning that the court should strive to avoid adopting a construction which is in any way adverse to public interest, economic, social, and political, or otherwise. The court, as an independent arbiter of the Constitution, has fidelity to the Constitution and has to be guided by the letter and spirit of the Constitution. On our part, we wish to re-emphasize that the Constitution directs that it shall be interpreted in line with the doctrine of living constitutionalism. The doctrine holds that a constitution is a living document meant to evolve over time to reflect societal changes, contemporary realities, and shifting values. It further recognizes that the law is dynamic and adaptable to evolving circumstances, often encapsulated in the maxim that, in quote, the law is always speaking. It underscores the constitutional provisions as not static or frozen in time, but must be understood as applying to current circumstances regardless of their original context. This interpretive approach ensures that the Constitution remains